need us to change for the start of the stream. We're still starting out.
Prince Cup Atlantic matches, the event card Underwater Treasure Hunt brought us so many exciting moments. So how can we make the best use of this event card? Let's learn from the pro players. The key to using Underwater Treasure Hunt effectively is to have a stable card draw mechanism. Different decks will choose different tools. For example, Jibu's Chongyun Razor Burst deck uses support cards like Liban and Treasure Seeking Sealy as its main card draw methods. On the other hand, Binzu's mid-slow pace deck, which are centered around characters like Kuki Shinobu or Nouvelette, tend to use artifacts like Veteran's Visage and Gilded Dreams, which provide continuous card draw. Of course, when preparing card draw mechanisms, most players will choose the Lumenstone Adjuvant as the facilitator for their decks. It not only provides continuous extra card draws, but also offers Omni Dice. Lastly, it's crucial to pay attention to the timing of using Underwater Treasure Hunt. It's best to use it when you have enough card draw methods, or when most of your deck has already been drawn. Using Underwater Treasure Hunt too early might prevent you from drawing other key cards in time. So keep that in mind. Please follow us for more Genius Invocation TCG tips, and see you next time.
Hello travelers, welcome one and all once again to the Prince Cup 2024 regular season for the Pacific region. We've got yet another day full of Genshin TCG action, so thank you very much for choosing to join us today. My name is Staffa, and today with me we have Sumi.
Hello everybody, this is Sumi once again for another broadcast. I mean, yesterday we saw a shift from a lot of slower paced decks to some faster paced ones, so we'll have to see what we're going to see today. I am rather excited to see how these players are going to shift what decks they bring.
Yeah, I'm excited as well. Like you mentioned, Sumi, we did see a little bit of a shift with players bringing more aggressive decks and thereby having faster games as well. I don't know whether or not this is going to be a trend that we see continue today, considering we have already entered a new group as well. So it's going to be fun to watch. We already got to see a little bit of the beginning of Group B, and now today we're going to see that action continue to see which of these players will get closer to qualifying for the live event.
Yeah, as you said, today is Group B. We finished off the rest of Group A yesterday. We had Z, Kremlin, and Minty qualify from there. Today, though, we're going to start off with Den versus Magician and Graphite versus Shuk.
It's lots of fun matches, so you guys want to make sure you don't miss them. We can have a look right now at the current brackets for Group B, where yesterday we witnessed 8 come out victorious against Inagi, as well as Mango triumphing over Yuan.
Yeah, the match versus Inagi in 8 was kind of an upset. Like, Inagi is such a historied veteran player versus 8, someone with very little tournament history, and be able to sweep Inagi in a 2-0 fashion. That was certainly a surprise.
I think it really goes to show that you have to expect the unexpected a little bit, because players are still experimenting, trying to figure out what the meta is going to be, what the best decks are, how to counterplay some of the most common deck lists that we are seeing right now. And that does end up meaning that Inagi will have to play in that losers bracket versus Yuan after this. But of course, before that happens, we first have to witness the matches happening in the upper bracket. And even before that, let's talk about the character cards we've been seeing.
Yeah, I mean, here we have the usage rates of characters. A lot of this is kind of expected, right? We've been seeing a lot of mess with Mona Sayula, so not a surprise that they are all the way up there in the high 40s Mona, nearly at a 50% pick rate. That just shows how strong she is as an individual character, as well as just how strong these like Mona Wander / Mona Sayu decks have been throughout the tournament.
Absolutely. But it's interesting to see what happened yesterday, in which both cases where MES matched up versus a Mew deck, the more classic version, which this deck list was derived off of. It actually had a 0% win rate, actually, if I remember correctly. So it goes to show that you never know what may counter what. And of course, with Nouvelette and As the Hub bringing up the rear here, being the core components of the Ice Cube Double Dragon that has been gaining a lot more relevance recently.
Yeah, I mean, we can see that Nuval and Ajda have been replacing Farzan, Linny, and, was it Lynette, who used to occupy the 3rd, 4th, and 5th slots respectively. But Tuizon has taken a big fall from grace coming off the back of 4.6. So now here we are in a new patch. We have a new meta, and we have the new cards taking the top 5 spots.
Lots of really fun cards that I think we'll be able to have a look at right after this. In fact, let's start by looking at the most banned cards that we've been seeing here in the regular season. And well, it's pretty similar to what we saw yesterday with Conwhale taking the first 3 slots.
Yeah, and not very surprising. I mean, we talk about this, I feel like every time we get on stream, but Conwhale is the premier deck of this patch. A lot of players in the Pacific region think it is the best, or if not one of the best decks currently in the meta, so not a surprise that it's been banned out quite a lot. I mean, almost every single player in the tournament has brought some version of Conwhale, even if they didn't get a chance to play it.
It's gaining even more notoriety in terms of ban rate, even compared to decks like Finale back then, who was like one of the scariest decks and still didn't hit these kinds of statistics. Nivalet and Aztaha are tied for 4th there, but not very high compared to what we've seen from Conwhale thus far. So it does make it doubly interesting that certain players have actually been opting to allow it through to counterplay it.
Yeah, we saw that yesterday, right? Z Krumlit, the whale slayer, or the narwhal hunter. I forgot the exact name the community has given him, but he let that through in his match with Flash, and I mean, beat him both times. So maybe we're gonna see less Conwhale bans. Maybe they'll shift it towards another deck that I think is more threatening. Now that we have seen that this deck is indeed flawed and there are weaknesses to exploit, it's not as all-powerful as we may have thought.
Absolutely, and I think that's great. I think it's very important that even the top meta decks have counterplay, that even a deck as powerful as Conwhale has its own cons to be played, and players figuring that out gives them a lot of power overall, because like you mentioned with Z Krumlet, they basically were able to tailor make the rest of their decks to counter to Conwhale specifically, and that allowed them to take advantage of maybe a sense of security that a lot of the other players are relying on.
Yeah, I mean, Conwhale is a very fast deck with lots of early kill pressure, especially using those Bone Cruncher energy blocks. It allows them to charge up their burst faster than any other deck because it just gives energy for free, and Whale is an ever-present scaling threat. But of course, it doesn't run a lot of healing, so it is rather vulnerable to a lot of aggression.
And that's exactly what we saw previously, right? Either way, we're about to jump into the game very, very soon, so we can have a look at the deck choices being made by Den and Magician, our first 2 players. And keeping up with the trend, Conwhale gonna be banned on both sides.
Yeah, I mean, Conwhale, the 62% ban rate is going to increase even further. And Den as well, bring the ever-present Mew. I mean, Tzu, the Sayu, Mess, the Sayu version of this deck used to be more popular early on in week 1, but now as we come into week 2, a lot more players are preferring the Wander version because when it is less damage efficient, of course, you cannot equip the Wolf's Gravestone on Wander, it is a lot faster in the way it dishes out the damage, so your animal carry is less within threat range because you don't need to stay on field long before that prepare skill.
And having the availability of the Cox Art Wanderer Burst, not to mention Fresh Wind of Freedom, is really good at catching some of these freeze decks off guard, because they usually want to set up the field to be in a more favorable position before they start kicking things off. So we'll see whether Magician will be able to respond to this, since they will be choosing to bring in the Ice Cube Double Dragon deck to start things off.
I mean, speaking of that Ice Cube Double Dragon, Den is bringing that as well. This is a variation of Double Dragon that is incorporating Ice Cube or Cryo Hypostasis over Layla, so it is a bit faster in terms of its cryo application. It is able to do a little more damage early on because Cryo Cube has a 3 damage skill as opposed to Layla's, who only really generates a shield, but it does have a less sustain because you're not generating those shield points, and your freeze is both more available but also less available because you cannot get that on-demand freeze due to Layla stars.
I also noticed that both players elected to put Ice Cube on the very right here because I think we've been noticing a trend where typically we see characters like Risley or Eula being put on the very right side. So you put Ice Cube there to maybe counteract with the burst, but in this case, they're actually both in the same position now. So we'll see what happens as Den. We'll be looking at their deck first.
Yeah, I mean, Den is running a rather standard version of Mew. This is what we saw back in 4.6. A lot of players are running it, like the one Zenyatta for the free Timeuses and stuff. Unlike what we saw yesterday for Mew, though, not running the cards like Opera Epiclase or Paimon like we saw 8 run versus Inagi. So a bit of a different list, but I think this is what's more standard for our Hyper Magic era.
Yeah, based on what we've seen yesterday as well, this is the much more standard version of Mew. I'm pretty sure 8 was the outlier there, because typically cards like Opera Epiclase, Paimon are a little less reliable these days to be able to truly generate out the dice that you want from them. But hey, as long as it works for them, that is what matters in the end. It's very classic Mew. You play the Wagner banner, you hope to get the weapons that you want, swirl the Hydro from Mona with Wanderer, then finish off with Eula.
Yeah, and speaking of Eula, as you said, I mean, optimizing for Cube, right? Eula is being placed on the very left, Mona on the very right. So Cube summon, you're trying to get to hit that Mona, because after she gets her her Hydro summon down, she's kind of done her job, and we can just tank Aura on her forever. And here we go, we have Magician's Cryo Cube Double Dragon deck, running a very standard list, but now incorporating double Countdown, as well as a double Underwater Treasure. Typically we only see one of those, and also running the double Leary Harbor Wharf in order to play around King Deshret's Mausoleum.
Yeah, we've been seeing a lot more of Lear Harbor Wharf here, and I suspect it is exactly to do what you mentioned, Subi, to counteract the prevalence of Mausoleum of King Deshret being played during this tournament so far. Being able to draw your cards at the very end does help you play around the conditions for generating that forbidden knowledge. We've also seen the flexibility of this deck as a whole, where both New Blood and Aztha have the opportunity to play as an anchor depending on the situation. And Cryo Cube, just straight up having more cryo application reliably, makes it a slightly more aggressive option as compared to the classic Layla.
Yeah, I mean, you get more cryo down early, you get more damage down early, but this, like, the extra aura also lets Ajta absorb cryo easier to set up for New Valette. So yes, Ajta is still, like, a very prevalent factor here, but make no mistake, this is a very New Valette centered deck, and if you can snipe them away early with something like that Kalxar's Wander Burst you're talking about, the cards could very well fall out of Magician's hands.
And this deck does have a very useful tool for dealing with the potential Wanderer Burst coming out as well in the second life that the Cryo Cube has. We witnessed Z-Crimlet yesterday use the Herald for the exact same reason, just basically leaving him active so Wanderer could never burst. And we'll see if Magician can do the same as we now jump straight into the very first game of the day 4 of the regular season.
Yes, this will be Magician versus Dan. We'll have to see who could take game 1, our very first game of week 2, day 2.
But then going to be on the top half of the screen, Magician going to be on the bottom, as we can see both players going to be contemplating what cards they want to start things off with. And I do recall, I do notice that Magician is not running a arcane card in their deck.
Oh yeah, great of you to mention that. I mean, Double Dragon Magic typically doesn't really run an arcane. If they do, it is typically the Stove Gods in order to draw more of your treasures after you do play them. But Magician this time is running the Countdown, right? So it's kind of not a factor running War for running Countdown, so we don't really need the draw. And the other arcanes don't really fit into the playstyle of the deck.
So it's interesting to see that decks still have some leeway in terms of how they can be constructed here. Dice rolls are looking pretty good actually for Den. Really nice dice roll on their side of the field. Magician definitely a little bit wanting in comparison, but since they do have a Lear Harbor Wharf in hand, they'll have ways to spend it.
Oh, Magician's dice were absolutely atrocious, but quickly fixed with the power of that Countdown. I mean, turning all of your dice into Omni as well as drawing 4 cards. It is a very powerful card, even at 3 cost. Typically, this is played more in discard decks, so you get to, reduce the cost of that Countdown as well as change all your dice over to Omni. But even without the discount mechanic being implemented, it is still very powerful, drawing you 4 cards instantly.
Yeah, I think people realize that even though it seems like it would cost a lot to play a 3-cost card just to draw cards on paper, there's definitely decks that can afford to spare that extra dice to do so, considering just how much utility you get from it with the tuning dice into Omni, getting a bunch of cards in your hand to potentially play around, and in more stall-centered decks as well, they will usually have more than enough time to consider playing it during the game.
Yeah, I mean, we can see how it instantly just fixed Magician's dice problems, also giving him some ramp to play with as well. Trying to double lever Harbor Wharf, which is kind of not what you want. You already filled your hand so much with that countdown. You don't really need more draw at this point. I mean, even got a second strategize, the second Wharf in there as well. It's not really needed. You would have much preferred something like the Timaeus to start searching for your artifacts, or I don't know, maybe the Vanara to carry your dice for it, but I don't think the Wharf is what you want. You would have preferred something like the Lumen Zone that can generate you more dice right at this point in time.
Yeah, while cards like Lear Harbor Wharf traditionally gain more value the earlier you play them, they're still not quite as good as getting like Lumenstone on round 1. And here we can see that having both in hand means that Magician doesn't really have the ramp cards that they would ideally like to have in round 1 to match up against Mew. Then already being able to play a double Dunyazard, a Lieben, is already setting themselves up for a pretty solid start for the next turn. Unfortunately, they will have to contend with the fact that Ice Cube is the one eating that Hydro application, and a Magician maneuvers their positioning correctly, then it should be able to avoid getting swirled.
Yeah, I mean, and also Magician, unfortunately drawing a second countdown from the Cavarina draw, which is not what you wanted. As we said, we want that second Lumen, so we want to start cycling through our decks or generating that dice. I mean, we have a little bit too much draw in our hand at the moment. There is a very real risk of just overdrawing. The thing is, though, if Magician does decide to end here, they will have turn priority, and they can swap off the Cryo Cube in order to avoid that swirl and force Den to swap over onto Wanderer and forsake a little bit of his ramp.
I think that would probably be the correct play in this situation. If they wanted to, they could use that last dice for a strategize just to see what they pull out of the deck. But being able to avoid swirl for as long as possible is going to help you out massively against Mew.
Yeah, we're just going to end early, not playing the strategize because that would actually be an overdraw. Wharf with natural draw will draw you 4 cards. Currently, Magician at 6. So you play that strategize. We overdrew something important. We could have burnt something important. Drink to Timaeus, as well as the Heart of Cavarina. Both of those are cards that we really don't want to get rid of. Oh, second Demise of Tulos. I think Magician is blessing his lucky stars that he did not play that card.
If he ended up playing Strategize, he would have burnt Tula, and that's a really important weapon to have at this stage of the game. So, it's good that he decided not to do that, keeping track of the number of hand cards here. I think players have definitely gotten a lot better at doing that recently, just with the sheer amount of card draw engines we're seeing.
Yeah, I mean, overdraw typically wasn't really a problem we had to deal with, right? I mean, maybe back in the early days when everyone's running Wharf, it was sort of relevant. But now, during Hyper Magic, it is an ever-present threat because you're going through so much of your deck so quickly. You just always have a handful of 10 cards that you're just forced to endlessly play.
And that's exactly what we're seeing here. Magician now, having turn priority, will have the option to switch off of Cryo Cube. Unfortunately, they did still end up taking that swirl damage in the end phase because Den still had enough dice to take an action. The only consolation here is that both players actually have pretty bad dice rolls this turn.
Yeah, neither player rolled particularly well. I will say that Den rolled worse. Unfortunately, not drawing even more ramp to be able to play with through going for the 2 instructors instead. That's kind of not what you want at this stage in the game. Would really prefer like to Timaeus, like the Wagner that we were talking about. We want to draw into our other weapons that we can play for free with the Golden House we currently have in hand as well. I mean, the instructors will be good, but we could have rolled better.
Absolutely. Instructor will allow them to eat up some of that dice at least. But we have to note as well that Den is also lacking a little bit of ramp. Like, it looked like they had good ramp set up previously, but because they wanted to make sure that the Hydro was swirled at the end turn and not give Magician an out by swapping at the start of next, they ended up using the dice that would have otherwise been fed over to Lieben. Therefore, Magician feels okay to just continue attacking on Cube and maybe build up that burst.
And to build the burst, they will Magician normal attacking with the empowered attack, doing 1 piercing damage to all of Den's characters, and also generating that second energy for the burst. I mean, you would need to tune 3 if you did want to go for it. I don't think it's worth it. A lot of your cards in hand are high value. Den, on the other hand, will equip the Instructors and just do a normal attack onto the Nouvellette. And Instructors refunding 1 dice as well. So if Magician decides to swap off the Cryo Cube, Den will be able to get another enhanced normal attack onto one of the other characters and swirl again.
This is always the tricky part about playing against a Wanderer. If you stay on Cryo Cube, Nouvellette will take a lot of damage for your very important anchor character. But if you switch to Nouvellette to avoid that, then you get the Hydro and Aztha swirled instead. Like, this is literally the recipe that led to a lot of decks undoing yesterday, allowing Wanderer too many turns to just go ham.
Yeah, I mean, unfortunately, Den won't be able to do a go ham on Wanderer this turn. The dice just do not work for it. Does still have 4 unaligned dice, though, which could be passed off onto Liven. We can continue the combo next turn. Hopefully, we draw into a Wagner. We can top deck it. We can play for free with our double Dunnies or discount and equip the weapon immediately with that Golden House. Magician, though, will just go for the Cryo Cube Burst. Is going to start applying Cryo onto the off-field characters of Den, depending on where your positions.
Yep, we'll see what happens here. As then right now, like you mentioned, the dice not looking too good for them. They can still go for another normal attack on Wanderer just to deal a little bit more damage onto Nouvellette. But the question now is whether or not it's more important to prioritize getting that ramp on Liben for next turn instead.
The Cryo, you really can't. You know, it's unavoidable for the Cryo, right? If Magician decides to swap over onto Nouvellette, there is no way you're avoiding that Cryo aura, no matter what. So at this point, I think if you are Den, you should just end turn in order to keep that turn priority.
Yeah, I can see where you're coming from. They could potentially equip... No, probably not equip the Gamblers here. You don't want to reveal that too soon. Floating 1 dice isn't too big of an issue here, especially since they would be playing with 10 next round, as well as turn priority. So I agree with you. I think ending here is probably the play to go.
Yeah, I mean, no reason not to, right? No matter what next turn, you will have turn priorities. You're guaranteed to get at least 1 attack. Swapping to Mona, though, just to be a little bit safe. I mean, Magician does still have the threat to go over onto Ajta. I don't think it's enough to get a kill this turn, though, so we're giving away our turn priority. I think that it's probably a mistake for Den. I don't think Wander was in threat range there, and even if he was, we have a Lotus Crest for next turn to guarantee he survived.
I think by switching back to Mona, Den is considering that if Magician has turn priority and switches to Nouvellette, for example, then at least they can start with a Mona skill to apply Hydro before switching back with the Mona passive, I guess maybe is the thought process. And we can see Magician going to be able to end their turn, place the Underwater Treasure Hunt. Probably still a little early to do that, but it means that he'll be able to potentially get those out for some healing.
Oh, double Lumenstone. That's really nice to have. Yeah, I do think the Underwater Treasure was early. Our deck was still pretty thick. I don't think we thinned it out enough in order to reliably search for our treasures. And even if we did draw one here or there, I think our other cards were more high value. Magician did get lucky, though, drawing into the double Lumenstone. That is exactly what you want to see at this point in the game. It'll let him cycle through his deck just that much faster, and in combination with that seed box as well, be able to play at a discount on top of that.
Yeah, that's gonna feel pretty nice to have. We know that they are sitting on the Gilded as well as the Too Late Tula as well. So Magician definitely has tools, but it's gonna be very expensive to play all of this at once. So deciding what to prioritize is going to be important here, since they already know that Den is playing around 10 dice this turn. And this is probably the turn that's most pivotal for them as well. If Magician is able to survive the aggro coming out in this round specifically, they should start looking a lot more comfortable afterwards.
Oh, Den rolled not great. Drew 2 weapons off the top of their natural draw instead of a Wagner. So that means both Wagners and both Timaeuses are bottom 10 of their deck. That is extremely unlucky for Den.
Yeah, but it happens. That's just how it is sometimes. We see Magician gonna switch over to Aztha. Cryo Cube has already done their job. So going over to Aztha to make sure that Nouvellette isn't at risk of taking too much damage for now is the way to go. And if they're lucky, they'll be able to absorb Cryo off of either their Mona or Wander as well to continue setting up for the freeze.
On the other hand, though, Den does have the option to go over onto Eula and freeze the Ajda. Typically, Eula doesn't really come in until round 3, or I guess it is already round 3, but later when the opponents are all chipped down below 6 HP because you want to utilize the Wolves' Gravestone, you want to chunk them down, you want to one-shot them in combination with Fresh Wind of Freedom. So yeah, Den swapping over onto the Wanderer, no reason for Eula to come in just yet. And I mean, it's not like Anuvla is particularly threatening right now. Not a field, so it can't be threatening, but Aja not particularly threatening right now. No burst, no Adeptus Magician's deck, so it will just be a 4 damage skill. And I think you're more than happy to tank that onto Wanderer in exchange for triggering Cube's revive, as well as just threatening the one-shot with the swirl.
Yeah, I think you trigger Cube revive here with the normal attack. After that, Magician will be just basically forced to switch back to Cube because Wanderer will be on full energy and will one-shot either Azlaha or New Valette with that burst. So Cube may just have to tank 2 hits here as a sacrifice.
The thing is, though, if you do swap over to Cube, where's the Fresh Wind, right? We know this deck has it. And with how full Den's hand is, it is a very, very real threat that if you do swap over back onto Cube, Fresh Wind of Freedom, and then burst on either Ajda or New Valette, and you're playing like mono carry versus freeze. It's just not something you can afford to mess around with. So it's going to play the early treasure on top decking into another one. How lucky are we if we are a Magician?
That's really nice right there. And the reason for playing the treasure there is actually to put Azlaha exactly 1 HP above the range of being bursted here, because we know that Wanderer is not in win favored state, so maximum with the swirl I think it would do like 7 damage. So Magician is already setting up for the potential Fresh Wind of Freedom here. He knows that, okay, Cryo Cube will probably die here. If he has Fresh Wind, we switch back to Azlaha, tank the burst, survive on 1 HP. That's the best option he can go for. In our case, though, we do know that Den doesn't have that Fresh Wind. So Magician has set themselves up in a much more comfortable spot.
No, but if he did, though, in combination with that Gambler's in hand, it could have been absolutely disastrous. Luckily, though, for Magician, Den does not have the Fresh Wind, because, I mean, Den has Golden House, Thousand Floating Dreams, and Gamblers. The only thing we're missing is the Fresh Wind of Freedom. If we had that, we can guarantee a double kill this turn, and it would have been our game. Unfortunately, though, Fresh Wind coming just a little bit late, we're not going to have it this turn. We are still able to Wanderer Burst, especially in combination with that Gamblers, if we do decide to re-equip it. I do believe we should, though. Gamblers into Thousand Floating Dreams Burst could surprise one-shot one of Magician's characters. We already burnt our 2 treasures we saw from Den's side. It's only 3 remaining. Very unlikely for Magician to have more, but even if we do, it shouldn't matter, because our burst with Thousand Floating Dreams will do 9 damage.
And the Magician is also suspecting that Den won't have enough dice, or like hoping that Den doesn't have enough dice to go into skill 1,000 Floating Dreams, Gamblers, and then burst, right?
The pleasure
but we
is
can see
all
that a
mine.
good amount is being generated here. So the Gamblers comes out, gets some extra dice off of finishing off the Cryo Cube. Magician going over to New Valette, since now they realize, oh, they actually do not have the Fresh Wind of Freedom. So getting the freeze onto Wanderer here will be able to stop his rampage for this round.
Yeah, that is unfortunate, but it's not the worst thing that we're all 2 skill is finally coming down, because Eula, it could still come in, right? No Aura on Eula can come in, freeze the New Valette. We have the Wolves' Gravestone as well in there if we do want to play that. So we do still have that in the back pocket. We can really threaten the New Valette. We can really threaten the Ajta. It's just, unfortunately, we don't have enough dice, especially with no Fresh Wind of Freedom, to really win this turn. Also, just a reminder that we do have a QR code on screen. We can see it sandwiched in between Den and Magician's profile pic. There it is. Please scan that and leave the feedback about the event. If there's anything you want us to improve or anything you want to complain about, I'll be sure to put it in that form so we can make the streams even better.
Thank you very much for sharing your feedback. We always value anything that we're able to hear from you guys about whether you enjoy all of these broadcasts and if there's anything we could look to improve for the future. For now, we can see the freeze is gonna come out from a New Valette onto Wanderer, doing a pretty solid 4 damage as well. So the one thing that Den wants to play around here is that if they can somehow set it up so that Magician doesn't end turn on New Valette. Like the Cryo Cube summon is the last source of Cryo application on Magician's side of the board. If they can prevent that going onto Eula, they basically set themselves up for success.
And I mean, the easiest way to do that is to swap to Eula. There's no way Nuvla is attacking right now when you could just get frozen and waste your Source Water Droplet follow-up attack, which is where the majority of the damage is. So it's forcing you to go into Ajdaha, but then wait, Eula can just punch you again, right? And then Ajda's dead. Eula does a lot of damage right now. Unfortunately, Den doesn't quite have the dice to equip the Wall's Greystone for free. No free Wagner, and the Golden House has already used up all of its usage for this round. That's not a threat Magician will need to worry about, but just the skill alone freezes Ajda and forces Magician to either swap back over onto New Valette, or just end his turn here and have Ajda fall.
He has Azlaha talent. He can use that to switch turn priority back to Den. And that's exactly what he's going to do, knowing that he has to make use of this final Cryo application onto Eula. He will willingly sacrifice Azlaha to Den, and if Den does decide to go for this, they may be playing into Magician's hands.
I think this is good though. No, I think Den should have actually attacked into the Ajda, because we have Thousand Blooming Dreams and Wander Burst, right? Those combined do 8 damage, because we should have skilled to get our Wind Favorite back, would have done 9, because there is still Hydra on the Nuvla. We don't need to play for the freeze win con. We could just one-shot with our burst. So then it would have forced Magician to stay on that Nuvla, will leave invulnerable, and like as long as he just keeps doing the follow-up attacks, he does 1 piercing on the second hit of his Source Water Droplet, so he could only be at max 9 HP.
Yeah, I agree with you. Going for the kill on Azlaha probably made the most sense in that particular situation. Den was a little bit too worried about eating that final Cryo application, but Wander is in a perfect position to actually just one-shot New Valette too, since he has his burst available next round. Lotus Crypt's going to keep Mona alive from 1 more hit here, and a quick swap being drawn by Magician. This could have a lot of value next round.
No, absolutely. I mean, that fast up is going to allow a Magician to do at least 1 action after Nuvla gets frozen. If he ever does get frozen, does still have 2 dice remaining, could very easily just swap off onto another character. Den thinking about which character to swap to now that Mona has fallen, and it will decide to go on that Eula. This way, that if Magician stays on the Nuvla, we get a freeze on the main carry of our opponent, but if they go Ajdaha, I mean, we can just kill them with the power of that Grimheart, and if we do have our Fresh Wind of Freedom, we can freeze Nuvla as well, so very smart choice here.
A very difficult decision for a Magician. For us, since we have the outward perspective that there's no Fresh Wind of Freedom on Den's hand, going to Azdaha is probably the correct choice. But since they don't know whether or not Den has been sitting on it this whole time, whatever choice they make here is very risky.
Well, I mean, I think at this point, Magician knows that Den doesn't have Fresh Wind in their hand right now, because if they did have it, they would have used it when they killed the Cryo Cube, right? So not playing it then, it kind of gives it away that Den does not currently have it in hand. But right now, Den's deck is a very measly 9 card. The odds are very high that he draws it within his next 2.
You dare overstep your mortal
Magician
authority!
will decide to go for the end on Azdaha here. I expect they'll play the Vanarana as well, just to capture that final dice. Yep, they will do so, and end their turn. Now they're gonna be crossing their fingers once this round ends that Den does not draw that Fresh Wind of Freedom. He doesn't.
Oh, strategize. Hold on. Where's that strategize now? We finally got the Wagner, so this could be a free Wolf Gravestone equip. And honestly, the Fresh Wind doesn't matter at this point, because we swapped over to the Ajda to avoid the freeze onto New Valette. That means there's no Cryo Aura on the Eula, right?
Yeah,
Cryo
that is
summon
true.
applies Aura on the character opposite to yours, and not to the active character like a normal Cryo Summon, like the Layla Burst.
I mean, we can't blame Magician for going for that. Leaving New Valette on field there was just way too risky, considering that he already has Hydra Aura applied. So now we are coming down to what could be the very last round here, folks. Then in a pretty solid position, able to get Wagner out, has Strategize in hand to be able to potentially pull out the Fresh Wind of Freedom. But like you mentioned, with the World Gravestone now equipped, not even a concern, because New Valette will only be able to get 1 attack out before he is frozen, and the game is basically over.
Yeah, I mean, it's impossible for Nuvolet to freeze, right? No Cryo Aura on Eula, and then with Ajita down, we can't even absorb it to go for the freeze, as we saw Minty do to win their game. So it's just not anything Magician needs to, Den needs to worry about. It's impossible for Eula to get disrupted this round, so we can just safely kill with the normal type with that Will's Gravestone, and this leaves Nuvolet oh so vulnerable. Even the burst coming out to just really guarantee it.
Now, at this point, Magician can only hope that they draw a bunch of treasure to heal Nuvolet up, which they do, but it's not going to be quite sufficient, I feel. Like, the best hope Magician can hope for is that Den doesn't have any dice generation left in hand.
I mean, we know that Den doesn't, but there's no way Magician knows that there isn't a Lyre Song sitting in the back pocket, right? That is a consideration you need to worry about. They were very lucky to get that second treasure. Burst right now on Cheddar only does 5 damage, so Nuvolet will live on 1 HP, but I think at this point, it is still too late.
Yeah, Wagner and Seed Box gonna be drawn by Den. They only have 1 dice left. Do they actually have any way of generating enough dice for another attack?
No, they don't. They bottom deck both Boar Princes as well as both Lyre Songs and the Fresh Wind of Freedom. I think those are the last 5 cards currently in Den's deck. How unlucky is that?
Yeah, that's really unfortunate. They could have ended the game right now, and Magician thinking, huh? I survived the round? Like, at this point, there's still, like, a possibility somewhat, but considering Den has a quick swap into Wanderer Burst, I think the chances of Magician making this comeback are still very, very slim.
Yeah, I mean, there are 12 treasures currently in the deck. I think Den has played 6 of them. The Nuvolet can heal up to 3 with his with Swordswire Droplets, plus an additional 6, so that's 9 HP in total, with like all the remaining treasure in the deck, assuming he's even able to draw them. I think this is as good as over for Magician. I don't believe they're able to heal enough to withstand Eula with the Gravestone. Oh, okay, so
could we pull more treasures out?
Okay, so first things first, we need to heal to at least 7 HP to live Eula.
Well, that's 7 HP.
That's 9
actually
HP.
7 HP.
I think that's all the treasure left in Magician's stack. It's still, though, it shouldn't matter, because Eula Grimheart's skill into Wander Burst is still more than enough to take the game.
Yeah, it feels bad, too, because Magician
is
so much healing. Hold on,
Or is it? Because Nuvolet does 1 piercing on the follow-up attack. If Den makes the mistake of staying on Eula and eating the second hit, Magician could actually win this. But of course, Den does still have that fast swap. So I think this should still be his victory.
Yeah, fast swap into Wanderer. Wanderer Burst will do... Hold on. Without Win Favorite, how much damage does Wanderer?
It will do 7. So Nuvolet will live on 2, but that's fine, because Eula will live like the 1 piercing damage and just skill with the Wolf's Gravestone. So fast swap Wanderer Burst should win this game. Oh no.
He didn't do it!
No!
Oh no!
He didn't do it!
Oh no!
Oh, no, it's fine.
Wait, no.
6 HP. Okay, it's fine.
Okay. No piercing.
Yeah, we thought... Nuvolet only does piercing if he's above 6 HP, and Grimheart plus Gravestone was enough to bring him below that. So, it's a brief moment of surprise there for Dan. We almost lost it. I mean... Whoa.
Oh, man, we almost got a heart attack.
Yeah, I had me going there.
We always have to consider these things. For a moment, we thought that Den made the mistake there, but yeah, we forget that the piercing damage only comes out if Nuvolet is above a certain amount of HP. So Den already considered that by doing damage on Eula onto Nuvolet instead. And Wanderer is able to end the game on literally 1 HP. What a close game here on the very first game of the day.
Yeah, a moment of panic there for Den. I thought he threw that game, but no, it was all perfectly calculated. The Wall's Gravestone empowered Grimheart attack from Eula brought Nuvolet down to 3 HP, so he wouldn't get the 1 piercing on the Wanderer, and he was able to swiftly finish that off with his burst. So thankfully, we didn't see the game end right then and there, and Den does take game 1 versus Magician.
Oh, it really did come down to the wire, though. All those treasures coming in almost made the difference for Magician. But it goes to show that Mew is still a very dangerous deck. The aggression coming out can catch a lot of these more mid-range type decks that want to take their time setting up their positioning. They can be caught off guard. And yeah, I'm excited to see what happens next. We are now going into game number 2 very, very soon. But what about your thoughts, Subi? Do you think there's anything that could have gone differently that might have switched things up for Magician?
I think part of why that game was so close is because just how badly done rolled. A lot of setup cards came very, very late, so they weren't able to get all the weapons and the artifacts down onto their carries early, and like they bottom decked both Clara Songs, both Boar Princes, right? So a lot of extra dice just down the drain. So Mew is just typically very strong in these setup decks. So they're able to get great early pressure. They're able to set up freezes very well, and with Stall falling out of the meta in favor of these more mid-range combo stacks, it's just able to abuse that early advantage so much more because it's like fall off point where it's not able to generate dice and it's not able to keep up with the sustain of Stall just isn't a factor they need to worry about, which is why we're seeing the pick rate of this deck skyrocket so much in comparison to Atlantic.
Yeah, so basically going into this matchup already, Magician was at a pretty big disadvantage just on paper itself. And the reason that the game ended up going so long was because Den was not having a very good time with it. Like, if they had the Fresh Wind of Freedom earlier on when they took down the Cryo Cube initially, the game would have been over so much sooner.
Yeah, no, absolutely. If the Freshman was just there in time, the game would have been over like 2 rounds in advance. On the other hand, though, Magician did a really great job playing that out, right? They played it slow, they played it calculated, they played to their win condition, slowly building up that the new Valette. They applied great cryo early on onto the Wander, onto the Mona, like froze Wander on a pretty critical turn. I mean, the Fresh Wind not being there was rather thankful, but using these slight advantages to try to bring the game back, but just, unfortunately the matchup was just too big of a hurdle for Magician to overcome this time.
And we have to note as well, if not for the fact that New Valette had Hydro on him and that on that very last round, he could have stayed active, allowed the Cryo Cube summon to apply Cryo to Eula, and then he immediately gets the freeze, right? And that Hydro application came from the swirl in the end of round 1 when Magician ended their turn early and then decided to use their final few dice to get that swirl out instead of feeding it to Liven. So all of these decisions really do add up.
Yeah, I mean, like the decision very early on to forsake a little bit of your ramp to just guarantee that swirl paying off big time in the end phase.
It's incredible to see.
Yeah, I mean, it's just these players, they know how to set up their decks. They know how to set up themselves for success. These little, very small micro adjustments to their game plan, paying off big time to bring in the victory.
Oh yeah, I'm excited to see what happens next here because we clearly do have a couple of very evenly matched players on our hands. And in game 2, we're not going to be seeing the Mew deck anymore now that Den has already won with it. So we could be seeing the Ice Cube Double Dragon Mirror match, in fact.
Oh, I think that'd be the first time we see it this tournament. I mean, the Magic Dragon is very popular in general, but the Mirror, oh, it is the Mirror, yeah.
It is, yeah, okay. So, as we know, Den currently 1 game up. If they're able to win this mirror match, they immediately proceed into the next round in the upper bracket, and Magician will drop down to the loser's bracket, something that they definitely want to avoid, because if you guys remember, these lives actually carry over into the main stage as well. If you qualify to the live event through the loser's bracket, you will start in the loser's bracket over there. So keeping all your lives intact for the Prince Cup is a very important thing.
You want all the opportunities you can get when you move on to the big stage. I mean, you're already facing some of the best players in the region, but going on to the next step, you're going to face an even tougher challenge because these aren't just the best players in the region. They're the best players in the region have also beat the best players in the region.
Yeah.
So they're the best of the best. It is a different tier of competition if you do make it to the big stage.
Literally the best of the best. There's no better way to describe it here. These players have been through so many trials and tribulations to get to this stage of the competition. So none of them want to be unceremoniously sent home early. So, Ice Cube, a double dragon here. I know that when it comes down to mirror matches between decks like Mew and MES and so on, there's definitely a disadvantage to going second that makes you have to change up your opening line. But in this matchup, is there any like advantage to going first or second?
I think it kind of depends, right? Because if you go second, you can guarantee the freeze on, or sorry, the cryo aura on whoever you want, but you're also leaving your own character vulnerable to that. But Here we go, though. This is Den's list, bringing the Parametric Transformer instead of... Ooh, I wonder what they replaced for that. I don't know, can't quite make it out. Probably a second Golden House. Still bring the double Lumen Stone, the double Treasure, double Countdown. I mean, bringing the Countdown here is a huge innovation. That is the big change from Double Dragons from 4.6 into 4.7, as well as the one of Parametric Transformer. That is something I've been seeing players mess around with a lot, because you are getting a lot of normal attacks, right? So that Parametric Transformer is effectively a woven, because you're doing so many attacks, you're able to guarantee its activation.
It's actually worked out once or twice here in this tournament. This is definitely not the only Ice Cube Double Dragon deck that is running that parametric. So very nice to see some of these classic cards coming out. The Double Treasure as well could come in handy, since we literally saw in that last game the treasure cards being pulled out by Magician nearly salvaged the victory for them. So now that it's going into an exact mirror match, we'll see how much of a difference it can actually make.
Yeah, I mean, it will give Den a little bit more dice to work with, but I think in exchange for a little bit of setup, right? It's always the trade-off on these decks. We only have 30 action cards to work with. So you put something in the deck, you have to take something out. And I think in this case, it is that second Golden House. So it's going to be a little bit harder to get that discount tools, and it might be a bit more challenging to get that instant gilded for a +2 dice.
But I don't think that Den and a lot of other players mind that all too much, since there's usually going to be ways to get it out anyway, and on the Double Dragon deck specifically, there's a tendency that you're going to play for mid-range late game anyway, so not too much of an issue there. They prioritize a little bit more on having that sustainability across the long game.
Yeah, on Parametric Transformer, you can play it the next turn and carry a little bit more dice over onto your big combo turn. So it's both more flexible, but also more inflexible, because it's a lot more difficult on you to play it immediately. Here we go. This is Magician's deck. They'll bring the Vanaran instead of the Parametric Transformer to carry dice over, as well as the double Lever Harbor Wharf in order to play around the Mausoleum of King Deshret, which we haven't actually seen that much in week 2.
Yeah, like we did see a few of them happen yesterday, but it just so happened that a lot of the time they were playing against decks that were well built to handle the Mausoleum, either having a Lear Harbor Wharf or leaning more towards aggression like Mew, so they don't really draw a lot of cards anyway. Therefore, we are definitely already seeing Mausoleum of King Deshret fall off the meta just a little bit.
Yeah, I mean, the Mausoleum of King Deshret is really good into decks like for Riesli, who do have a lot of setup, right? Who are drawing a lot from things like Lumen Stone, from the Makashose Hunter, from Veteran's Visage, and from Strategize just during their actual turn itself, and not from the end phase. Because drawing in the end phase, you get to just effectively negate whatever effects it will have, because it's only going to shuffle 2 Forbidden Knowledges, and 2 Forbidden Knowledges are relatively easy to play around.
And that's exactly what we saw yesterday as well, right? Only generating the 2 Forbidden Knowledge into the deck once they're in hand, and you basically don't have to think about them. And even sometimes using the Forbidden Knowledge as a way to proc effects on cards that will gain stacks when you take damage, for example. So, a lot of ways to play around this, and that's why we don't see it in this matchup once again. But it is going to be a mirror match, although the deck lists are slightly different. It's going to go into game number 2 between Den and Magician.
Yeah, I mean, Den's list is a little bit more standard compared to Magician. Magician is playing more around the Mausoleum of King Deshret, so you are playing the Wharf, so you're a little bit more inflexible on the setup side, right? Because they are more expensive to play. Whereas Den is playing a more standard list, you have some more wiggle room to work around with, because you just have more dice to work with early on.
And more dice will usually equal a little bit more flexibility in terms of what you want to achieve there. I'm going to keep my eyes open to see which of these players is able to start first. It's usually a lot more important to see that between a mirror matchup like Mew, for example, but in this deck as well, we already know the importance of being able to apply Cryo to as many characters as possible early on in the game to set up for Nuvalet later.
Yeah, I mean, Nuvalet is the big carry. He's able to freeze people with being a Hydra character as well. He's able to do a lot of damage with Tula-Tulas, and he's also able to heal himself up. So even if you do chunk him down, he is never quite out.
And interestingly as well, both these players have switched up the positioning of their characters in the exact same way. So even if the Cryo Cube burst comes out, in order to get Cryo applied to Nuvolette, you need to have your own Nuvolette active, thereby putting him in a potentially vulnerable spot. So no advantage / disadvantage coming in just from card positioning in this matchup either.
Yeah, I mean, I really do love to see how players like min-max their characters like this, playing around that crowd queue positioning. I mean, if Magician and or Den swapped Ajta and Nuvolette's places, it would have put them at a huge disadvantage. That one small, unnoticeable change could have completely turned this matchup around, as you're much more comfortable leaving Ajta vulnerable in comparison to Nuvolette.
Yeah, we already know how important positioning can be, even if it's something that is a little less seen. Like, for example, yesterday between a Mew and MES deck matchup, it just so happened that Sayu was positioned to the left of Eula, so Wanderer was able to attack Eula for free and do a lot of damage. Therefore, it's still something you always have to keep in mind. But as the game has started here, Magician very unfortunately ends up drawing Gamblers with his Timaeus.
Oh, that's unfortunate. You would prefer to see the Venom's Visage or even the Cabarina early on, because of course that is more draw, as opposed to Gamblers, which is kind of your end game combo tool in order to get more dice when you are starting to kill your opponent, which of course is not going to happen turn 1 in a deck like this.
On the other hand, then they have Liben, they've got Timaeus, they got Lumenstone, as well as both Veterans and Cavrena. So a very solid opening hand for them that will enable them to basically do whatever they want with their dice here. They also did end up choosing to start on different characters as well. Magician starting with Aztha, then on the Ice Cube.
I think Magician decided to start on Ajta because they had Ajta talent in hand, right? Leveraging that fact, they play it early. This way, if Den decides to skill with Cryo Cube into the Ajta of Magician, it will give him an additional dice because of the Cryo Absorb, but it will also give Ajta the Cryo Infusion in order to start applying Cryo onto Den's characters more flexibly, so you're not solely reliant on the Cryo Cube itself.
Yeah, a very good idea from Magician here, making use of the fact that they had the talent card right from the beginning, and putting Den in a kind of awkward spot as well. They would love to be able to attack on Ice Cube, but doing so would be playing right into Magician's hands.
And so Den decides not to do that, just full ramping Lumenstone, Liben, Timaeus. I mean, just 8 dice perfectly to ramp for next turn, and we can just sit on the Cryo Cube and force Magician to do something. Magician's dice aren't actually looking great either, and Timaeus was their only form of a ramp. They were reliant on him from drawing him something good, like a Cavarina, like the Venom's Visage we were talking about, and unfortunately did not come up, so might be forced to tune something, maybe just go to Cube normal attack twice, but I mean, both those feel so bad to do.
Yeah, pretty unlucky. The Cavrena gonna be played by Den, draws a Liar Song. Not really the timing that they're looking for, but good to have in hand for later on since they already had the Gilded earlier. Den should feel pretty comfortable with ending their turn pretty soon and giving dice over to Liben. There is the risk, of course, because you're leaving Magician with 7 dice to play around with, and that could be a lot of cryo application that they're able to set up. But yeah, Magician's dice on this time not looking very nice.
No, the dice are looking rather atrocious, and now, of course, they don't get to instantly leverage the absorption from Ajta's talent. Swapping over to Cryo Cube as I suspected, and I mean, with only 2 Cryo, 2 Geo dice, what do you do here? Tooting feels so atrocious.
Especially with only 2 cards in hand and no way to ramp for more dice as well, yeah. Ooh, that feels bad. Magician choosing to go for the normal attack, the double normal attack in fact, to get that burst out instead.
I think that was the best of a bad situation. A lot of your early game plan is revolved around getting this Cryo Cube summon up so you can start freezing the opposing characters with Nuvolette, start absorbing elements with Ajta's skills, but it still doesn't feel good because you basically just did 2 damage for 6 dice. It's just so inefficient, and it's just
what are those dice?
So bad. Oh!
6 Omni, 1 Cryo on Den's side, and Magician still not getting lucky here. Literally 0 Cryo on their end. Ooh, the dice have a favorite this game.
Yeah, Den is rolling pretty good, if I do say so myself. Got 6 out of 8 Omni, and the 2 that weren't were Cryo and Geo dice, both of which Den could make use of this turn.
So they can just go at it, right? Like, yeah, they're a little bit behind on tempo because Magician was able to build up full energy on the Cryo Cube in the last turn, but then has more dice to work with, better dice to work with, already better setup with Lumenstone and Timaeus, as well as a stronger hand in general. The game definitely looking a lot better for
Dare
them.
overstep your mortal
Yeah, I mean, with the game
authority.
is slowly starting to slip from the hands of Magician, we can see that they're kind of falling behind now, especially in the setup department.
Going to switch over to Azda, since they simply do not have the dice to burst on the Cryo Cube. Not to mention that with Cryo already applied onto Den's Cryo Cube, it would be a little bit of a waste to burst on them. But this does leave Azda vulnerable as well to more Cryo application if Den decides to go for another attack to build up his energy too.
Yeah, I mean, the thing is, if Den decides to attack into Magician's Ajda here, whether with a normal attack for the piercing damage or to the skill for more damage, it will actually give Ajda the Absorb. It'll give them that one crowd that Magician needs to swap back over onto Cube and Burst.
Yeah, Magician still holding on to that status on Azda, just baiting Den a little bit, waving some bait in front of their eyes, like, you know you want to hit him, you know you do, but will Den decide to do so? And if they don't, what would be the play?
I mean, we just saw Den equip a second Cavalryna onto their own Ajda, so we can swap over onto him and force Magician to do something on their Ajda, or even swap back to Cryo Cube, in which case we can get an Absorb of our own. As of course, I don't believe Magician would like to swap over onto Nuvolad so early. It is an option, it's not a terrible option just to pass the turn, and we could of course tune one to scale and swap the Source Water Droplet, but it is just not ideal.
We're hitting the point where we could be seeing a little bit of a swap stall battle, but no, Magician not gonna fall into that. Does decide to give Magicians as the Cryo here in exchange for that application and the energy for a burst. With Gilded, Magician will be able to make up for the bad dice that they had earlier, and will now start doing some damage onto Azda. If they're able to absorb more elements on him as well, his burst will actually be quite threatening.
No, absolutely. I mean, for those of you who don't know where Ajda Burst, he hasn't been that popular in quite a while. It does 4 damage base for 2 energy and 3 dice, and it will also do 1 additional damage for every element Ajda has previously absorbed. Stacking infinitely.
Currently, it would do 5. If he's able to get a Hydro as well, it would do 6. And we know that 6 can be quite an easy breakpoint to hit as well.
Yeah, 6 is a great breakpoint because most skills do 3 damage, right? So following up with a 6 damage burst on a reaction will be enough to 2-tap a character. So if absorb, it's very unlikely to absorb that many elements. Typically when Ajda bursts, he only has 1 or 2 stacks. But I mean, still, it is rather threatening.
And now we can see that Den, having attacked twice already this round, is actually down to 3 dice. So Magicians setting themselves up for a slightly better round here, even if their dice aren't looking the best overall. Den has now been made to switch back to Azda, and Magician is actually able to apply Cryo with his own, but he has to be wary about potentially giving the Cryo over to his opponent as well.
We'll decide to go for the Cryo skill, applying the Cryo onto the opposing Ajda. No point swapping over the Cryo Cube at this moment, where you can just apply the aura anyways with your own Ajda and also deal more damage. So Summon, not going to come out for either player. Den, though, could skill again, get another Absorb, get another Dice Refund, but they need to start playing cards in the hand. Currently, there are 10 cards in there. End phase will draw 2, so we'll decide to play the Gilded right now so we can avoid the overdraw.
Yeah, Den has a lot of potential dice this round because, like you saw, he just played the Gilded. He has Liar Song. He has a second Gilded and Golden House in hand. So Magician has to be. Oh, he just drew a second Liar Song as well.
Oh, that Liar plus Golden House is going to be another free Gilded equip. The only unfortunate thing is we don't have a Boar Princess for Den, so that Cavalryna getting discarded will be a -1 Omni dice later on when we do see it.
But that adds even more potential dice into Den's hand this round. They've already absorbed Cryo on Azda. So once this applies Cryo, there is a non-zero possibility that we see Den's new Valette get some play this turn.
We actually can't apply because we don't have enough dice. The way Gilded works now is it gives two aligned dice of your active character. So we give Den 2 Geo dice if they aren't equipped on Ajita. Of course, they could just lyre something back and place it on Crowd Cube instead. That will give them the crowd they need to skill. With the Magician going for the burst here, doing quite a bit of damage. I mean, it's 5 damage plus 1 absorption, so that's 6 damage over onto the Ajita of Den.
I think it's a good idea to go for that. Magician knows that if they're able to threaten Aztaha here, drop them the 2 HP, he still has 2 dice. Den will be wary because it's not impossible. He has 1 more dice in hand somewhere. So if he leaves Aztaha vulnerable, he could go down this turn, and that's something he wants to avoid.
Yeah, of course, we know that Den doesn't have anything, and you can see it now playing Lumenstone, double Seed Bog. We could play the Lever Harbor Wharf, which I think we should. We should play for free. Our hand is looking incredibly empty right now. We want to fill that back up. We want to start thinning our deck again. I'm just really thinking what to replace right now. It should be the Timaeus. Ooh, going for Seed Bogs instead.
Yeah, I thought it would be a replace on Timaeus as well, since he's already on 0 stacks. But decides to get rid of Seed Box. We see the Caverna come out. Cryo Cube now gonna switch to the active character. Since the Cryo application on a Dense Cryo Cube is already gone, bursting here will feel a lot better.
I think Den would have really liked to swap back over to Ajita and skill, but the thing is, with that shield currently on Crowd Cube, it would live on 1 HP. Skill of Ajita does 3, and then plus 1 from the Crystallize, where it was only 4 damage. With that shield, the cube is on 5, so it will live on 1 HP, and we don't get to trigger that revive, which is really unfortunate for Den. We really do want to get rid of that card if we can, or at least trigger the revive so it's much easier to deal with in the future. Instead, though, I think because we're no longer able to trigger that revive, we're not able to pressure any of Magician's characters right now. We should just play our cards, and we should just ramp up instead. We have Lumenstone, we have the Tool Tools ready to be played. I think we just play those now, we set up our Nouvelette, and we'll maintain our advantage.
Yeah, I agree. Going for the ramp here makes a lot more sense since it would allow Den to get turn priority next round as well. Oh, looks like they're actually going for the burst instead, potentially.
Not an impossible play to think of, but no, it will just be a Tool Tools,
okay.
and we have 1 dice remaining. 2 dice now. Oh, we can equip the veterans over onto Nouvelette. Oh, no, stop playing the treasure. Alright.
Alright, I think not a bad time to play the treasure here since Aztaha and Cube are already so low on HP anyway. Having that as utility in the deck will feel quite nice. Magician drawing Golden House and Caverna, not so good at first, but then Veterans and Gilded definitely making his hand look a lot better this turn.
Yeah, and I mean, we can see not getting rid of Timaeus paying off, because with that Golden House, with that Lyre Song, we can utilize the 1 stack Timaeus was able to generate just in the end phase to be able to play that Gilded for free.
We are starting to get into the rounds that are going to be quite pivotal here for both these players. Dice actually almost the same on both sides, actually. It's impressively similar. Den has 2 Aztaha talents as well as a countdown to the show. So there are ways for them to prolong this round if necessary to set up for Nouvelette.
It will be Den starting the turn here, deciding what to do. You can't swap over to Ajita right now, but you kind of don't want to stay on Cube because it will proc the revive. Burst on Cube does 2 damage to the initial target, so both of Den's characters are vulnerable, but you also don't want to go over to Nouvelette because you do not want to give away that Cryo Aura unless you absolutely have to.
Den really wishing that they'd been able to draw at least one of those treasures there to at least keep Aztaha topped up. They wouldn't mind eating damage on Ice Cube here since it still will have that revive. But we do see the Lyre Song into the Gilded here on Aztaha. I think I'm trying to think of what would be the play here.
We're trying to proc our Lumens to draw a treasure. The odds of us drawing into are quite high. Our deck is barely within the double digits, probably less than 10 cards remaining. And with 6 of those being treasure, the odds are rather high if we do draw into... Oh, tuning the treasure instead. I don't know how to feel about that.
Well, they did play the first one already earlier, so I guess they're saying they don't need 12 treasure cards in the deck. But I hope that that doesn't come back to bite them when they need just a little bit more healing later on. And I'm also wondering why they're tuning so many cards when they do have more than enough dice to play with.
Yeah, that was rather curious. It's not like the timer was low at all either. I think they should have played the treasure instead. It would have taken up 2 dice, yes, but Lumen still would have drawn us 2 cards, and if they were treasure, would have paid itself back. Ooh, unfortunately, drawing into the live in a second countdown. That's not what you want right now.
Yeah, but 12 dice is a lot to play around with, especially with 2 Asdaha talents in hand. That's another like 4 dice there. So Den has a lot of cards to play around with. Will play the countdown, tunes all the dice, gets double treasure, also a quick swap. So a pretty nice draw that allows them to switch over to Asdaha.
Skill here, though, will give Ajda 1 shield. Burst only does 2, so Ajda will actually live on 1 HP and also generate the burst as well.
Yeah, very good eye here from Den. Not to mention the treasure on top of that will very safely take him out of the lethal range and allow him to continue contributing damage. Not to mention building up that burst to threaten Magicians as the or New Valette.
Yeah, I mean, playing 1 treasure instead, bringing Ajda down over to 3 HP instead, just in case Magician decides to skill. This way, it's safe from that as well.
Looking at the state of the game, I do still think that Magician is the one that's slightly on the back foot here, even if they have a little more effective HP overall than Den, just because of how much value Den's hand has.
Yeah, no, Den's hand is absolutely stacked. Double Ajda talent, that's like another 2 dice in the back pocket. Double treasure as well. We have a gilded. I mean, nothing to discount. We don't have a liar right now or anything like that just yet. But that will be quite useful next turn if we do manage to draw something good.
What's going to be going through Magician's mind at this stage? You ideally do want to get that burst out. We see another countdown being played on their side into a second countdown and 2 strategizes. So not the best draw he was hoping for.
No, for sure. It's not ideal. I mean, we can still work with it, I suppose. We can just burst and ramp for next turn. That's kind of all we wanted to do anyways. Just apply that crowd. Oh, finally drawing into that treasure. That's going to be really, really nice.
Actually, putting treasure into the deck now would feel pretty good since he has countdown and 2 strategizes in hand. It would be very easy to pull those out.
It would. The only concern, though, is that Leroy Harbor Wharf. If we draw too much, we can very easily burn important cards as well.
So Magician needs to be quite smart with the way they approach this right now. I think that getting the cube burst out is still gonna be what they want to aim for here, because they don't do enough damage on anyone to actually threaten Asdaha at 3 health and 1 shield, and yup, we will see the Cryo Cube burst comes out, gets the summon, and then after that we'll see what the plan is.
Yeah, well, we do indeed. There's still 1 action remaining. Oh, we're gonna double treasure. Okay. I mean, Magician only has 3 dice remaining, right? We don't see them have a fast swap or anything, so... I mean, even if they did have a fast swap, they have no extra dice currently projected in hand. A fast swap over onto their Ajda into a treasure skill or something would be enough to lethal the Ajda of Den. Of course, we know the Magician doesn't have any extra dice remaining, so Den taking a little bit of a risk, playing that Ajda talent early, but he could very easily be sniped.
Yeah, Magician, he is expecting that Magician doesn't have the exact recipe of quick swap into 2 extra dice. Because like you mentioned, yes, 1 skill from Magician's Asdaha would do a good amount here. Trying to think.
I think it is a little bit risky. I think the safer play would be to swap over into the Cryo Cube and then back over to Ajda to play the double talent. You were able to guarantee it that way. I think if Den is playing these double talents, he is actually really angling to go in for a combo this turn. Magician swapping over onto his new Valette. This does leave him vulnerable to some cryo application, though.
Now, actually a very risky play here by a Magician. I think he realizes that no one else will have the opportunity to lethal Asdaha here, but putting New Valette in direct line of fire, a cryo application on a pretty crucial turn as well is very risky. I guess he's just trying to prolong and take damage on New Valette, but nope. Then pops the second Asdaha talent, goes all the way back up to 10 dice when you think the round is going to be over. And now Magician, I can only imagine, must be sweating.
Yeah, I mean, you're 10 dice versus 1. That is never something good. I mean, the opponent's Nuvola is fully equipped as well. Veteran's Visage with... Or, sorry, is that Gambler? It was either Gambler's Veteran's Visage with that Tula Tools equipped as well. And that was our final dice used to swap over onto Cryo Cube.
At this point, it's just damage control from Magician. Just hoping that Cryo Cube and Aztha can eat as much damage as possible. Then even prolonging things with the swap back onto Cryo Cube, most likely to get that burst out so that he can force a Cryo application onto New Valette no matter what happens.
Oh, this is a very smart play from Den. I mean, if Magician swaps off, the one piercing damage from Cube Burst would proc the revive, so it really just forces Magician to stay here on the Cryo Cube and just eat whatever damage Den wants to put onto it. Playing the strategy as well, that could have been a mistake. We're going to draw 4 cards in the end phase. We need to thin down our hand down to 6 cards, or else we're going to overdraw.
Yeah, we're gonna use the Liar Song here, probably re-equip one of the other cards. He does have Gilded to get a couple more dice here, and he just duty as the Hut Talent, so there's a possibility of prolonging the round, but it's gonna be very difficult to do so. Looks like he'll just reapply the Cavrina instead.
Yeah, re-equipping the Gilded onto the Ajta, and with that, the Boar Princess that we played will generate 1 extra dice. Not playing at the Cryo Cube, probably because we do want to keep that Gilded in there so we can Liar Song it back. Unfortunately, this does mean we need to tune in if we do want to skill on a Cryo Cube. But no, we'll just fast swap over onto the Ajta to play the Talent instead.
It is ridiculous to think how long this round in particular has gone. The sheer amount of dice generation that is possible on this deck is crazy. The fact that we're almost getting basically like, I don't know what round this is, but it's like this round 1.5 here basically.
Yeah, no, just all the tools these players have to extend the round just that little bit further is absolutely insane. This time it'll be Den swapping over to the Ajta, sorry, the New Valette, knowing the Magician can't have 3 Cryo dice in order to skill, right? Because Ajta, the way his talent works, it'll generate 1 dice for every single different element currently on the team. Instead, so Den will swap over onto their own. Oh wait, no.
No. And then realize, okay, it's done. Magician has finally ended their turn. I can actually attack as the Ha gonna be the first one to go down. Magician actually choosing to switch over to New Valette here as the active character so that they will have priority at the start of next turn. Plus, they'll be able to use the Cryo Cube summon to insta-freeze Den's New Valette.
Yeah, that's gonna be rather threatening. I mean, I think Den right now is thinking whether or not to swap over onto Cryo Cube and burst, or to burst on New Valette and then swap back over to Cryo Cube. Or perhaps just swap over to Cryo Cube, or swap over to Ajtaha, and then play the Live in an end turn instead. I think the correct play here, very difficult to say actually.
I think
so we'll be swapping over to Ajtaha.
Aztha would be the character that threatens straight up damage the most, because he will have burst available, which will drop a Magician down to 3 HP, which is within lethal range of New Valette, not to mention apply Cryo at the same time. Then realizes he's not going to need Cryo Burst anymore, now that Magician's left on only New Valette as a primary threat. So I think Aztha is the way to go.
It's all about the swap style game now, though. It's all about who is able to get that second instance of aura, who is able to freeze the opposing carry first. Even if Den's New Valette is more equipped, as long as Magician is able to freeze him, it's like he was never there in the first place. Now the Magician with turn priority, with Cryo over onto the New Valette, because they ended on their own New Valette, the Cryo Cube summon attacked the New Valette of Den's. Den swapping over onto the Ajta. This is rather risky. There is Cryo Aura on him, so he can get frozen, but it also kind of forces Magician to go for that play, or else he's going to eat a very, very threatening 5 damage burst.
And Magician right now will be trying to consider whether or not Den has Quick Swap in hand. We know that they don't, but if Magician goes for the attack here onto Aztha, freezes him, and then Den goes to Cryo Cube and applies Cryo, then we are basically back to 0, where either New Valette can freeze the others as long as they're given that opening.
Yeah, I think Den used the fast swap earlier. Both players are only running 1 in the deck, so I'm pretty sure neither player has it. From here on out, it will just be about swap stalling. Who is able to get the advantage over their opponent just through posturing alone?
Too late, too late, going to be played here, pulls out Timaeus, probably a bit too late to consider playing Timaeus. I think almost every artifact in the deck has already been drawn out at this point. Magician going to finish off as the hut as well with that extra damage. And now, I think Den has to go to Cryo Cube, right?
Yes, I think the correct play here is to go over onto Cryo Cube Burst, and then we comply the Cryo Aura onto Nuvolet, and also activate the Revive of our opponent's Cryo Cube. And that way it forces them to go onto Cryo Cube, right, which we can kill it because its Revive is procced, and we can stay on our own cube longer, which will also force Nuvolet to do its Prepare skill on our Cryo Cube, which forces them to use more dice, and it lets us get the freeze a lot easier.
And I like how Den decided to play the parametric here as well. It's gonna put a little bit of doubt on Magician's mind, because if he continues attacking, he's going to be giving Den even more dice here. And as we can see, Den still sitting on 11. They still have War Princess, a Treasure, and Gilded in hand. So they've got plenty of dice for this round.
You know, as you said, lots of dice in Den's hand, not a lot of Magicians, because they were forced to use a lot of it last round. They used one War Princess, they used one Lyre Song. No more Aja Towns available, because of course Aja is dead. We already played both of them as well, so Den still has the dice advantage, and Magician is put in a really tough spot. They still need to find a way to win this game. Their Aja is now fully equipped. We have one Source Water Droplet remaining, but our opponent is in just a better state than us overall, because they do have more dice than us right now. They have more magic than us as well, and they played the treasures, and they are still drawing treasures.
Yeah, I wonder if it might be good to go play the countdown here, since the deck is gonna be majority treasure, and you can get the dice back in exchange for some healing as well. Because Magician cannot really afford to directly lethal Ice Cube. You can attack once to take out its revive, but then after that...
Yeah, the problem is after that, right? If you skill, it will proc Ice Cube's revive, which allows it to hit you again, right? But you don't have the dice, but you're gonna have to tune for it, which you kind of don't want to do. But if you normal attack, Cube is going to eat both of those hits, and it's gonna allow Nuvolet to guarantee a freeze. It should just be Cryo Cube's skill here for Den.
Yeah, no reason for them to switch to Nuvolet here. They'd basically be throwing the game if they decided to do that. Go for another attack. Force Magician to be the one to take out Cryo Cube so that you can get a free swap to your Nuvolet. Freeze Magician's Nuvolet, then the game is just yours.
I mean, it's not just the free freeze or free swap either. It's also a free Gambler's Reset, because Nuvolet Burst for Den is primed and ready, and it also does 1 piercing damage to all of the opponent's characters.
That is true. Cryo Cube is primed to be Gambler's food here, and yup, Magician gonna do a skill on the cube. Take Nuvolet down to 7 HP. It will get lethaled. 07 to the Ice Cube. He's done his job well. And here comes the burst from Nuvolet to freeze Magician's Nuvolet. Take out the Cryo Cube. Get extra dice from the Gamblers. And this is going to be GG for Den. But man, look at all those treasures.
Yeah, all those treasures, but unfortunately you really can't use the dice. We'll still play them though, trying to get a last-ditch effort in the healing. If they're lucky, maybe they could even play their second treasure and the Wharf to hopefully draw some more of that next turn. I mean, if Magician's able to live, they could still win. I just don't think they're living. There's 8 dice remaining, 2 tools equipped, 2 Source Water Droplets. This game is as good as over.
Yeah, Dan can still guarantee at least 3 or 4 actions on Nuvolet, and that adds up to way more than 7 HP in total. So with the round ended by Magician, it's only a matter of time here, not to mention Gilded on top of all that, just to add a little bit more insult to injury. And then should be able to clean sweep the very first match of the day.
Yeah, it'll be a 2-0 to start the day for Den. Magician, knowing that it's possible to live at this point, will just surrender the match to Den, and congratulations for him. Very clean 2 games. We're able to push his advantage so perfectly.
Yep. That means that Den will be able to continue their journey and move on to upper bracket round 2. And Magician will have to play a much longer and more difficult journey through the losers bracket. But really masterfully played by both these players. I think Magician did unfortunately get a little bit unlucky with some of the dice and cards that he was pulling out. And yeah, it just made things a lot more difficult for them.
Yeah, no, just Magician unfortunately didn't quite get off on the right foot. A lot of the setup came late. I mean, Den was able to get the an early setup advantage with the Lumen Stone, whereas Den really only had the Timaeus, not to mention the dice on turns 1 and 2 really just did not work for him. And Den was able to utilize that setup advantage to push for a victory, constantly maintaining that advantage, maintaining the dice lead, maintaining the setup lead, sacrificing some early damage in the long run.
Yeah, I like the sacrifices that were made by Den. Like, definitely some of the lines that they took initially may have not been the most efficient overall, but were what made the most sense in this mirror matchup situation. And although Magician started off pretty strong, initially gaining momentum by having higher health pools, getting Aztaha burst and Ice Cube burst out earlier than their opponent, what matters is who is able to close things out, and that's what Den was able to achieve.
Yeah, and Magician was able to get a really nice damage lead earlier, and like staying on that crowd queue, building the burst up early. Unfortunately, though, wasn't able to leverage it because the dice just weren't there for him. Unfortunately, maybe if the crowd queue burst came out early, maybe things worked out a little bit better. We could be looking at a different game, but wasn't able to maintain the HP advantage. And Den, with more dice, was able to slowly close that gap and then eventually push for his own victory.
Big surprises though. We're seeing the trend that we witnessed yesterday kind of continuing, where games are going more towards clean sweeps. I still remember the very first week of the regular season. There were quite a lot of 2-1 games, so it's a curious trend to observe. But we'll be able to have a look at the upgraded bracket after this to see how Group B is going to be looking after this victory.
Yeah, here we go. Here's the bracket for Group D. We just saw the match between Den and Magician, with Den ultimately taking it. Stay tuned, though, because we're going to have another one with Graphite and Shuk once more for the last round of the winners round 1.
Yeah, it's going to be the final winners first round match, like you mentioned, Suvi. Graphite and Shuk are going to be preparing themselves to face off after this to see who gets to face Den in the winner's second round and who will have to face Magician in the loser's first round. I'm very interested to see how Group B is going to continue developing, because I think we definitely had some interesting stories across the brackets of Group A, right? There were multiple cases where players who won a precise matchup in the upper bracket ended up losing to the same matchup in the loser's bracket, where arguably it's a lot more important. So, yeah, some very interesting storylines being made here.
Yeah, and that shows the adaptability of these players, right? Once they make a mistake, they learn from it, they change it, they change their playstyle, they change their decks to make sure that never happens again. And we can see when they come back to it, when they go for that rematch, they've learned from their mistake, and they've changed how they play it, and they changed what the mistakes they did, they changed what they did in order to take that victory.
Every single time, these players continue to impress me by just how skilled and flexible they can be, finding ways out of every single situation. But with that, that's the end of our first match of the day. We're gonna go for a short break before we come back with the next match between Graphite and Shuk. So make sure you guys don't go anywhere. We'll be back in just a few minutes.
Some say that champion duelists are to Fontaine as the safety is to a musket. Which is to say, a chance to defend one's honor and avoid the scrutiny of the prosecution. A way to unload the pent-up emotion in the courtroom without a violent eruption. But there's another way of looking at it, namely, when the accused denigrate the law and question its authority, we must safeguard the dignity of the court. And as a last resort, we will do so by force.
In that case, Mr. Mescal, please confirm whether I understand the defense's position correctly. You vehemently oppose the law, refuse to stand trial, and request an alternative recourse to defend the honor of your guild.
That's right. I demand a duel.
Too often, it is only when the safety is disengaged and the champion duelist takes aim that they finally realize whose hand controls the gun.
The request for a duel is approved. This decision is irreversible.
You got questions? You've come to the right person. On the off chance I don't have the answers, I can ask around and help you find out.
Sethos. Pretty interesting guy. He's like a distant cousin of Cynos.
The first time we met, he came up and asked me if I was Hat Guy.
He nods his head when he talks. It's like, oh, I don't know, like a little puppy, yes?
Doesn't play enough TCG.
Some of my elders say I'm difficult to control, like a wild animal. But don't you think it's kind of an issue that they want to control how other people think in the first place? Sometimes an over-reliance on ancient wisdom can make you forget the strength that you and your companions already have.
Move or be moved.
Behind you! Don't mention it. I'll protect you. Or you can protect me. Whatever works.
Prince Cup Atlantic matches, the event card Underwater Treasure Hunt brought us so many exciting moments. So how can we make the best use of this event card? Let's learn from the pro players. The key to using Underwater Treasure Hunt effectively is to have a stable card draw mechanism. Different decks will choose different tools. For example, Jibu's Chongyun Razor Burst deck uses support cards like Liban and Treasure Seeking Sealy as its main card draw methods. On the other hand, Binzu's mid-slow pace deck, which are centered around characters like Kuki Shinobu or Nouvelet, tend to use artifacts like Veteran's Visage and Gilded Dreams, which provide continuous card draw. Of course, when preparing card draw mechanisms, most players will choose the Lumenstone Adjuvant as the facilitator for their decks. It not only provides continuous extra card draws, but also offers Omni Dice. Lastly, it's crucial to pay attention to the timing of using Underwater Treasure Hunt. It's best to use it when you have enough card draw methods, or when most of your deck has already been drawn. Using Underwater Treasure Hunt too early might prevent you from drawing other key cards in time. So keep that in mind. Please follow us for more Genius Invocation TCG tips, and see you next time.
The curtain draws once more, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome back. Thank you for joining us here. You're watching the Prince Cup 2024 regular season for the Pacific region. We're currently in the midst of witnessing the battles amongst the players of Group B, and we're just about to enter our second match of the day. My name is Staffa, and today my co-caster is Sumi.
Yes, hello, we're back once again for week 2 for another round of exciting matches. We just finished the battle between between Den and Magician, with Den winning in a 2-0 fashion.
An unexpected result, that is to say, but the trend has certainly been proceeding where players are able to win out their matches a lot more decisively. We'll see whether the trend continues as we jump into our second match, which is going to be between Graphite and Shuk.
Yeah, I mean, both of these players, I haven't really heard their names too often, so unknown to me. If you do know them, though, please do let us know in the comments and cheer for which player you believe will win, or just your favorite player in general.
Make sure you guys show your support in the comments by shouting out their name. Do you know that they could use the energy? Like, so much thinking and, like, mind power has to go into considering every single move here. And as we can see, like we mentioned earlier, Den did end up winning the previous match today and move on to the winner's second round, dropping Magician to the loser's first round.
Yeah, Magician will unfortunately fall to the lower bracket round 1, where they will face the loser of Graphite versus Shuk. We'll have to see which one eventually will triumph in the winner's round 1, though.
Yeah, so far, the group has been proceeding apace. We've already highlighted that Group A had some interesting storylines. So far, the only group that has concluded its games with our two first qualified participants moving on into the live event being Minty and Z Crimlet. Only one out of the only 2 out of the 8 players here will get to join them.
It is for sure a very tough proposition. I mean, your chances of making out are so low because your opposition is so tough. So these players will have to play their heart out.
And here we have the new players that will be playing their hearts out. It's going to be Graphite, the professional top decker, versus Shuk, the mastermind.
Yeah, Graphite will start us off by playing the Double Dragon Cube deck, which we just saw Den and Magician both play to various degrees. It is a super strong deck and super popular for a reason. It was actually so strong that it's actually banned out on Shuk's side. Shuk, though, is going to play the Kuki Kiara Herald deck. This is a very popular deck over in Group D of the Atlantic tournament. Has fallen out of favor here in the Pacific region. We haven't seen it too much. I think it's only played 1 game so far, so we'll have to see how it does.
And Shuk's other deck that we'll be seeing later on is actually the Kave deck. We've only seen one of this so far in the tournament, so really excited to get to cast it for the first time. Not to mention a very interesting thing as well, the deck banned out on Graphite's deck is the Narwhal, Apep, and Flying Serpent.
Yeah, a variation on Conwheel, bringing a pep instead of the Scorpion. It's a very interesting deck, and I would love to see how it played. Unfortunately, it's banned out this time, but hopefully we do get to see more of it later on. Graphite will, at the very least, have another option to show us if he either advances or drops down lower bracket. Speaking of Graphite, though, here is his deck.
We got, once again, Ice Cube Double Dragon deck list looking a lot closer to Magicians that we saw in the earlier series with the double Lear Harbor Wharf and Vanarana, but this time actually running a Passing of Judgment.
Yeah, Passing of Judgment is a character card, or sorry, an arcane card that was very, very popular over in Atlantic, because Hyper Magic was everywhere, right? You're able to stop the opponent's Lyre Songs, you're able to stop their Boar Princesses, you're able to stop them generating dice from things like magic as well, so very, very valuable in that sense, but we haven't seen a lot of it here in the Pacific region.
Yeah, so I'm interested to see what will happen with Passing of Judgment here, because really an arcane card that hasn't seen a lot of play yet here in the region, like you pointed out. As for Shuk, this is going to be that Kuki Kirara Herald deck. Not sure if it has an official name just yet, but it's a deck that is very disruptive to the opponent, has a lot of damage through switching characters, through Kuki and Kirara skills, and by applying Herald debuff can stop them from basically executing on their actions.
Yeah, and speaking of this deck, we saw a similar matchup with it over in Group A. It was Minty versus Glass. It was a Magic Dragon versus Kuki Kiara, so very, very similar. I think Kuki Kiara was the one that took the win in that matchup with an Adeptus Burst with Kiara onto the Nuvolette. So it's able to do massive, massive burst damage and able to chunk through Nuvolette in one go, bypassing his healing.
Yeah, it's something that even caught me off guard at the time, because a lot of us were focusing on the Adeptus Cookie Burst. It's usually the Cookie Burst that you see doing the highest damage total in this deck list, but then you forget that Kirara's Burst with Adeptus can also hit like a truck. So we do see some very interesting cards being brought in here. We got one Mausoleum. I haven't lost yet, a card we were literally talking about during the break that we don't see a lot of anymore, as well as the Tevat Fried Egg.
Yeah, Tevat Fried Egg is like a card that has really fallen out of favor. It was a lot more popular back in 4.3, where there was a bunch of finally everywhere is able to really tank the aggro decks a lot better. With these combo decks and these slower decks, Egg isn't typically favored, but in a deck like this, where like you have so much healing with things like the Kuki Summon with Kiara's shield as well, the Egg can get you a surprise, like, extra bit of HP that could barely take you over the finish line.
So now, as we jump into the board for the very first game between Graphite, currently on the top side of the screen, and Shuk on the bottom half, they're both going to be picking which character they want to start with. Shuk going for their classic opening line, which leads me to believe that they're probably the player that's going first, and Graphite deciding who they want to open with.
Yeah, Graphite, I think, is running the version with the Lear Harper Warp, as I can see the Vanarana in hand. So, Shuk is playing the Mausoleum of King Deshret. It's been a card that we haven't really seen too much in Group B, but we can see Graphite's deck decision really paying off in this matchup, assuming they are able to find it, of course. It's not in their opening hand.
Yeah, it is not, and we've already seen a lot of cases where cards that you really want to depend on are just unfortunately on the bottom 10 cards of your deck. So hopefully that doesn't happen for our players today, as Graphite looks like they're the ones starting off here and immediately playing a countdown to the show, drawing their second one and getting a little more ramp options in hand.
I mean, the Tamias was already in there. We got the treasure as well. Unfortunately, drew a lot of artifacts instead of what they really wanted, being that Lear Harbor work to play around the Mausoleum, which Shuk did start off with, so that's rather fortunate. Only running one copy in the deck, so as soon as that's off the field, you no longer really have to worry about shuffling Forbidden Knowledges into your deck.
Graphite unfortunately doesn't have the Lear Harbor Wharfs in hand as well that could counterplay that just yet, but he also doesn't really have the other cards like Lumenstone that would fall into the trap of the Mausoleum, so it's a bit of a neutral state currently on the board for these players. I'd also like to take the chance before the game has really gotten started yet to inform everyone watching that we'll actually be having a QR code between the two players there. It's actually just popped up right now. Scan this QR code, drop us some feedback about the event, what things you think we're doing right, what things you think we could be improving on, and we can use that as constructive criticism to make sure our future events are even better.
It looks like Graphite will go for the full ramp links to Timaeus as well as the Vanarana, and I think equipping the Veteran's Visage onto the Cryo Hypnostasis. Now, it is Shuke's turn, 8 dice, they can do whatever they want over to Graphite, and Graphite really can't do anything about it.
Yeah, Shuk has pretty good dice actually, a 3 Electro, 2 Dendro, so we should be able to get a skill out on both Kuki and Kirara if they want here. Depends on whether they want to set up Lear Harbor Wharf or Mausoleum with the remaining dice.
Yeah, indeed. They could also just skill on Kuki and then play the Shadow of the Sand King over onto Kiara's skill and then swap off. It'll give us... Well, actually, no, it wouldn't, because you need to be the active character for your reaction. So, I'll play on Herald instead. I think no matter what you do, you do want to get that initial Kuki skill off. Yeah, we'll play the Veteran's Visage as well, because Kuki does do self-piercing. It will refund 1 dice immediately, so that's going to start generating value right away. And now we have 4 dice remaining. We can swap over to Kiara and then just, Mausoleum Wharf Pass, I guess? Or we can just stay here, play our entire hand out.
And we can stay on Kuki, play Wharf Mausoleum like you mentioned. You can also choose to go to Kirara and pop a Kirara skill to get a Quicken.
Yeah, we'll be over to Kiara. Ooh, treasure's very nice. Oh, and the 1 healing as well, because he swapped over. Kuki was the only person that took damage, so the healing would go on her, activating the secondary effect of Veteran's Visage, that second stack, drawing us a card, which just so happens to be the treasure. Not what we want right now. It is a very powerful card, but it is only very powerful once we can thin our deck more.
Looks like Shuk will decide to go for the setup here on both Lear Harbor Wharf as well as Mausoleum. Decides that not much point going for the Kirara skill since you still need to swap to get the Quicken regardless, so save it for the next round instead.
Yeah, it will be Graphite with the turn advantage though. This is a very interesting matchup because like there's not really anyone you want to apply the crowd on particularly. There's not like a hyper carry you worry about in Shuke's deck. All 3 characters have their role, and like, but none of them is a character you really care to freeze individually. Of course, if Kuki has burst, if Kirara has burst, of course you go for the freeze on them because you want to avoid that big damage. But right now in the early game, in this neutral state more or less, there isn't a character you are particularly gunning for.
That's why it requires a notable bit more foresight from the freeze player in deck lists like this, where, like you mentioned, there's no true singular core that you can identify, like New Valette and Double Dragon, for example. So you gotta keep your wits about you and make sure that Aura is prepared for potential freeze whenever a burst might become a source of danger. It's difficult to do so though, because both Kuki and Kirara only need 2 energy to get their bursts out.
Yeah, like a 2 energy burst is kind of hard to play around because you can't really stop it. They'll get it up eventually, and especially with how much healing you have as well. Even if you do get them frozen, as long as they have that energy, they can come back on later on at full HP and just burst you anyways. So it's rather difficult. I think if you are Graphite, you don't focus on the freeze. I think you try to speed run the New Valette setup. Because disrupting the opponent doesn't really do anything. They're going to be able to do whatever they want anyways, because a lot of their power comes from the fact they are able to do actions by swapping, and you can't stop them from swapping.
I agree. Allowing New Valette to come up with a little bit sooner would probably be pretty effective. Because while it is true that this deck is a little bit more flexible in some regards, because you can basically do damage on any of the characters, it is also pretty obvious to know when like big sources of damage are going to be coming out, because a lot of it is front loaded onto the bursts, right? So as long as New Valette is not on the field when energy is full on Kuki or Kirara, he is actually quite okay taking damage.
Both players cringed on dice. That's not good. I mean, Graphite could fix it with the countdown to the show, but the issue is you're going to activate the Mausoleum of Shuke, and there's also the end phase draw to worry about as well, which is not great.
Yeah, Graphite ideally wants to wait until the end phase draw to come out so that they can proc the Mausoleum with the least damage possible. But it means that they are gonna have to play without drawing any cards for the rest of the turn. And that also means that they're not going to be able to tune the dice that they have.
Yeah, I don't think they can afford to wait, right? Because a lot of the cards in our hand are high value. We do want to be playing them as opposed to tuning them. The issue is if we tune them... I mean, if we tune them, we can't play them, obviously. But if we play instead like stuff like the Countdown of the Show to try to pull us something good and try to fix our dice, Mausoleum will start shuffling Forbidden Knowledge into our deck. And we have seen players be messed up because of that.
Especially with the value of Countdown to the Show, drawing 4 cards at once. Mausoleum is already on 2 stacks. It would basically mean that alongside the end turn draw, you'd be like creating at least 4 Forbidden Knowledge, and that's really difficult to deal with. So Graphite's just going to do some damage there onto Kirara. I expect a switch from Shuk here.
I do expect a switch as well. We're going to get that pocket quicken, as I like to call it. If we do swap over to Abyss Herald as well, we can tune again to start applying that Hydro Aura to start setting us up for Hyper Blooms or maybe even Electro Charges.
A lot of potential reaction coming in from this deck, since literally everything will react with one another. So that's the damage that Graphite will want to be wary of. As of current, their side of the field has not really taken a lot of damage, so they still do have some time to consider what they want to do. But they gotta make sure not to take too long, because this deck is slowly gonna whittle them down.
Ooh, second Curse the Undercurrent coming. You know, now that you think about Shuke's deck list, they're actually only running 2 Herald talents as well as a Sapwood Blade, so there's no Kuki talent for the instant revive, and no Kiara talent either for that extra swap, for that free swap.
Oh, was it? I thought I did see one Kuki talent. Now I'm kind of doubting myself a bit. I guess we'll find out later on if it comes out or not, but you would think that that would typically be a pretty important component of the deck, because having Revive on both Kuki and Herald would just make you even more difficult to deal with.
Yeah, like that once per turn revive, like healing Kuki back to 1 HP if she takes lethal damage, as long as she has the talent down, is so powerful. But maybe in this era where everyone just has infinite dice anyways, they're able to guarantee 2 actions on Kuki anyways. Like, maybe there's not a point into running, because it is a huge investment, right? Getting the burst up takes a lot of time, takes a lot of dice. Maybe we'd rather save that for something else.
But I feel like you typically also would like to build up the burst if you can, because it's just a very easy way to deal, I think it was 7 damage at once with the Adeptus. So, we'll see. But, yeah, like, it would be a little bit weaker against this deck in particular, because, Neuvillette and Ice Cube both have ways of dealing piercing damage to standby characters. But yeah, we see the Ice Cube going for the burst here, applying Cryo to the Herald now.
And what will Shuke do? We got 2 Hydro Dice, 2 Electro Dice. I mean, Hair Dice, I don't want to see it. We really do want 3 Hydro right now in order to do a skill. I think that would put us to a very comfortable place. We'll start applying some Hydro over onto the cube, and if Graphite swaps as well, Hydro onto one of the other characters to start reacting with. Instead, though, because we really don't want to tune what's in our hand right now, we're just going to play Lumenstone, and we're going to ramp up, probably with the Vada Rana.
Yep, looks like that's exactly what they're going to do here. Graphite, Shuke is in a comfortable enough spot. They've already got Cryo applied on Herald and Kirara anyway, so they're okay with eating an extra application and damage from the summon at the end turn.
Yeah, we'll look with the Curse of the Undercurrent over onto the Herald. I'm not sure what the talent is called, but the one that applies it when Herald is Revive activates. So now, if Graphite ever knocks Herald out, they're going to have to deal with spending 1 more aligned dice on their elemental skills.
And it can be very detrimental to have a debuff like that, especially on a deck like Double Dragon, because it does rely quite a bit on magic as well as efficiency from Neuvillette's base kit to get multiple actions out in a singular turn. So Curse of the Undercurrent is really good at dealing with decks like this just because of how much more dice it costs to do everything.
It will certainly make everything just a little bit more expensive. It'll put that extra little bit of pressure onto Graphite, and I mean, it's going to make their setup a lot more complicated, right? Because a lot of the early game plan here is to set the Cryo application for freeze, while you're simultaneously trying to slap everything you can over onto that Neuvillette. Needing to spend that extra bit of dice in order to do the Cryo application setup means you need to spend less dice on Neuvillette.
Graphite does decide to switch to Neuvillette, equips the Tula with the last of his dice as well, and the choice of going to Neuvillette here is so that the Cryo Hypostasis Summon goes and attacks Kuki instead, thereby applying Cryo to the final character on Shukei's side of the board. This does, however, mean that Neuvillette will potentially take some damage since Shukei has turn priority.
Yeah, Shukei will be able to get to go first, though. We can apply some Hydro Aura onto the Neuvillette. If we do decide to Elemental Skill on Herald, it'll give us that Prepare skill. Hopefully apply Hydro onto one of Graphite's other characters, though, assuming that he does swap off. And it looks like I was wrong. Shukei is running a Kuki talent, so it is the Kiara talent that is missing. They are still running the 3 talent as is standard with this deck. They're just deciding to swap over the Kiara talent for the Herald talent.
Alright. Okay. I thought I had saw something wrong earlier on because I was sure I saw a Kuki talent. But okay, so they will have that. But like I already highlighted earlier as well, against this deck in particular, the Kuki talent could be a little bit on the weaker side since both Cryocube and Neuvillette have ways of dealing piercing damage to the standby characters. So as long as Graphite holds on to that, then the talent just becomes kind of worthless actually.
Yeah, won't get much use of it if its conditions aren't met. They do have the Sapwood Blade, though, for Kiara or Kuki, depending on which one Shukei wants to equip that on. It would make their normals do 3 damage, which is actually quite threatening, and also make their burst hurt a lot more as well, which I think is more important.
Yeah, Let's see. Shukei has options here. They can either go for a attack on the Herald on the Neuvillette, or they can switch to apply Electro instead. But I think just in terms of overall damage done, going on the Herald makes a lot more sense. And just in case Graphite avoids taking him out manually, then he can build up that burst for the debuff as well.
Yeah, we'll decide to go for the skill in Herald as opposed to swapping off onto another character. We'll apply a little bit of Hydro onto Neuvillette. Graphite could just freeze Herald here with a skill. We do want to do that at some point just to set up the Source Water droplets. And now would be a fairly good time as well, as because we don't have to curse the Undercurrent, so it would spend 1 less dice for that as well. Did play the countdown to fix our rather atrocious dice, drawing into our Lumenstone, which is really nice as well. As well as the two Forbidden Knowledges that were just shuffled into our deck as well.
Yeah, Graphite's gonna need to deal with those, but they were able to avoid drawing cards in the last round, so they don't have to deal with much more than these 2 Forbidden Knowledges in hand already. Going for the freeze on the Herald does make the most sense to be overall if you're able to get burst built up on Neuvillette, which you should be able to do so quite safely against this deck, especially since there's no threat of being frozen. It's gonna be pretty solid, not to mention Kuki and Kirara having Cryo on them means that whoever Shukei decides to switch to is also at risk.
And you also have the Tulis as well, right? That discounts your charge attack to only 2 dice. We could see the Source Water charge attack coming in here. Shukei is going to pre-play the Treasure over onto the Abyss Herald. A follow-up attack from Neuvillette only does 4 damage, so that means we can swap back over onto Herald to tank that secondary hit so he still lives, and then we can whittle down the dice of Graphite just that little bit more.
Okay, already played the quick swap, so it's gonna elect to go to someone else here. Depends on what they really want to pop off. But note that when they switch here, they are going to proc an Electro Charge confirmed onto Neuvillette. So all elements are going to be reset afterwards. Decides that they're gonna go to Kirara. I guess getting the shield on Kirara would allow Herald to tank even more.
I mean, if we skill here though, Kirara will be the one taking the brunt of that damage. They'll be minus 5 HP, reduced a little bit because of that shield. If we do swap back to Herald, it will live on 1 HP, but it's still rather threatening. I don't think we want him to be that low just yet.
It's a difficult decision to make right now.
Coming through.
Yeah, difficult indeed. It will be the skill here. A Neuvillette follow. Oh, no. Okay, Neuvillette wasn't in his charge attack form just yet. He's skilled on Herald. Whoops. So yeah, and Graphite could just use a swap off and ramp here, or alternatively go in for the attack on Neuvillette.
Well, both of those were free, so he can definitely go for the damage here. The shield from Kirara are going to be able to tank the majority of that first hit, and also remove the cryo on Kirara. So the next time that she takes the field, she will actually be ready to burst, since she's already full on energy, and Shukei has been sitting on Adeptus in hand since the very beginning of the game.
Yeah, but that is one fast swap down from Shuk. I mean, they probably only run one deck as well. That we are seeing a trend of that now. Players do prefer the deck space for more dice generation. The utility from the fast swap not as relevant. Players are just going to swap sell anyways with their extra dice. So when you no longer have a fast action from Shuk, assuming it is one copy, they could have a second one there. I don't quite remember their deck list. But now, do we swap back over the hero to tank the hit, or do we just go on to Kuki? We don't have any ramp right now, so I think it should be swapping back over the hero to take that secondary hit.
Wait for my signal.
Ooh, actually gonna choose to go on Kuki here. They apply Dendro. I guess they're trying to force their opponent to spend all of the cryo application on their side of the field. But they're doing so by eating a lot of damage as well. So a very risky play to go for, but if it does pay off, we will see.
Yeah, risky indeed. Like, all three characters are frozen now. We only have a choice to play that Lubin Stone. If we didn't just top deck it off of the Veteran's Visage, it could have been really, really bad for us. I mean, we could have still passed the dice over to Bonarana, so it wasn't the worst thing in the world. Graphite's going to just play the Forbidden Knowledge now, so we're going to start cycling through that now. Drawing a Boar Princess is going to be really, really nice. We do start comboing. Unfortunately, we know Lyre Song currently in hand. We have yet to draw that. At this point, those 0 dice, the opponents are fully frozen. We should just end our turn, unless we want to swap off to avoid that Kira reverse.
Graphite doesn't have any dice left to even swap, though. That's the thing. So they are... Yeah, Treasure would be the only way they do so. Well, looks like they will decide to play the Treasure. He'll Neverland back up. The Boar Princess going to be played as well. Draws another Treasure. Okay, never mind. Graphite is more than enough dice.
I wonder what the Boar Princess is for. It's very curious. We didn't need to play it. We weren't going to overdraw. I guess just activating the Lumen Stone to play the Wharf, I suppose? The only reason I could see.
Yeah, I think it is probably just to activate the Lumen Stone. Because we know that Boar Princess is just going to stay regardless, and I don't think Graphite feels any need to hide it from Shuk. So yeah, we see the Lear Harbor Wharf coming out. Graphite should enter there. That means that Kuki will eat the remaining cryo application from the summon.
Yeah, we'll tune one dice just to play the second Lumen Stone. Make sure they don't overdraw. And this will be Graphite with turn priority. Well, Kuki down onto 1 HP. That's so low. Thankfully, though, not quite within that 1 HP breakpoint for the 1 piercing damage of Nouvelet first. She will still live. And now Graphite with turn priority cannot stay on Nouvelet. Right? Kirara Adeptus Burst does do 7 damage. We do need to swap off. We cannot leave him vulnerable like this.
I suspect Graphite will want to switch back to maybe Cryo Cube here, since now a lot of Cryo application has already been spent earlier, and considering they did re-roll a whole bunch of Geo dice, I think, yeah, most likely we are going to see the Cryo Cube go back to being the active character to try and reapply things to get a second set of freezes out.
Yeah, I mean, the Adeptus Burst Macari is so threatening. We saw Nouvelet lose this earlier, so Graphite needs to be aware that this is a possibility. With how much the deck Shuk has already drawn, very likely to happen in hand, and does decide to click it Sid, does swap over to the Ajda. We want to wait until Shuk use that Kirara burst, wait for them to burn the Adeptus before we can safely swap back over onto the Nouvelet.
Curious decision actually to go to Azdaha, because if they intended to play a lot of Azdaha this round, they would not have re-rolled so many dice. They actually rolled like 4 Geo before they re-rolled all of it. So I'm suspecting that the choice to go to Azdaha is to eat a little bit of damage, maybe even bait out the Adeptus Burst if they're able to, and then go back to either Nouvelet or Ice Cube for the rest of the round.
Yeah, I think a lot of this is swap stalling, as you said, right? It forces them to do an action here. Then we can swap between the Cryo Cube and Ajda if we feel like it. And then just make it so that they burn all of their dice, all of their damage, all their resources on 2 of the characters that we don't really care about right now.
Graphite also does have Azdaha talent in hand, so another good way for them to prolong the round and force priority onto Shukei's side. GK, unfortunately, not the best dice overall, but they're able to spend a lot of it into equipping that Sapwood Blade. Looks like that's going on to Kirara, which means that now the Adeptus Burst actually does 8 damage. And by doing a hit onto Aztaha, everyone on Graphite's side would be lethaled by it.
Or replacing Timaeus without Lumenstone. Timaeus was at the 3 stacks as well, so would have been 3 Gilded Dreams. Unfortunately, we don't quite have it in hand, and just instantly replaced by that Lumenstone. A burst right now from Kirara will only do 5 damage, so even so, Aja will live on 1 unless Shuk decides to commit the Adeptus, which I think is a mistake. We really do need to save that for Nuvalat.
Yeah, but Nuvalet's actually at a pretty low amount of HP as well. So Shuk might decide that it's worth Adeptus bursting Aztaha and then just taking out Nuvalet through other sources of damage. But they do need to consider that there's going to be a lot of treasure coming out of Graphite's deck very soon, so we'll see what they decide to prioritize. They decide to go to Herald instead, yeah.
Herald, we'll see the second board prints coming in from the side of Graphite. The Forbidden Knowledge as well to activate that Lumenstone. Oh, drawing into another treasure. That's really, really nice.
The second Lear Harbor Wharf gonna pop out here as well. Probably a little bit late to play that, but still could be useful since you want to be able to draw even more of those treasures out of the deck. This is gonna be one of those pivotal moments in the game here for Graphite. If they're able to survive the damage coming in from Shuk, and if they're able to force them to waste the Kirara burst on a less than ideal target, they will be able to top up Nuvalet after that and take control of the game.
I mean, as soon as Nuvalet goes down, the game plan of this deck really does fall apart because you have no healing aside from the treasure, which, I mean, it is relevant for breakpoints, but is not that much in the grand scheme of things. And also, Nuvalet is fully equipped with the weapon, with the artifact as well. And our characters are slowly dwindling down in HP. Shuk is slowly starting to claw back the advantage.
Yep. And even though up until now Cookie has been dropped on very low HP, they do have treasures in hand as well. It's gonna be a bit difficult to get her up to full energy to play that talent, but not impossible. The thing that they're gonna want to play around this turn is the disparity in dice, because Graphite is currently at a 9 compared to their 4. Shuk does have double Liar Song. I mean, I'm pretty sure one of those artifacts is gilded, so they can still prolong this round as well.
Even without gilded, though, Veteran's Visage is still a +1 dice overall in combination with a treasure, so even so, it is still some extra dice in the back pocket of Shuk. Ideally, though, yes, one of those cards, hopefully, is a gilded for them, but no combo tools currently in hand. We don't have anything like the Boar Princess yet to start replacing our artifacts and generating Omni dice. So Graphite is still in the lead in terms of dice, but that could very well change.
Lots of swap stalling going to be happening now. Graphite always wants to make sure that Aztaha is the character facing Cookie whenever Shuk switches her to be active. Because as long as they can force the Kirara burst onto Aztaha, Graphite gains control over the game. We see the Liar Song onto the veterans here, as well as treasure being played to top Kirara up. I still don't think you burst, but the longer Shuk dances this out, the less dice they'll have to work with.
I mean, burst right now does do 5 damage, so you are able to take out the Ashta even without the Adeptus, but that does give a window for Graphite to come in with the Nuvalet, right? Because this deck doesn't run anything like the Avonlast yet, so you can't Avonlast yet burst yet on Cookie. And as soon as that big damage is gone...
He has one I haven't lost yet.
I'm just forgetting the list.
Yeah, I don't blame you. He had a lot of singular cards here and there, but he does have one I haven't lost yet. I am very sure about that. He just hasn't drawn it.
Alright, we'll have to see if that comes into fruition, though. Currently, no characters have fallen this turn, so it's not something to worry about either way, even if it is in the deck. We're going to see a little bit more swap slang between the two players, though. Just posturing out a little bit more, trying to waste each other's dice. Graphite is really just trying to find the safe haven of opportunity to swap over onto Nuvalet and burst in order to regain those source water droplets. And Shuk is trying to maintain the threat with that Kirara. We want to make sure they can't swap over to Nuvalet. We make sure he can't heal up all the way back with those source water droplets. We want to keep him sitting off field as long as possible.
Yeah, and it's just gonna be the same dance over and over again. Shuk will eventually let go of that pressure and use the burst to take down Aztaha, which is what Graphite has been waiting for basically their entire life at this point. Neuvillette gets some screen time.
Yeah, I mean, and now Shuk is at 0 dice. There is nothing left in the tank. If there was any opportunity for Graphite to go in, this would be the time. I do not think they'll have a better opportunity.
Yeah, I agree as well. So the only thing that Graphite will now need to worry about is going to be that I haven't lost yet Cookie Burst. Cookie being on 1 HP means it's very dangerous for her to come out onto the field and actually build up that burst on her own. Not to mention that Shuk is down to no dice. They still have treasure in hand, so that's at least 2 dice to play with for the remainder of this round. The veteran's gonna get reset again, so that's the second Liar song. Graphite knows that there aren't any more of those left in the deck.
We're gonna heal Kiara back up with that treasure as well, draining just a little bit more extra. Oh, rolling Dendro as well. That's pretty good.
Wow.
They just play that treasure again. They'll have 3 dice, which would be enough for a normal attack.
It is as well, getting double Dendro, drawing another treasure. So Kirara will be able to tank quite a few hits here. We know that Graphite has a lot of treasure in hand themselves, so Neuvillette has at least another 1 or 2 actions in hand. But this should top up Kirara enough that she survives the round.
Yeah, this is going to be really big for breakpoints, right? Because Neuvillette right now, with those Sword Swatter enhanced normal attacks, will do 6 damage. 8 HP means she'll be able to tank 3 hits from Neuvillette. So that's going to be really, really nice. But the thing is, I mean, Graphite could do more than enough damage to take out 2 of Shukei's characters. There's more than enough dice for that. Going to skill as well, just to maintain a little bit more HP on Kirara.
That's 10 effective HP now on Kirara. Shuk should feel quite comfortable ending the turn after this, and waiting to see if they're able to pull out the I haven't lost yet for the next round.
Here it is, though. This will be Graphite going in for the combo round. The Veteran's Visage coming down. It should be... Oh, gonna take Kirara little thingies. Oh, that would be a free, damage instance as well to generate the 1 dice from the Veteran's Visage. That's really nice. Still, we have 1 more Kirara stack to deal with. We're gonna play the Treasures to deal with that, though.
Pulls out a Strategize, so potentially even more treasures in hand if Graphite still has those in deck here. But yeah, I still don't really see Neuvillette doing quite enough damage to take down Kirara this turn. Aztaha talent gonna get pulled out, but Aztaha is already gone, and Neuvillette will eat yet another instance from Kirara's burst status.
Yeah, but say guys, no more burst statuses from Kirara to deal with anymore. I think we should just go in for the normal attack here. Shield Shields will reduce the cost of it to a 2, so we can attack again. But we also have a treasure as well to swap off if we want to.
Graphite will need to be just a little bit wary, because you never know that if Shuk might be sitting on... Oh wait, no. Shukei's already used their quick swap earlier, right? So
yeah.
The chance of having another one is a little low, so Graphite is actually quite okay leaving Neuvillette active if he wants to. Ooh, Passing of Judgment.
They've also used up, I think, at least 1 Lyra song, maybe 2 at this point, so that's not something to worry about either. The Passing of Judgment will be really nice next turn. Oh, even playing the Gamblers as well, just in case Shuk decides to swap off to either Herald or Kuki, that will give us a free reset.
I wonder if Shuk gonna play the last treasure in hand just to 100% make sure that Kirara has the most health necessary to survive this turn. Plays the Strategize as well, pulls a second treasure out. I feel like it's a little bit extra to play this one as well, but they could if they just want to be 100% super duper sure.
We'll decide to go for it. I think that's all of the treasures left from Shukei's deck. They have no more left in the tank.
And I don't think they'll switch either.
They can't. The follow-up hit does 4 damage, which would give a Graphite a free Gambler's reset because he pre-equipped it. They cannot afford to switch here. So it's going to tank all the hits onto Kirara. I mean, Neuvillette will do... It's 6 damage in total with the Source Water hits. So Kirara eating all of that damage will be a Gambler's reset once more, though. Oh, wait.
Even with all the treasure.
We double treasure 2-2 burst, and that gives us another reset. I think we win this turn for Graphite.
Oh no, Shuk, they tried so hard.
Oh no! And they go Herald. Hold on. No, this is bad. Oh, this is so bad.
Neither Herald or Cookie have revive.
Let the might.
This is it.
Burst. The one piercing kills Cookie off field to give that Gambler's reset. Oh, she was only 1 HP healthier. And that's it.
Yeah, if Shuk had gone to Cookie instead, that Graphite would have used up a lot of like that burst.
Oh,
we
used both Tula stacks. We couldn't charge that. It's fine. Okay, but yeah, that's it. We still win.
Shuk actually did draw. I haven't lost yet this round, but it's already too late to go for it. Only 1 HP left on the Herald and no revive. Means that Graphite has confirmed victory in game number 1.
Nothing Shuk can do about it. Hydro Aura on the Abyss Herald. Facing down the Cryo Cube could just instantly get frozen. Still an 8 HP Nuvolite remaining, fully equipped. Source Water droplets in the back pocket as well. This could not be a worse situation for Shuk.
Graphite, they waited it out. They baited it. They just kept swap stalling all the way to make sure that the Kirara burst would be wasted on Azdaha. The Teva Fried Ecto! Could this be something? No, Cookie lost the energy she had from earlier. So even with the I haven't lost yet, like if they use it on Herald, the burst damage wouldn't be enough.
And this is why players like to swap star, right? Graphite played it patient, played it controlled. They knew they had more dice, and they knew that the only threat Shuk had on the Nuvolite, and the only way Shuk could win the game was if they managed to get surprise Adeptus Burst onto the low HP Nuvolite, right? So Graphite played around it. Slowly whittled away Shuk's dice by swap stalling, eventually forcing out the burst on Ashta, and as soon as that happened, that was their signal to go in. There was no more threat on the Nuvolite, so they played everything there and found the perfect opportunity to go in, played their magic perfectly to have just the amount of right dice to kill Kirara, get the reset as well for the burst, and putting us in this winning situation right now.
Even the passing of judgment going to be played here. So Shuk can't use the I haven't lost yet, can't use the treasures. There's literally nothing they can do. Cookie has been revived just to meet the end of the game here. He can use 3 treasures to eat up the passing of judgment stacks, but with no energy, Cookie cannot burst, and with Ice Cube still alive, a revive still intact, there is no way for Shuk to bring this game back.
Yeah, there's really no opportunity here for Shuk to claim the victory again. We'll play the 3 treasures to try to eat through the passing judgment. The haven't lost it as well, getting 1 energy and 1 dice, but because all those treasures were eaten up, we don't even have the opportunity to burst. And because the treasures were all eaten, we don't get the opportunity to heal, and crowd through the normal attack more than enough to claim the game for Graphite.
Up and Graphite tells Shuk to chill out with that final blow from the Ice Cube to secure victory in game number 1. It was a pretty close one. It definitely looked like Shuk had the advantage for a lot of the game by being able to build up pressure and momentum right from the start. But that all-important Kirara burst, he knew that he couldn't wait any longer to use it because then it would just give priority back to Graphite for the rest of the turn due to the number of dice he still had. But yeah, it was a no-win situation for them.
Great of Graphite as well to realize that there was only the threat of the Kirara burst, so we just waited it out. It was our victory. We see a lot of players in these situations get antsy, right? They see their dice slowly ticking down. It's like, oh, what if I don't have enough to win? What if I don't have enough dice to do enough damage to win this round? But no, Graphite was confident in what he had. He knew he had the dice advantage, knew he had enough dice in the back pocket in their hand with magic to do enough to claim the victory, and he played it slow, he played to his advantage, instead of getting antsy and giving it all up.
And I think it definitely helps Graphite to be able to hold on to their wits a little bit when they see that Shuk is much more clearly running out of dice before them. Not to mention that they're the ones that need to make something happen with the burst. well, Graphite is quite comfortable just waiting, stalling out the game until it's a better opportunity for him. So really well played here by Graphite. I think Shuk put up an impressive performance to try and keep Kirara alive in that turn. If she had survived, the I haven't lost yet Cookie Burst the next round would have been enough to secure the game for them, but Nuvolette still doing lots of damage with that Tula.
Yeah, lots of damage, lots of healing. Tula dice reduction was so critical. If Graphite didn't have that, he wouldn't actually have enough damage because of the Curse the Undercurrent from the Herald, reducing the amount of dice he had to work with, but thankfully it did come just in time.
Ice Cube Double Dragon having more than enough damage, healing, as well as dice generation to just overpower everything that the Cookie Kirara deck could bring to the table. So it was a tough one there for Shuk, but a great showing from both sides.
And this is why that deck is so popular. It has a little bit of everything. It has freeze to control your opponent in those more aggressive matchups. It has healing with Nuvola in the longer matchups. And it has so much dice generation.
Yeah, it was tough right from the beginning to the finish here. Shuk, they tried to hold on to that Kirara burst. You can see them swamp stalling, trying to catch Graphite off guard. But all Graphite had to do was make sure that every time Kirara came out, Aztaha was there to receive his delivery. And yeah, in the end, Shuk made a decision, like either I sit on this Kirara burst until next turn, or I use it now and hope for the I haven't lost yet. And if things had gone differently, that could have actually been the correct choice.
Unfortunately, though, Cookie was just a little bit too low HP, fell to the piercing damage of the Nuvolette burst. If it wasn't for that very real chance of the comeback, because we did have the Adeptus, the I haven't lost yet did come, but unfortunately it was just a little bit too late. Just wasn't able to play it in time, and that will be Graphite taking game 1. Of course, this is a best of 3 conquest format, so no more Double Dragon Cube for Graphite. They'll be forced onto a different deck. Maybe this is Shuke's chance for that comeback now that such a powerhouse of a deck is out of the rotation.
Yeah, I'm trying to remember what Graphite's other deck was. I think I was a bit too distracted by the deck of theirs that got banned because it's literally an archetype we have never seen before. I'm also very interested whether or not Shuk will decide now is the time to maybe switch to try out the Kave deck instead.
Oh, it really does depend on the matchup. The Kave deck is a very aggressive deck, able to get a lot of damage out very fast, but doesn't run a lot of healing. I'm very curious about the deck list as well, because the more prevalent list that I have seen is where they only run 3 cost cards in their deck to maximize the damage of the Bloom and to stack Whale's HP that much more consistently. So very curious to see what action cards they're running in that list as well.
Yeah, I think it's an absolutely hilarious deck archetype, and I really want to be able to cast a game for it, just because running a literal deck full of nukes that Kave can throw at the opponent is the most hilarious thing I could think of.
Yeah, it is like one of the funniest things we've seen. I had the privilege of casting the only Kave game so far yesterday, and it was a blast.
Literally a blast, because that's what Kave is doing to the enemy team. But it is also risky because it's very aggressive and, like you mentioned, doesn't run a lot of utility and healing just so you can have that deck full of 3 cost cards. So a switch of momentum could be good for both of these players, but right now we're waiting for them to prepare and select the decks that they're going for into game number 2. In the meantime, like, considering what we saw in game number 1, Sumi, like, anything that you feel like should have gone differently?
It's very hard to say. I think both players played really well. Graphite especially did so well on the setup side of things. Like, they were able to equip Nuvolette so fast. I think the only thing is that maybe Shuk played it a little bit too patient, right? Early on, it is to your advantage. You have more damage because they're focusing on stacking Nuvolette with so many different types of weapons, so many different types of artifacts. I think that the first 2 rounds is your chance to push the lead, and Shuk wasn't able to take advantage of that.
I see. I don't blame them. Like, they want to make sure that they're not caught off guard, that their characters don't take too much damage. before it's time for them like take the field and surprise ambush with the Adeptus Burst. Like that's the whole reason why they ended up spreading the freeze to their entire board, purposefully tanking damage so that they could remove the cryo application and maybe set up for easier energy generation later on. But I feel like because of that damage they ended up taking, yeah, Cookie was not able to take the field at all. Like, especially the fact that they decided to switch to Cookie at that one point to eat the freeze, and then the Cryo Cube summon just reapplies Cryo to her anyway. Felt like a big waste.
Yeah, no, for sure. Like, if Cookie was just a little bit healthier, she would have come in with the burst, right? She would have had the revive, would have had the damage. The tank, like, taking that one into the freeze, as you said, was just so risky for so little reward. And playing all the treasures onto Kirara, not even sparing one for Cookie, made the breakpoint so miserable. I mean, that one healing would have made all the difference.
Yeah, I think Shuk didn't quite calculate things enough with the Tule Tula and New Valette. Like, I understand, you know, it can be very difficult to calculate this because Magic just pulls dice out of nowhere and you can never really truly know how much damage you're going to eat. But at some point, I think they could have also realized that, like, even if they heal Kirara the full here, she is still going to end up dying. So maybe saving one of those treasures to force one extra attack, but not like on 1 HP, and then save it for Cookie might have been good.
Yeah, I mean, New Valette will always do 12 damage with 2 Source Water Droplet weapon-infused charge attacks, so there wasn't any reason to heal her above 11 HP. We could have spared 1 treasure in hand, and playing that on Cookie would have been enough to hopefully take us to victory. It still would have been a close game, but maybe it could have been different. Oh, it's a mirror match.
Ooh, yeah, alright. So that explains why I couldn't quite remember what the final deck from Graphite was. It's because it is the same deck. So we're gonna be seeing the Cookie Kirara deck played once again by both players, and we will witness whether or not Graphite is capable of continuing the trend we've been seeing so far of players clean sweeping their matches.
Yeah, that is something you mentioned. In Group A, we had so many 2-1s. Whereas in Group B, it feels like it's been clean sweeps throughout. We had a few sprinkled here and there, but as you mentioned, it has kind of been a trend here. But in the mirror match, maybe it's Shuke's time for the comeback. They are very familiar with this deck, as you can see. One of the very few players still bring it, and even bring it in round 1. It kind of proves just how well they've practiced it. So hopefully this is their time to bring it back to a Game 3.
Like we've already mentioned, all of these players have braved many different trials and obstacles to get this far to qualify for the Prince Cup. And now if they want to qualify even further to the live event, they want to make sure that they're operating at maximum potential. Let's start by having a look at Graphite's deck.
Ooh, very similar to Shuke's overall, running the treasures, the lyres, and whatnot. But running the Catherine instead of the Leave It To Me, double Mausoleum of King Deshret, running the Heart of Kavarina instead of like just the 0 cost itself, so like 1 extra healing when they draw, and running the 1 of Emblem of Severed Fate for even more burst damage.
Emblem of Severed Fate is really interesting because if Shuke had Emblem on Cookie that last game, they wouldn't have needed to depend on I Haven't Lost Yet. But it is it's a expensive artifact to have to play here, considering that this deck doesn't usually run anything that discounts things. So I'm very interested to see how much effectiveness it'll actually have.
Yeah, I mean, I can't wait to see it if it does come into effect. We're also only running 1 of Timaeus and still have the I Haven't Lost Yet in our back pocket, so a lot of more energy generation, a little bit less draw, a little bit less search, and also running the Stove God as opposed to Passing of Judgment, which has become more common now in the Hyper Magic era.
Yeah, I believe that Shuke did run Stove God in their deck as well. They played it on round 1 and ended up pulling out Herald Talon instead of Cookie Talon, so they didn't have that later on until later on into the game. We've also got the double Mausoleum here on Graphite's side, which I think is not going to have the most effectiveness in this game, particularly because Shuke does have those Lear Harbor Wars to counter it.
Yeah, here we go. Here's Shuke's deck. It's actually very similar to Graphite's. They're running 1 Varnarana instead of the Mausoleum of King Deshret, And instead of running Emblem Center of Fate as well as the 1-cost Katarina, they're running 2 Shadow of the Sand King, so a little bit more draw. I think both of them got tuned last time, so we didn't get to see its true effectiveness. So maybe we'll see the difference in artifact choice really play a big part in this match.
Definitely some small differences despite it being the same deck list on both players, and those small differences can add up to big gaps in terms of gameplay once we jump into the game. So everyone, I hope you keep your eyes peeled and show your support for the players right now in the comments, because we will see whether or not Shuk can break the trend we've been seeing so far in Group B and bring this to a game number 3.
Yes, it will be a mirror match of Kuki Kiara Herald between Graphite, the professional top decker, as well as Shuk, the mastermind. I mean, like, this is a mirror matchup. It's as fair as you can get. There are slight variations in action card choice, but this is basically as much of a skill matchup as you could ask for.
We're back on the TCG table with both players deciding what they want to keep in their starting hands. Shuk gonna be able to redraw the Sapwood Blade and Lear Harbor Wharf, which unfortunately I don't think are really the cards you want to have in your opening hand.
I mean, the Wharf is good because it does let you get a lot of draw, right? But mainly it is here to counter the Mausoleum. But even if you're not playing it for that purpose, more cards in your hand is more better. And speaking of more better, if you want to make this stream better, be sure to click on that QR code sandwiched in between both of the players' icons. They'll pop up again soon, but they'll send you to a feedback form, so if you have anything you want us to improve or anything you want us to do, be sure to let us know so we can make your experience all that much more better.
Yeah, more better indeed. I'm really happy to see that we are getting more and more viewers on these broadcasts as well. So if you guys have anything you want us to work on in show of your support, make sure you guys let us know. We won't know unless you tell us. So yeah, scan that right now. You can see it there on the left. As we can see, Graphite, they've already used Cookie Skill to start things off.
Yeah, I mean, that's kind of standard for both parties. You want to generate that Electro as much as possible. That is the element you're lacking. I mean, Kiara has so much more burst. He also has a lot for his prepare skill, so Electro is the one that you're falling behind on. So getting that started early on is really what you want in this deck.
Shuk going to match it the same way. We've definitely seen players in mirror matches have to take a different lines when they go second, which I think has been the most prevalent in matchups between like Muse and MESs. In this particular matchup, I'm interested to see how much variation we're actually going to see from Shuk since they do go second.
I'm not expecting too much change because these are slower mid-range decks. Right, so it's all about the setup, and setup is very, very standard. You're going to do the same thing almost every single time. You're not really playing around anything like freeze as you would in a Mew mirror, or actually in just freeze mirrors in general. If you're not playing around freeze, if you're not playing around first turn kills or like early second turn kills, there's not really a reason to change your lines because the standard line is just the most efficient in terms of dice usage, and that's kind of what you want in these setup focused games.
I see. That does make sense to me. With only a couple of dice remaining here on both players' side, I'm expecting to see a little bit of ramp. Graphite does have Vanarana, the caster's final 2 dice on their side. Shuk gonna switch over to Herald instead of Kirara, so that's where we see the paths kind of vary.
Yeah, I mean, Shuk only has the Wharf in terms of ramp, doesn't have like Vanarana or anything to carry it over, so if we just swap over here and play the Wharf, we would have passed on 1 dice. Playing the Herald talent early is not the best. He would prefer like more setup, so swapping over to Herald in order to apply more Hydro is the preferred method here.
Yeah, I expect we'll see a skill to do a good amount of damage here onto Kirara, and then in turn, I'm trying to think of what other paths Shuk can take. I will admit, this is one of those decks I don't have a lot of experience with, so it's a little bit more difficult for me to predict what's going to happen.
I think Abyss Herald skill is the best play who you get some Electro Charge damage onto both the opposing Kuki as well as their own Herald, but you also get to apply that second instance of Hydro Aura onto the Kirara.
Okay, I see where you're coming from here. Shuk gonna take their time with this, wait until the very end so that they share what their plan is going forward in this game. After all, they are currently one game down in this match, and yep, the skill comes out. It does 2 separate instances of hydro damage to Kirara for some electro charge and application afterwards.
Yeah, the second instance of aura is going to be really, really nice if we swap back over into Kiara or whatever. As long as Graphite stays here on their Kiara, that'll be another instance of electro charge, which is really nice. We're going to start chipping down our opponent's HP little by little. Or of course, if they do swap off, that's fine as well. We can also just apply Electro, which is what we're lacking currently in our team composition. Now we have some aura on 2 of the 3 opposing characters, which makes us so much more flexible in terms of who we want to swap to in order to maximize our damage.
Yo, Graphite's dice are ridiculous, actually.
Oh, wow.
That is crazy. 5 Omni, 3 Hydro, 2 Electro. So they can basically play on whoever they want this turn. I will expect after skilling on Kirara, they'll switch off to maybe Herald to start doing some damage there. Shukei's dice definitely not that bad at all. Graphites are just on a different level.
Yeah, I mean, they could still Herald skill if they want to do so. I don't think that's the play, though. You already have Hydro Aura on Kirara. They are going to swap off, though, so it's not a terrible option. You're going to break through the shield. You do waste 1 instance of Hydro Aura, but that's fine, because when Graphite swaps off, you'll just apply the Aura there onto their second character. On the other hand, though, you kind of don't want Herald to be taking so much damage early. He is rather vulnerable, only 6 HP before the revive gets triggered.
At the very least, he's not dealing with a deck that has Wolf's Gravestone that could take advantage of that, but he's still gonna be much more fragile as compared to other characters.
Thank you for
and in
choosing
general, these characters that have these free revives like Herald and Cryocube and so on are a little less efficient against decks like this that deal damage over time by whittling them down instead of big bursts, because they're usually very good at eating the big bursts.
Yeah, they are. I mean, like, it doesn't matter how much damage you deal. If the opposing character has a revive, they are guaranteed to live. So, as you said, like, big bursts of damage is where the Abyss Herald really thrives. Like, these small instances of chip damages, he's not the best at dealing with, because he's just slowly losing HP over time, and he can't maximize the effectiveness of the revive.
So we can see that chip damage already coming out. We get a quicken proc on Graphite's side, being able to do some damage to Kirara. As current, both players are actually at the same amount of HP spread across their characters. So still pretty even, the dice count are the same too. So nothing too major has occurred just yet.
No, I mean, everyone is still rather healthy. I mean, Shuk could go for the Kirara skill, generate a little bit of shield. If Graphite does go for the Abyss Herald skill of their own, it'll be Shuke's turn now to eat a bunch of aura, but that's fine, because if we do decide to stay over here, we can just then swap over to our own Abyss Herald, and I'm fairly certain that the Pocket Quicken... Actually, no, they only do 3 damage, so Abyss Herald will live on 1 HP. Tricky now.
Pops the Kirara skill, so that they will also have their own Pocket Quicken, as well as some shield, so they're able to eat a little bit more damage from that catalyzing field that has been gained by Graphite. They still have a lot of Hydro dice, so it looks like they're gonna go for one more attack on the Herald here.
Yeah, the question is what you do if you're Shuk. If you do swap over to the Abyss Herald, I mean, Graphite's Herald is locked in that Prepare skill, so you will eat 1 Hydro Aura, but on the other hand, you have 2 Hydro dice, right? You can just tune 1 card and go for a skill as well. It will trigger the revive as well as apply 1 more instance of Hydro. If we do want to go for that direction, we did equip the Heart of Kavarina onto him, so we are considering the swap. On the other hand, we could just play Vonaron into Leary Harbor Wharf.
Bow before the abyss!
We also see the 2 Mausoleums in Graphite's hand. We already mentioned that against this deck in particular, it's not going to be the most effective, so I wonder if we'll actually get to see that played.
Yeah, it will be the Herald swap, eating the second Prepare skill, drawing into her second Leary Harbor Wharf. I think we should just be tuning that and going for the Abyss Herald skill. I mean, Aura here is really the name of the game. I mean, the skill here will do 2 damage base, plus the Bloom reaction will be enough to trigger the Herald's revive early, and it looks like Shuk will go for that. Lock in the Prepare skill as well to apply second instance of Hydro Aura.
Yeah, right now, Graphite's field, no elemental aura on any of their characters. Meanwhile, Shuk has already gotten that on all of theirs. So even though they have a slight health advantage, it definitely looks better for Graphite, especially since they still have dice to work with for the rest of this round as well.
Yeah, you're right. I mean, Graphite could very easily narrow down the HP advantage, right? All 3 characters have aura to react with. And in a deck where you can do damage just by swapping, that's not what you want to do, because they don't even need the character to be on field to do damage. They just need to exist.
Ooh, we do actually see Graphite decide to play that Mausoleum, as well as the Lear Harbor Wharf. Not gonna go for an extra hit here and just end their turn. And because of the prepare skill on Shukei's side, they'll end up giving up turn priority as well. So this could be a pretty pivotal turn here for Graphite, since again, all of that elemental application still going to be on Shukei's side. They just drew the Sapwood Blade and the Emblem of Severed Fate as well.
The Emblem of Severed Fate is going to be really, really great for like the big burst damage, but as you said, I mean, Herald is really great to tank that. Maybe not with the revive, he's a little bit less so. We're trying to really aim for either the Kuki or the Kirara before they can get their burst down to get a snipe. Oh, actually no, it's on the Graphite side, sorry, I was looking at Shukei's side of the field, but yeah. Emblem of Severed Fate, try to snipe over the Kuki, snipe over the Kirara. I mean, especially with Aura, that makes your job that much easier. On the other hand, though, Shukei still has Herald, still has the revive, could very easily just tank whatever burst empowered by Emblem of Severed Fate with him instead. Wasting a lot of the damage potential.
One interesting thing about Emblem of Severed Fate is the fact that the character wearing it gains energy when another character bursts. So whoever Graphite decides to equip it to, Shukei actually knows that it's going to be the other character that Graphite wants to burst first.
Yeah, I mean, on the other hand, though, if you see an opportunity where you can just snipe them with barely enough damage to take them out with the extra burst damage empowerment from that artifact, you can just play it on them as well. So you have some flexibility in what you want to do with it. A very interesting play, though, if you are to equip it on a secondary character to charge their burst. I think typically in this stack, you are playing it for the extra burst damage and not the energy acceleration.
I see. Yeah, I've definitely seen it in the past. Like, it's definitely a card that hasn't seen a lot of play in higher level tournaments in general, but it has come out once or twice, and it is basically used as a secondary form of empowering your burst after Adeptus has already been used up. So Graphite has the potential for 2 very powerful bursts here, but it will depend on whether or not both Kirara and Kuki are safe enough to come out and build up the energy for them.
Yeah, absolutely. We can also see the Mausoleum on Graphite's side slowly stacking up, now at 3 stacks. If Shukei draws one more time, they're going to get Forbidden Knowledge shuffled into their deck. And like in a deck like this where you're running so many different types of draw artifacts, the Veteran's Visages, the Caverinas, it's very easy for you to accidentally trigger your opponent's Mausoleum just trying to get the extra value from the draw and actually just screwing yourself over.
Yeah, at this stage, it's also impossible for Shukei to play the Lear Harbor Wharf this round, because they are confirmed to proc the Mausoleum with their end phase draws here. So they have to hold on to those for the next round. We already see them tune one to use for their dice here.
Oh, I mean, as always, Shuka's dice are looking pretty bad. We have some usable sprinkled here and there, but if we want to skill more, we are going to have to pay for it with our hand size.
Yeah,
on the other hand, though, Graphite rolling as good as always.
Yeah. Shukei does have double Herald talent, so at least they can use one as tuning fodder here. But it is very unfortunate that Graphite has been winning the draw in terms of dice roll so far. They will decide to use one to tune, get that Herald burst out, it looks like.
Yeah, it is the bird. We're going to apply Curse the Undercurrent onto our opponent as well. Also deal 3 damage on the Cure and apply the Hydro Aura. Unfortunately, though, we had to tune 2 more cards than we really wanted to because the Curse the Undercurrent increases the cost of burst from 3 elemental dice to 4 elemental dice. That's going to be a real pain to deal with. On the bright side, though, now our opponent is suffering with us.
This is what the mirror match is all about, right? You gotta share the suffering, you gotta share the pros and cons, the goods and the woes. Graphite, with that debuff now applied on their side, will only have enough dice to go for one more action unless they decide to play some Liar Song shenanigans, of which they do have 2 in hand.
We'll choose the elemental skill, going to eat one of the Curse the Undercurrents, generate the Kirara burst, but now we are completely out of dice. I mean, we could still swap as well and also trigger either a Bloom reaction or a Quicken reaction, assuming Shuke swaps off the Abyss Herald. On the other hand, if they do stay on the Abyss Herald, a swap is fine as well because we have that Quicken Stack to make it do 2 damage. But Graphite knows that Shuke had to tune a lot to get the Abyss Herald burst down. They know that Shuke has no Hydro Dice, very unlikely for him to stay here. So you're able to get extra value from the Dendro application of Kirara Summon. Unless...
Shuke actually tuning more dice here. They intend to go for another attack on the Herald. I don't really see it being the most useful thing, actually.
Thank you for choosing
It is kind of a
Comedy
waste of dice.
Express.
It will be absorbed a lot by that shield. Swapping over the Kirara instead. Oh, we have 5 dice here, and with some magic, we can very easily get to 6 for a normal attack into burst. Oh, actually, never mind. We have the Curse the Undercurrent, so only 1 more action projected left in the tank. Does Graphite swap? Oh, hold on. Are we able to burst here?
It's not impossible.
4, 5, 6. 1 off. 1 damage off, unfortunately.
Yeah, they do have both Emblem and Adeptus in hand, but that would cost even more dice. And while they do have double Liar Song, I wonder if it's gonna be actually, with double Liar Song, if one of these artifacts is gilded, would it be enough?
No, this deck doesn't run gilded. In order for Liar Song to become relevant, that you really combo with Veteran's Visage, right, for the healing. Also, I mean, you have to spend 4 dice for the burst because we also have Curse the Undercurrent currently equipped onto our Kirara. We do pull it back though. Unfortunately, we have no treasures to really generate us dice. That might be a waste of a Liar Song. Hopefully the Lumen Stone could draw us into something. I think even if we do burst though, it is still good. I'm gonna play the Boar Prince to trigger the Lumen Stone, generating us 1 extra dice, but we are still 1 dice off, unfortunately.
They draw I haven't lost yet, so that means that now Cookie will be able to burst if Kirara or Herald goes down.
And we replace the Cavalrina on Kirara with the Emblem of Severed Fate. Hold on.
They have enough to burst.
But
it's still not enough damage, right?
It should be. No, it's 4 base plus 2 from Emblem plus 1 from Quicken, which is already 7.
Oh, right. They already placed them. Oh, yeah, you're right. Okay. Graphite finding the line. They found it.
Yeah, they managed to squeeze just barely enough dice for this. Now the question is, what do we tune? It will be the Sapwood Blade. I was thinking maybe tune the second Mausoleum, because we already played one. I mean, we might not get value from the second, but no, it will be that Sapwood Blade. A little bit less damage overall, but I mean, that's our opponent's Kirara gone. That is no burst easily available now for them. We have to charge it back onto Kuki, and a huge early advantage for Graphite.
Kirara's burst is called Secret Art Surprise Dispatch, and that's exactly what just happened. Shuke's Kirara just got dispatched by surprise, 100% here, because no one would expect that with Curse of the Undercurrent and at only 2 dice with no gilded in the deck, you would be able to play enough to get both the Emblem buff and the burst out.
But that's the power of Magic. That's power of Lubenstone, right? Being able to get that just tiny bit of extra dice to get that 1 extra action, and also the Emblem of Severed Fate paying dividends in the mirror match. If it wasn't for that 1 change in the deck, if it wasn't for that card, the Kirara of Shuke would still be alive, and this could be a whole different game.
Yeah, if it wasn't Emblem, and like Graphite would not have been able to play Adeptus and Burst. It was precisely because it was Emblem with the Boar Princess that was able to happen. And now we see the Liar Song to pull the Emblem back. I expect they want to save that to use on Kuki later. Potentially even sacrificing Kirara in the meantime here, now that her burst has already been utilized.
Yeah, her burst has run its course. We're going to pull back the Emblem of Severed Fate, replace whatever artifact is on Kuki with a Veteran's Visage as well, generating us 1 extra Omni Dice to play the Mausoleum of King Deshret. We maintain that extra burst damage from the Emblem of Severed Fate for later use, just in case Shuke had 1 extra dice for a normal attack.
Alright, Shuk gonna bring the Herald out to tank one attack since Graphite does have turn priority. Unfortunately ends up pulling 2 Forbidden Knowledges here. That's not very good. And this is actually great for Graphite because now a basic attack from Kirara will pop the revive, and then Kirara will have done more than necessary for this game. When she goes down, Cookie has access to I haven't lost yet burst, which is exactly what they need to take down Shuke's Cookie.
Yeah, not to mention, we still have the one stack of Kirara's little, Kirara's skill, right? When we swap, we'll do 1 instance of Dendro damage as well, so we can get a quicken off the I haven't lost yet burst from Cookie as well. That's really big.
Graphite in a great spot right now. If they're able to roll good dice, it'll be even better. Shuk needs to find momentum for themselves here. They're guaranteed to lose Herald's revive. What else? They have a talent still, so they can reapply Curse of the Undercurrent, which could be quite useful here since Graphite actually didn't roll very well for once.
Yeah, I mean, disaster for Graphite. Yesterday we saw a game be lost to Decisive Cringe. Yuan in game 3 versus Mango unfortunately fell short because they just couldn't roll enough usable. We might see the same situation here.
Strategize, gonna draw 3 treasures. Wow, okay. I'm expecting that like 99% of Graphite's deck now is just treasures here. So that's actually going to be able to top up Kirara as well. She actually may not need to be sacrificed just yet.
I was really thinking about playing that second treasure though. Maybe keep Kirara alive on 1 HP if Herald does go for the skill. Actually, no. It wouldn't matter. You need to play both treasures because Herald, after he crosses revive, gets a +1 Hydro damage bonus. So the initial hit of his skill will do 3 damage, so instead of 2, so it doesn't matter. Treasure may have been wasted. Kirara now on 1 HP. The swap with no quicken empowerment will do 1 danger damage onto Abyss Herald, which means Shuge's Herald's revive is not yet active.
Shuke just drew his Adeptus as well, and we know that his Cookie is full on energy. Therefore, that is a potential 7 damage burst coming out, which would lethal anyone on Graphite's side. Both Cookies will have the tools to take one another out, which means that positioning and stalling now going to be very important, but a little bit more difficult for Graphite since they are now low on dice.
It is all about that swap stalling. Who could position better? Who can posture better? I mean, I will say Graphite has a slight advantage in that regard. Just having 3 characters makes it so much more flexible when you are trying to swap stall.
That is true, that is true. Shuke, on technicality, has 3 as well, if you count the revive as a second character. But yeah, definitely not the degree of flexibility that Graphite has here. Actually, both players have a kind of Dice of Cringe this last round, so it's still pretty even there. Forbidden Knowledge going to be played. Actually, procs the revive on Herald himself, so that we can use that talent and apply the Curse of the Undercurrent.
Yeah, I mean, this also makes it so Herald's Prepare skill now does 3 damage, right? That means we could one-shot our opposing Herald with our Prepare skill, and that means they can't get a follow-up attack onto us as well. Shuk now having the advantage, like you mentioned, is capable of taking out Graphite's Herald. But once that... Ooh? I think it's just the
Quick
proc
swap.
second Kirara thing. You'd rather absorb it onto Herald to deny the quicken to your opponent, right? We already have Dendro on the Abyss Herald, so you may as well activate it on him instead.
Yeah,
Like, this is... Kuki Kirara Herald is very much a value deck. It's all about getting as much dice value for everything you do over your opponent, and being able to, like, deny reactions for your opponent is so valuable.
Unfortunate from Shuke's side. They keep drawing Forbidden Knowledge and generating even more. And that's also gonna proc the final Cactus Cardamom on the Herald here. Shuke will eventually decide to take out Graphite's Herald. So now both players going to be left on 2 characters each. Graphite cannot really afford to go to Cookie here, I think. It does have to be Kirara.
Yeah, I think we do need to go for Kiara in the normal attack to bait out some dice from Shuke. I mean, keep in mind, Shuke is also under the Curse of the Undercurrent, right? This makes it so that he's also restricting what he can do just as much so as Graphite. 1 normal attack more than enough to get rid of Herald, and it'll be left on a Cookie 1v1. The issue now stems from who ends their turn first. Like, turn priority really becomes a deciding factor here. If we burst here, we lose turn priority to Graphite. But if we end here first, Graphite could like get some extra damage onto us as well, which is not great.
Actually, I can see what Graphite might be thinking of here because
Don't tell me they did it again.
I feel like there's a line where if Shuke goes for the final hit on Kirara here and gives Graphite turn, they have 3 treasures in hand, which I haven't lost yet. They could potentially Cookie Burst with the emblem.
Absolutely, it is certainly a possibility you need to worry about. On the other hand, does our opponent have enough dice, right? We do have Curse the Undercurrent stacked up on them. Only 1 dice left in hand. We saw them play both Lyre songs already, so is that a threat we need to worry about? I mean, if we burst right now in our Kuki, we get the revive as well. We no summons end phase or anything like that. We may not care about any follow-up damage because we're guaranteed to live on 1 HP.
2K right now going to be thinking, if they go for an attack to take out Kirara here, which looks like they will, they actually use the burst to give Cookie the revive and heal her back to full.
I haven't lost yet now though. The question is, will Graphite go in now? Do we we play all our treasures, play the Emblem of Severed Fate, play the Talent, play the Adeptus? I mean, it will be enough to trigger Cookie's revive. The question is, though, do we have enough dice to also do a normal attack after that in order to finish the game off? Because if not, I think we're better off ending our round here. We need 6 dice, which we do have.
Oh, he just got another one.
We have enough.
I think he does, yeah.
Burst the normal attack.
Burst with Emblem with Adeptus would be enough damage, I think, to take down the revive.
The issue is what comes after it, because it doesn't matter if we can trigger the revive if Cookie still lives, right? And yeah, Graphite realizes this. We'll just end their turn first. We're going to carry over the dice into next round with the Vanarana, so that way we can ensure we have enough dice to guarantee our victory.
Yeah, I think turn priority is a lot more important here. Oh, they also have a fried egg. They still have the freedom to potentially use another character to eat damage.
Okay. Game is very close now. Graphite was able to get an early lead and still manages to maintain it.
They just drew 3 more treasures.
Oh
my god.
And Shuke just shuffled 2 more forbidden knowledges.
It is actually the ultimate dichotomy here as Graphite rolls 3 treasures and Shuke draws 2 forbidden knowledges and generates even more. Oh my goodness.
Graphite has still managed to maintain their rather small lead over Shuke, but maybe that small difference is all they need. At the end of the day, as long as your opponent has 0 HP and you still have at least 1, you are the victor.
And actually having this Herald is going to be very useful as well, because if something happens and Shuke manages to use the revive to finish off Cookie, Herald is still there to land the final blow. Another 2 treasures, because the previous 3 were not enough.
Oh, that's the Catherine coming a little bit late. Adeptus going down. Talon card to bypass the Curse the Undercurrent. Big damage with the power of that Hyper Bloom Core. If it wasn't for the Hyper Bloom Core, the Shuke's Cookie would have lived on 1 HP.
I haven't seen such a big single hit in a long time, but the treasures have clinched it out for Graphite. All of the dice value here. Shuke going to play their own treasure just to try and pull some out to keep Cookie topped up. But I don't think it's going to be enough, not when you still have a Cookie at full health with revive, plus Herald at 1 HP to deal with.
Disaster! Our deck is so full of forbidden knowledges clogging up our treasure draw that we can't find enough healing to extend the match.
Oh man, you remember how I said Mausoleum might be less effective against this deck? I take that back. This is like the worst Mausoleum situation any player could have ever asked for. The Sapwood Blade comes out just for a final hit, and with that, Graphite continues to trend another 2-0 victory.
Yeah, congratulations for him, and also playing the Emblem of Severed Fate deck was really, I think, what pulled him over the edge. it was looking relatively even until they were able to find that surprise snipe on the opposing Kiara.
The surprise dispatch living up to its name, and really impressive of Graphite for being able to locate that line, right? Because, yeah, they had a good amount of treasure in hand, but the likeliness of being able to get the burst out plus something to buff the burst damage to finish off Kirara just seemed so unlikely at the time, and yet they made it happen.
And it also played a part in the end game, right? With the Emblem of Severed Fate, with Adeptus, with Bloomcore, barely enough to do 11 damage, enough to one-shot Kuki. If it wasn't for the Emblem, if it wasn't for the Bloomcore, the opposing Kuki of Shuke would have lived on like either 1 or 4 HP, which would have given them 1 extra attack to tank.
Like, we don't see a lot of Emblem of Severed Fate. It's a card that hasn't seen a lot of competitive play ever since it was introduced. But it really was the MVP in this game, being able to push the burst damage right past the breakpoint, not once, but twice.
Yeah, just barely able to take things over the edge both times, and just barely able to help Graphite clinch the lead. Otherwise, it was looking pretty well for Shuke. They were primed and ready for a comeback, but that Emblem, doing barely enough to activate Kuki's revive on the initial burst hit, made it so he didn't have that extra HP to tank 2, maybe even 3 hits from Graphite's Kuki, and just wasn't able to extend his HP enough to be able to take it back.
An incredible game, one that's really fun to watch and figure out as well. I definitely need a little bit more experience with this deck. This is one of those decks I have difficulty figuring out due to my lack of experience here, but still really fun and entertaining to watch. And congratulations to Graphite, because they will be moving onwards to the winner's second round, facing off against Aden.
Yeah, so congratulations to Graphite making it over to winners round 2. I mean, they're one step closer to being promoted into our in-person event. On the other hand, though, Shuke being dropped down to the lower bracket, but that's okay. If you do enjoy seeing what decks he brought, especially that very interesting Consecrated Serpent of Pep deck, I know I want to see it. You will still have at least one more opportunity to shine back in the lower bracket against Magician.
And that also means that Shuke, they'll be facing against Magician next in the loser's first round, fighting to keep their dreams of moving forward in the Prince Cup alive here. Some really exciting stuff we've seen so far. A little bit sad that we don't get to see the Kave deck here. Still only having appeared once so far in the tournament. But hey, still holding out hope. We got to see some interesting stuff this time. I think we'll have even more chance to see some fun stuff after this.
Yeah, and after this, we're going to have a match between Inagi and Yuan. Inagi was one of our heavy favorites coming into Group D. Unfortunately, got knocked into the lower bracket, like in a clean 2-0 fashion. So this is his chance to show us why he's in this tournament, why he is such a veteran, why he's such a feared player in the community.
Yep. But with that, we've concluded our second game of the day as well. That means it's about time for us to take another break here before we jump on into game 3, like Sumi mentioned, with between Inagi and Yuan. And it's gonna be a high pressure one, because literally, like you mentioned, right, Inagi is a player that has a lot of accolades here in the Genshin TCG community. So the fact that he's dropped into the losers bracket right off the bat is really unexpected.
It's got to be heavy mental toll as well, because if you're going into the tournament, you know you're the favorite, right? A lot of people are telling you that, yeah, you're going to win this. Like, you're the top dog here, and being knocked down early has got to be a heavy hit to the mental.
You know what that means, ladies and gentlemen. That means you guys need to support him and all of the other players here in Group B as much as possible. I want to see cheers in the chat. But save that for after this, because we're going to jump into a short break. And right after this, it's going to be game number 3 between Inagi and Yuan. We'll see you guys there.
bullets are to fontaine, as the safety is to a musket. Which is to say, a chance to defend one's honor and avoid the scrutiny of the prosecution. A way to unload the pent-up emotion in the courtroom without a violent eruption. But there's another way of looking at it, namely, when the accused denigrate the law and question its authority, we must safeguard the dignity of the court. And as a last resort, we will do so by force.
In that case, Mr. Mescal, please confirm whether I understand the defense's position correctly. You vehemently oppose the law, refuse to stand trial, and request an alternative recourse to defend the honor of your guild.
That's right. I demand a duel.
Too often, it is only when the safety is disengaged and the champion duelist takes aim that they finally realize whose hand controls the gun.
The request for a duel is approved. This decision is irreversible.
You got questions? You've come to the right person. On the off chance I don't have the answers, I can ask around and help you find out.
Sethos. Pretty interesting guy. He's like a distant cousin of Cynos.
The first time we met, he came up and asked me if I was Hat Guy.
He nods his head when he talks. It's like, oh, I don't know, like a little puppy, yes?
Doesn't play enough TCG.
Some of my elders say I'm difficult to control, like a wild animal. But don't you think it's kind of an issue that they want to control how other people think in the first place? Sometimes an over-reliance on ancient wisdom can make you forget the strength that you and your companions already have. Move or be moved! Behind you! Don't mention it. I'll protect you. Or you can protect me. Whatever works.
Hey, playing cards again? You know, the Prince Cup is about to kick off again this year. Want to sign up?
Oh, I know that event. I was a contestant last year.
This year's Prince Cup has its competition format upgraded comprehensively, with a considerable increase in prize money.
Prize money? How much?
In this Prince Cup, there's a total prize pool of $60,000 for each region. The champion will be awarded $16,000, and the runner-up will receive $8,000. The rest of the top 32 players will also get a corresponding amount of prize money.
Hold on, did you just say each region?
Exactly. This year, the Prince Cup has been fully upgraded with competitions unfolding in the Pacific and Atlantic regions respectively.
That's 2 regions. So which region should I sign up for?
That depends on your location. The Pacific region is for players from the Asia server and the Hong Kong, Macau, and Taiwan server. The Atlantic region is for players from the Europe server and the America server. You can sign up for only one region based on your location.
I see. Let me check which region I should choose.
Wait, I haven't finished. Each region has 3 competition stages, which include the Regional Wildcard Tournament, the regular season, and the knockout stage.
Oh, sounds pretty complicated. Why so many stages?
To ensure it's available to every player. After successfully registering for it, you're supposed to start with the Regional Wildcard.
How does the Regional Wildcard work?
The Regional Wildcard Tournament consists of 2 stages, with players following the rules of single elimination and the Swiss system respectively. First of all, based on the total number of registrations in your region, you need to win 3 to 4 single elimination matches to advance to the SS stage. And the top 9 at the SS stage can qualify as the Regional Top 32 and make it to the regular season.
Do I only have one chance? This competition format sounds so cruel.
No. It's true that one failure in the first few rounds of single elimination matches will deprive you of the qualification to advance, but so long as you make it to the SS stage, all the games that follow will give you a chance to start over again.
You just said the top 8 would qualify as the Regional Top 32, but what about the rest of them?
8 players are selected from the Regional Wildcard Tournament, and the other 24 players are from the Community Tournament, Cat's Tail Gathering. Together, these players make up the Regional Top 32.
Whoa, it's not going to be easy to make it to the top 32, huh? I gotta gear up for this challenge.
Then you don't have much time left now. The registration period for the Regional Wildcard Tournament in the 2 regions is from April 3rd to April 15th, with a slight difference in the tournament dates. That's April 26th to April 28th for the Atlantic Wildcard, and May 17th to May 19th for the Pacific one.
Come on! Don't worry, it's gonna be easy as pie for me to advance to the top 32.
It'll be great if you make it to the top 32. Starting from the regular season of the top 32, the matches will be live streamed on Twitch, TikTok, YouTube, and Twitter from start to finish. By then, the whole world will see your amazing card tactics.
Wow, live stream from start to finish? So what are the exact dates for that? I'm gonna ask my friends to watch it.
Both regions will have their regular seasons last for 5 weeks. The Atlantic region will get the dice rolling from May 3rd to June 2nd. Then it'll be followed by the matches in the Pacific region, starting from June 15th to July 14th. Oh yes, you'll have a week's hiatus after the first week of competition. Make sure to keep this time in mind.
Alright, I'll surely remember it. I'm just wondering about the format of the online regular season.
The 32 players will be randomly divided into 4 groups, with each group having double elimination matches respectively. Those who win the winner's bracket finals and the loser's bracket finals in each team will all advance to the knockout stage.
Be it in the winner's bracket or the loser's bracket, it doesn't make a difference as long as you advance, right?
Nah, the knockout stage will continue to use the double elimination rule. So, if you've lost one match in the regular season and fall into the loser's bracket, then you'll only have one chance to lose at the knockout stage.
I see. So we gotta do our best at every stage.
That's right, and at the knockout stage. Then these 2 regions are also held at different times. It's from July 26th to July 28th for the Atlantic knockout stage, and from August 2nd to August 4th for the Pacific offline finals.
My goal is to advance to the knockout stage. I gotta prepare my decks for the registration right away.
Speaking of decks, do you know the rules adopted by the Prince Cup this time?
Sure, just the best 2 out of 3, right?
Nuh-uh. Except for the initial single elimination matches, the following ones will all follow the Conquest format. And remember, no duplicate characters in a contestant's decks.
Got it. I'll make sure to prepare well. I can't wait.
Hey, it's not even registration time yet. I'll repeat it for you, just in case you didn't catch it. You can register through the official website from April 3rd to April 15th. Mark the dates.
In the Prince Cup Atlantic matches, the event card Underwater Treasure Hunt brought us so many exciting moments. So how can we make the best use of this event card? Let's learn from the pro players. The key to using Underwater Treasure Hunt effectively is to have a stable card draw mechanism. Different decks will choose different tools. For example, Jibu's Chongyun Razor Burst deck uses support cards like Liban and Treasure Seeking Sealy as its main card draw methods. On the other hand, Binzu's mid-slow pace deck, which are centered around characters like Kuki Shinobu or Nouvelette, tend to use artifacts like Veteran's Visage and Gilded Dreams, which provide continuous card draw. Of course, when preparing card draw mechanisms, most players will choose the Lumenstone Adjuvant as the facilitator for their decks. It not only provides continuous extra card draws, but also offers Omni Dice. Lastly, it's crucial to pay attention to the timing of using Underwater Treasure Hunt. It's best to use it when you have enough card draw methods, or when most of your deck has already been drawn. Using Underwater Treasure Hunt too early might prevent you from drawing other key cards in time. So keep that in mind. Please follow us for more Genius Invocation TCG tips, and see you next time.
The birds are singing and we're bringing some card slinging. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to the Prince Cup 2024 regular season for the Pacific region. We are watching a lot of Genius Invocation TCG action today, and we've seen some very interesting results as we're watching Group B get underway. Once again, I am your commentator today. My name is Stafa, together with Sumi.
Hello everybody, it is a joy to be back here in Group B. We have already seen so many different decks compared to what we've seen in Group A. So many more innovative picks we've been seeing it for the first time being brought out, either as a reaction to the meta, or maybe because players are uncomfortable with what's currently popular and maybe think, hey, like, I'm better on this deck, this is better for me, and I'm gonna bring this instead.
Honestly, I always love it when players prefer to do things like that. Of course, meta is important, but if you're able to prioritize signature card selections, signature deck selections, and just use your wealth of experience to overpower your opponent with more interesting strategies, that's always going to be a lot more entertaining to watch. But we've already been through 2 very exciting matches here on week 2, day 2 of the regular season, and this is what the Group B bracket currently looks like.
Yeah, we already saw quite a lot of gameplay. We finished the entirety of the upper bracket round 1. We had 8 take the victory over Inagi, which in a surprising 2-0 upset. We had Mango take a game off of Yuan, Den triumphed over Magician, and we just saw Graphite take it over Shuk as well.
And now we are going to be watching Inagi versus Yuan for the very first losers first round match of Group B. And because it is going to be a losers round match, it means that the loser will be eliminated from the competition.
Yeah, this is their final chance. If they can't make it here, they will have no more opportunities. This is especially painful for Inagi. We keep hyping it up as the player to watch for this for Group B. So far, hasn't been doing it too well, being knocked down to the lower bracket in the very first round, but this is his chance to show us why he has been so hyped up, and maybe the protagonist power is kicking in here.
Yeah, protagonist powers have been something that have been associated with Inagi for a long time, so a trip through the losers bracket is not completely impossible, but we're definitely seeing a lot of these newer, lesser-known names demonstrate their full capabilities this tournament. And speaking of, let's have a look at the deck selections from Inagi, the protagonist himself, and Yuan, the underdog.
Yeah, I mean, Inagi, the whale hunter, once again letting a pond whale... Oh, wait, no. That was Z Crimlet, sorry. But maybe after the back of Z Crimlet, the whale hunter, showing us how vulnerable this deck truly is. Inagi also letting it go through the ban phase. He himself bringing the con whale deck as well. Yuan let that slide. Instead, choosing to ban the Ryusu deck, which we have seen once before, a few times before. It has done okay, but surprising that Yuan decided to ban that over the con whale, which has such an absolutely high ban rate, skyrocketing at like 62%.
Yeah, and Inagi even choosing to ban out the Ice Cube Double Dragon himself here, so he obviously puts quite a lot of weight onto this deck, even choosing to start off the match with it. So here we've got Nuvolent, Cryo Hypostasis, and Azdaha. Deck list looks pretty standard.
Yeah, this is the deck list that we saw, who do we see earlier? I'm trying to rack my mind here. I think this is one that Denbot brought. We're not running the King Deshart's Mausoleum, and no, the Harbor Wharf in order to play around the Mausoleum of the opponent, which we did see Magician bring, and I think we saw Shuk bring it as well. Inagi for the more standard list.
Yeah. I think standard does work pretty well. There's definitely times when you want to switch things up. We've been seeing a lot of players bring in the Mausoleum. We even saw some variation in the Kuki Kirara deck with Emblem earlier, and that working out very well. As for Yuan, we're going to get to see the Con Whale for the first time in a very long time, since it always gets banned. They have brought a really aggressive deck list, actually. Double Adeptus. We've got the Ornate Kabuto, 2 copies of it, as well as the, I can't even remember the name of it, the Hilichurl card there.
The Abyssal Summons, and also bring the Tandoori Fried Chicken as well. This is a very different list from what we're used to. They bring the Double Wharf Mausoleum tech, as we saw Shuke and Magician bring earlier today, but like, the Abyssal Summons is a card we haven't seen in what feels like literal years. And Tandoori is not a very popular card anymore. Here is Inzagi's stats, though.
0 average normal attacks is a very interesting statistic. So especially considering that they are playing Ice Cube Double Dragon here. So this number should go up after this, as well as a pretty high, strongest single strike overall compared to a lot of other players we have seen.
8 damage is pretty respectable. I mean, considering he's the only 2 games Inagi has played was on Con Whale, not very surprising. I mean, Serpent Burst does massive matches damage. Here we go, Yuan, though, average normal attacks 2, still on the lower side, but as you said, they are, spanned out, but maybe we'll see that go up if they do still choose to bring a Double Dragon Cube in their further tournament run, assuming they make it past this.
16 is actually one of the highest average number of effective dice we've seen so far, even with the number inflation on this statistic in particular, as well as one of the higher average rounds we've seen so far at 5, showing that Yuan prefers to prolong things a little bit. In this particular matchup, they definitely have to be the ones setting the stage.
Yeah, I mean, a lot of the early pressure will be on the side of Yuan. They are playing the more aggressive deck. It is only natural that they are able to take the advantage early, but as we've seen, Two Dragon Magic is very easily able to play from behind, especially with the easier application of freeze thanks to that Cryo Cube. I think like Inagi is very easily able to slow down the pace Yuan wants to play at.
And hopefully they'll be able to achieve that, because we can see Yuan has decided to keep that King Desharet's Mausoleum in hand. Gonna be particularly effective against a deck such as Ice Cube Double Dragon, even managing to draw the Scorpion talent right off the bat. So if Stove God is able to pull out the Serpent talent as well, not a bad opening for Yuan.
Even deciding to start on Scorpion, which is rather abnormal. I mean, Conwell's a very flexible deck. It doesn't really have a standard line, but most players do prefer to start on Serpent because you're able to get that free draw from its skill.
I noticed that Inzaki actually kept 3 of those Dendro dice that he rolled initially, so I think he's planning to play that countdown to the show with them to tune the rest, get some extra dice, extra card draw to see what options he has for round 1.
I would not at all be surprised. Countdown to the Show is such a strong card round 1 because you're able to go through so much of your deck. It draws you 4 cards. That is like a not insignificant chunk of it, drawing live in here, which is, I think, exactly what Inzagi wants.
Timaeus as well, so being able to pull out artifacts where necessary, though he already has Gilded, Cavrena, and Gamblers, so not bad at all coming in here from Inzagi. Gonna start off by setting up that Cavrena and even played a Liben, potentially going for a full ramp round 1.
I wouldn't be surprised at all. I mean, as I said, 2 Dragon Magic, it's all about that setup, right? It has very little pressure turn 1, which is why we saw this deck fall so easily to the Kave Whale deck. But, I mean, against a deck like Conwhale has a little bit less early pressure, I think it's going to be even more advantaged than normal.
We see, actually going for the Ice Cube attack instead of feeding the dice over to Liben. Yuan going to play that Stove God, does manage to pull out the Serpent Talon, and now going to play the Scorpion Talon as well. Just get that both set up already on round 1 means that Yuan sitting pretty comfortably.
Yeah, I mean, Yuan is perfectly content just sitting where he is. The Lyra Harbor Wharf coming down as well to refill his hand. He'll play the Bone Cruncher energy block, just a charged Scorpion Burst as well. Unfortunately, the Adeptus does get tuned away. You really would like to keep that in order to snipe out Nuvolet, but it's still okay as we do have another one of those currently in our deck.
Yeah, and unlike what we saw earlier as well with the Emblem of Severed Fate, Yuan is only running 2 copies of Ornate Kabuto, the 1-cost version of the card that literally is only used for energy ramping. So by already discarding 1 Adaptus, they only will have 1 more in the deck that they can potentially play around.
No, that is the Emblem of Severed Fate. You can see
That is the emblem?
outline.
Oh yeah,
It
okay.
is the emblem.
I saw it wrong then. Okay. I was confused. I was wondering, why would you play double Ornate Kabuto? Okay, it is emblem.
It is the emblem, so like even if they do tune away some of the Adeptuses, you are still able to draw into the Ornate Kabuto, so you do still have big burst damage onto Serpent, so a little bit of insurance against your own Bone Cruncher energy blocks, just in case you tune away the wrong card.
Right, then I can definitely understand why they'd be willing to just discard the Adeptus, because they do effectively have 4 in the deck. Although the emblem does provide just slightly less damage bonus, it's still going to hit very hard along with that Serpent Burst.
Yeah, I mean, Serpent Burst is so powerful. It doubles the damage for every 2 consecrated energy blocks. And like, keep in mind, this is not base damage, it is just overall damage. If you equip that Ornate Kabuto onto the Emblem of Severed Fate onto Serpent, its burst now does base 4, and you only need 2 energy blocks in order to do 8 damage.
It's a great break point to be able to hit here. You don't usually see players play the energy blocks very often, so Yuan's choice to use that earlier on to get an energy onto the Scorpion is definitely quite interesting. But now in round 2, we see that Inzagi having that turn priority, already filling out their hand very quickly as is expected of the Double Dragon deck. Yuan choosing not to play Mausoleum early on means that as of right now, Inzagi not getting punished with this.
Yeah, I mean, Inzaki doesn't need to worry about anything, right? You can just freely fill his hand, not a care in the world for any Forbidden Knowledge, getting the second energy on the Crowd Cube as well. I mean, Inzaki can just sit here and fill his hand to his heart's desire.
Already having both treasures in hand, 2 as the Hatalits as well, so plenty of options to delay rounds and build up more dice. So even though they only have 3 right now to 8 on Yuyan's side, they've got plenty of options in their hands to make sure they don't fall too behind in momentum.
Yeah, and I mean, the piercing damage from Cube is actually doing work. Like, Whale doesn't have a lot of HP in the beginning, right? So this piercing damage, it really does help in lowering how much of a threat it is later on. You're piercing him down early, and hey, maybe if you stay on Cube long enough, you can take out Whale before he really gets going.
It's not impossible. And that is what Yuan is going to be thinking about right now. Because you want to keep those energy blocks in hand to empower the Serpent Burst, but they're also the tools that you used for tuning in order to give the whale more HP. Typically, you just let the whale sit there on 6 HP for a while, never really seeing the light of day. But when you're against this deck and the Cryo Cube has that piercing damage, it becomes a little bit more dangerous.
I mean, I do have some statistics. I've been keeping a track of the different matches throughout the tournament. We've seen this matchup twice before, Conwhale versus Dragon Cube. It is currently 2-0 in favor of Dragon Cube. I think this does make sense. Like, I think overall this makes sense, right? Because Dragon Cube is all about a deck with setup, while Conwhale is a slow, aggressive deck. I mean, it does have a lot of turn 1 threat, which is kind of where you can really get the advantage against Dragon Cube, which we saw the Kave deck do. This deck is more of a turn 2/turn 3 powerhouse, where you can start spamming Serpent Burst, and you can buy time for Whale to stack HP. But while you're doing that, 2 Dragon Magic is just kind of stacking Uvula, right? Equipping weapons, setting up double Lumen Stones, playing their Timeuses, playing their treasures, and like the time wing window you have to capitalize off of your advantage, to capitalize off of your lead, is just so thin.
And on top of that as well, we know that Conwhale is generally quite weak against control style decks. If you get frozen on your Serpent or your Whale, then it really denies a lot of the aggressive pressure that you have, and that's something that Dragon Cube is able to do as well. So I can understand why the win rate is pretty low. We saw earlier a energy box being played to get a maximum energy on the Scorpion. It discarded an emblem, but Yuan did draw one right back. So that damage potential is still there.
This is their last Elul of Severed Fate currently in the deck, though, along with 1 Adeptus. If you tune this away, I mean, that's a lot of your burst amplification gone. It will be the Scorpion Burst going down, though, discarding 3 energy blocks and healing Whale for a nice, juicy 2 HP.
As long as they're able to keep Whale somewhat topped up, they don't have to mind too much, even if it does drop a little bit lower, because its job will only come out at the very end here. Now there's gonna be that Thunderbolt trap on the opposite side in Zagi's field, which means that every time you see a skill being used, they will take that electro damage.
Yeah, so Scorpion Burst will do 3 base damage, and it'll discard a max of 3 energy blocks. And we did see 3 energy blocks. It'll also apply 1 Thunderbolt trap for every energy block discarded. In this case, 3, which is really what you're aiming for in this Conwhale deck. That does unfortunately mean, though, that you're not getting the Serpent Burst amplification anymore. You will need to redraw a lot of those blocks. Fortunately, though, we have Scorpion, who will shuffle 2 energy blocks to the top 10 cards of your deck during the end phase. And if you skill, it will shuffle 1 energy block into the top 2 cards. So you are able to fill your hand right back up.
Yeah, it's things like this that really do make me love the mechanics of the Consecrated Beast as a whole. The synergisticness of how they work together is really fun to think about, and starting to get close to how other more traditional TCG games work. Unfortunately, it still means that you're going to need a little bit more build up, especially like you mentioned, now that those energy blocks have been used up for the Scorpion instead of the Serpent. Inagi knows that he doesn't need to worry too much about Serpent Burst for a little while.
I mean, you can only play Consecrated Energy Blocks once per turn. They are very powerful, but just like I haven't lost yet, they are time limited, so it's not an instant burst ready in your hand. So you have to wait a little bit. It does let you charge it faster than normal, though, which is something Inagi does need to be aware about. I mean, there's Wharf down, potentially a second one in hand. Serpent is going to draw him an additional card thanks to his skill, having 1 energy block in hand. Serpent skill will deal 2 and also draw you cards based on how many energy blocks you currently have. So it's very easy for Serpent Burst to once again become a threat.
Ooh, Inagi not only able to use the second Gilda that he drew with Golden House to get some extra dice out and deal damage to drop the Serpent to 5 HP, actually utilized the Thunderbolt trap to absorb Electro on Azdaha. So now, there's even more potential reactions coming out of Inzagi's side.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, like that extra Electro dice makes it so you can swap off a little bit. You are eating a little bit of swirl damage, but that's fine. It's not like the opponent can freeze you, so you care less about the aura if you are Inzagi. On the other hand, though, Yuan needs to be very, very careful about which characters have cryo, especially if we go into the later stage of the game.
Inagi is really prolonging this turn already. We see the second Azlaha talent going to be played here. Still is sitting on another Gilded in hand, though he's not going to have any way of discounting it anymore. So this should be the last of the dice Inagi can generate here. Yuan now a little bit on that back foot, only having 2 dice left. They've drawn the final Adeptus in their deck, so this emblem and Adeptus you see in their hand are their only 2 sources remaining of buffing that Serpent Burst.
They'll need to be very, very careful about when they play the Bone Cruncher energy blocks, right? Because it discards 1 random card in your hand of the highest original cost. So if you don't want a card to be discarded, you have to play them. And so far, Lumenstone, Lyria Harbor Wharf, the Emblem of Severed Fate, and the Adeptus are all on the chopping block. All very high value cards that you do not want to be tuned.
And it's a 50% chance that you get rid of one of your burst buffers as well. You typically won't need to use a burst on Serpent more than once. So as long as he's able to keep one of these in hand, it will be fine. Especially since Cube and Azlaha are dropping somewhat low now. New Vallet's still going to be the primary target. But we can see that Yuan has been forced to end their turn fairly early here, leaving Inagi 5 dice to work with for the rest of the round.
Yeah, the question is though, what will Inagi do with this opportunity? Unfortunately, none of his dice are really aligned dice. We'll need to tune if we want to skill again on Ajdaha, because that's how the talent works. We could still go over to Nuvalet, I suppose. We could also tune a card to equip the Tula Tulas and pass with Libin. Oh, tuning the Libin, okay.
Tuning the Libin. Interesting here. Feels like getting some ramp would be pretty good here for Inagi. Actually plays the Gilded for a little bit of dice tuning, I assume, so that we are able to get another skill out on Azlaha. I guess in this way, Inagi is saying to Yuan, if you don't burst Azlaha, Azlaha is going to burst you.
Will not
yeah, we'll tune away one of the treasures. I mean, typically you only really need 1, so not that big of a loss. And we'll play the second, shuffling 6 treasures right into the deck.
Unfortunately, the Thunderboard Trap doing damage to Azlaha means that a single Serpent skill would be enough to take him out. But Yuan also cannot really... Oh, the overdraw! And both energy blocks as well. That's not a feel-good situation.
Yuan miscalculating how many cards they have in their hand, burning 2 energy blocks, which they really, really need. You need that for Serpent to do big damage against Nuvalet. I mean, I guess it's okay because you do have the Adeptus, you can make up a little bit for that damage, but still, you really would prefer to have those.
Yeah, that's quite rough here. I'm gonna need to check again to see exactly how many energy blocks they already have in hand. Because if they already have 4, then it's fine to lose those, but it means that building up energy blocks after the burst will be slower.
Oh, and speaking of energy blocks, something Inagi needs to keep a track of is how many energy blocks Yuan currently has left in the deck, right? Because a Serpent shuffles 6 in at the beginning of the game, and then Scorpion will shuffle in 2 in the end phase, plus 1 for every time it skills. So, there's a limit to how much damage Serpent can do at each stage of the game, and as long as Inagi plays around that and how many energy blocks he expects Yuan to have in hand, you'd basically avoid any pressure Serpent would have.
Ooh, Yuan actually discarding all the 2-cost items here to give more HP over to the Whale. Only keeping that Adeptus now, since the other emblem just got discarded. We're gonna get a little bit of max HP with that final tune of the Veteran's Visage, intending to keep all of the energy blocks in hand, and we get to see the very first Abyssal Summons being drawn.
The thing is, though, what do you do right now if you're Yuan? You're in such a terrible place. You can't stay on Serpent and skill to get more cards, because if you do, right, Serpent's at 2 HP, Inagi comes in with Crowd Cube bursts, and then now your Serpent's gone, and now your big burst against Nuvalet is gone. But you swap over to Scorpion, that's bad too, because Ashta burst right now does 7 damage.
Ooh, he does decide to go for it. Goes for the swirl damage on the Electro, draws 2 more energy blocks to make up for it. Actually does get 1 quick swap as well, which would have been good to have if the Serpent was still alive, but I don't think it's going to be after this.
No, absolutely. I think if you're Inagi, the play here is just to go onto the Cryo Cube and burst. I mean, Serpent's on 2 HP, burst does exactly 2, you get some piercing damage over onto the Scorpion, you get the Cryo Summon application going as well. I don't think there's... Oh, and you have the Gamblers on top of that.
Very nice here from Inagi. He knows he can take out this Serpent. That's gonna be a massive weight off of his shoulders, since it means that there's really no way after this for Yuan to like easily take out New Valette. And we've already seen from matches in the past that New Valette in a 1v1 versus Whale has the advantage.
Yeah, right now Will only does 3 damage on skill. Yuan has not stacked its HP to a point where New Valette just can't overpower it with its own healing, right? So currently Inagi steadily in the lead now that he doesn't need to worry about Serpent's big burst damage.
Okay. And the Cryo Cube will also eat that final application of the Thunderboard Trap, which means no more of those on Inzagi's side. Yuan gonna continue tuning energy blocks here. He doesn't really need them anymore since the Serpent is already dead, so using them to increase the Whale's max HP is the best usage of them as of now.
The problem here though is that Inagi can skill onto onto the Whale, and then it'll get frozen as long as Nuvla can do a normal attack, right? So, and Yuan has a lot of dice, but Inagi with that freeze reaction could very easily disrupt that. Of course, Yuan has a fast up in hand to make up for it, as well as a bunch of tuning fodder to correct his dice, and hasn't played a Bone Cruncher energy block yet, so does still have 1 more dice he can generate on top of that.
Mausoleum being played at this point feels kind of late for Yuan. They've been sitting on that since their very first hand, and then we get to see the Adeptus finally being discarded since, well, the Serpent's not around to eat it anymore. The second quick swap comes out, but now Yuan is not going to have a lot of use for it since the Scorpion doesn't have much of a role with the current board state. We see the skill from the Whale doing a good 5 damage there with the Electro Charge, but Cube only needs to revive and do 1 skill here, and then his job is done too.
Yeah, I mean, just apply that cryo and your job is done. As long as you live this round, Nuvolet by himself should be able to sleep. Of course, Whale right now does do 4 damage on skill, so it is still very, very threatening. It is not a threat we can ignore.
And we even see the Liar Song being used to preserve the Gamblers on the Cryo Cube so that it can be re-equipped to New Valette after this. Inagi making sure to preserve all the resources that he wants. Chile Tula gonna be equipped, so we know how powerful New Valette is with this weapon. And not to mention an extra countdown and treasure in hand to play around.
Yeah, I mean, back up to 7 dice now. We could skill on Cube and New Valette as well to really stop Whale directly in its tracks. If Yuan goes for the skill on Whale, it will eat a freeze from New Valette. And no matter what, because New Valette is going to be the character Inagi ends on, assuming Yuan lethals this Cryo Cube, it will also get a Cryo reapplied onto it end phase, which should have allowed Inagi to guarantee the game from there.
I was wondering if maybe Yuan just quick swaps to the Scorpion so that it can take down the Ice Cube and force New Valette to attack it instead, but looks like we're still gonna be staying on the Whale to lethal it. So now Inagi will go over to New Valette, who will have the job of winning out this 1v2.
Yeah, New Valette has a real tough road ahead of them. Whale right now does a lot of damage. And Scorpion, a 3 damage base isn't the most in the world, especially when you consider New Valette's built-in healing, but it is still just enough to chunk through his own healing as well. So Inagi still has a tough battle ahead, but I will say is firmly advantaged.
Yeah, we already know New Valette does very good in a 1v1 versus Whale, especially if there's some cryo application to keep it frozen. As of current, there's one on the Whale already, and another one at the end phase for the next 2 turns because of that cryo summon as well.
The question right now, if New Valette will go for the skill, we could just play the parametric and pass for that turn priority. We're only expecting Yuan to have 1 more attack onto Whale, and New Valette will eat that right up. But Burst could make it rather scary, so no, I think we are playing it safe. We are going to freeze Whale, make sure it can't get its Burst out, and make sure we're guaranteed survival for the next turn.
Settle down.
I agree. Freeze it now. And that's how you can get the maximum efficiency from the Cryo Cube summon as well. If you get rid of the Cryo right now with the freeze, it'll reapply the Cryo for the next round. As for Yuan, the only play they have is the quick swap the Scorpion and go for some damage here. But doing this actually means that they're losing out on turn priority, which, if you ask me, feels a little bit like a mistake.
Oh, the thing is, they have a second fast up in hand, right? Now, this way they can guarantee Whale gets another action.
Oh, yeah, you're right.
Whale is the big damage threat, right? Currently, at 10 stacks, this means skill does 4 damage. If we can tune 3 more cards, we can increase that to 5 damage plus 6 from the reaction. That means Nuvalet needs to heal to at least 7 HP in order to live a Whale skill. And that puts just that little bit of more pressure onto Inagi. Are we going in?
Does he have enough? He can definitely go for a normal attack.
Gambler's Tune 1, it will lethal the Consecrated Scorpion. It will give us a little bit of healing, but we do lose turn priority. And we will self-damage ourselves with that 1 piercing damage, so no, it is just the 2 charge to play the parametric.
Yeah, turn priority I think is a lot more important here. Unfortunately for Inagi, Yuan does actually have that quick swap. And that is very dangerous here. If Inagi isn't able to draw enough treasures to keep Nuvalet outside of that lethal threshold.
7 HP is our breakpoint. We need Nuvalet to heal at least to 7 HP. If we cannot do that, we cannot win.
Ooh, it's certainly coming down to the wire here. Inagi was successful in drawing 1 treasure. He needs 1 more to make sure that Nuvalet isn't one-shot by the whale. Yuan has positioned themselves in a good position here since they do still have the quick swap, and if Nuvalet decides to lethal the Scorpion, they're able to switch freely onto the whale too.
Keep in mind though that our top 2 cards are the forbidden knowledges. We need to go through that if we want to reach our actual useful cards.
But that's what I noticed as well. We mentioned that like the Mausoleum was played a little bit late, but the proc of the Forbidden Knowledge was actually at a perfect time where Inagi desperately needs treasures. But he does pull the countdown and exactly gets that second treasure that he needed to put Nuvalet at 7 HP.
Yeah, at the perfect timing, as the Source Water Droplet will heal him to 9. That should be well out of any breakpoint Yuan should be able to reach with Whale.
Plays the Boar Princess as well into the Gamblers. Oh, a third treasure, yeah. And Inagi should be fine here.
I expect Inagi to be fine at this point. It should be safe. Whale right now, even if Yuan is able to get Whale to at 12, 15 stacks is the next limit. That'll be Whale do 7 damage on a skill. Yeah, it'll be 7 damage with Electro Charge, so as long as you heal to 8 HP, you're guaranteed to live 1 attack from Whale, no matter what. Yeah, healing to 7, healing to 8, Nuvalet is now fully safe, and with the charge attack as well, healing him to 10, Nuvalet should never be within threat range of Whale, no matter what.
They will go ahead and freeze the Scorpion here, which means that Yuan has to switch to Whale, and Yuan has to use the quick swap to switch to Whale as well, because if not, then the Whale just gets frozen before it can even do any damage to Nuvalet. Unfortunately, I don't think it's going to be enough damage anymore right now for Yuan.
No, right now it isn't. I will say, very smart of Inagi to heal to 10 HP, right? Because Whale at 15 stacks, skill does 6 damage, plus 1 from Electro Charge, right? That's 7. And then Yuan has 1 of Tandori in the deck, which would have made it do 9. So by giving 10 HP, it guarantees Inzagi's Nuvalet cannot die no matter what, which is a very heads-up play from Inagi. It could have very easily been greeting the treasures in hand to hide information from Yuan, but decided to play it safe because there's no reason for him to, not disclose this information, right? You play it on the safe, and you guarantee Nuvalet on 10 HP cannot die, so there's no reason to hold information for your opponent, because it really just doesn't matter.
I totally forgot that there was a single Tandori in this deck. That's how unusual this deck list is coming in from Yuan. As you mentioned, we are going to see those energy blocks being tuned to up the damage and HP of the Whale to its final amount. Neuvillette actually only using the burst from the whale to try and reduce damage taken with the Dark Shadow. I don't think it's gonna be enough though. Neuvillette's still gonna have a lot of tools to use here, and even the burst if necessary to take down the Scorpion.
Yeah, Yuan knows that skill won't do enough damage, so is just going to do the burst, summon the Dark Shadow, and maybe try to last until the end phase, until the start of next turn, where maybe then Neuvillette, 15 stacks, 6 damage on skill, is able to bring it back.
Inagi gonna play a Forbidden Knowledge to see if he can draw something else out of the deck. Gets a Veterans. He does have Boar Princess on, so that's another potential dice, but it would mean replacing Gamblers, which I don't think is worth it. So we're just gonna see Inagi continue to basic attack into Yuan, completely using up all the stacks on the Dark Shadow and generating even more dice with the Gamblers. Inagi will be the winner of game number 1.
Yeah, Inagi continues the record for 2 Dragon Cube into Conwhale, beating it down to the ground, hunting the beast to extinction once again.
It's a difficult matchup here for Conwhale, and I think Yuan put up a pretty good fight there. But unfortunately, using those energy blocks specifically to try and get the Scorpion burst out, I feel like may not have been the line that they should have gone for. If they focused it onto the Serpent instead before Inagi was ready to deal with it, then it may have caught him a little bit more off guard.
I think Scorpion Burst is better at applying aura, so you can do Electric Charge with the Whale. It's also better at pressuring your opponents because it's just more instances of damage on more of their characters. And like, the Whale Burst is really good at sniping things, right? If you can snipe the Neuvillette, that's just game over. But Ajna and Cube, especially with the Revive, just aren't great targets for it. And Inagi made sure that Neuvillette was never in danger whenever Whale was on field, really forcing Yuan to go for that Scorpion Burst to at least apply some sort of pressure. And by the time Serpent was ready to burst, I mean, its HP was just so low, and it never had the opportunity.
Yeah, it was definitely close at some points where it seemed like Yuan would be able to regain a little bit more control, but I think Inagi really showing his experience in this matchup, and it's already a matchup that is a bit more advantageous to him, so really nice that he is able to get a foothold in this series. We already mentioned that this is a player that has a lot of history here in Genshin TCG, and it would be really surprising if this is where he ends up going home.
Yeah, I mean, Inagi showing that, like, top player performance, not letting the pressure get to him, playing it just as well as ever, taking game 1 over Yuan, and here in game 2, it's going to be a Conwhale mirror.
A Conwhale mirror here. Pretty interesting, considering that this deck had one of the highest ban rates going into today, and we've already gotten to see it 3 times. I'm gonna be interested to see what the differences are in the deck list, because we already know that Yuan has a more innovative spin on this deck, having double emblem and double abyssal summons. Inagi, will they have the more standard list, I wonder?
Yeah, I mean, Yuan is running that, like, the anti-mausoleum tech, so very interesting to see what Inagi will bring to the table. Will he also bring the emblem? Will he also bring the adapters? Will he also bring the Tendoris to get that extra bit of surprise damage that we saw was so successful in the previous game in the Kukikiara mirror?
If Inagi does go for the more classic deck list here, Yuan could very well have the advantage, since all of those tools allow him to play more aggressively and catch people off guard with the +2, +3 damage on skills and bursts that could always pop out of nowhere.
Yeah, it is always a possibility and always something that Yuan will have to be careful to play around. And here it is. This is Inagi's list, running the more classic version with the Makashose Hunter, with the Veterans Visages, with the Legend of Vanessa, so no Emblem of Severed Fate tech, no Tandoori Fried Chicken mixed in there, but he is running the 2-Wharf Mausoleum tech.
Yeah, so we'll see whether that helps here. The Forbidden Knowledge almost messed with Inagi at the end of last round. If he didn't have Countdown to the Show, then those Forbidden Knowledge would have clogged up his hand before he was able to pull those treasures out to keep Neuvillette at 10 HP. In this case, he definitely has a lot less aggressive options as compared to Yuan, but like we mentioned, with the choice of bringing the Marechaussee Hunter here, it adds up to more value over time.
Yeah, no, absolutely. Makashose Hunter is like, it's 4 stacked, where the first 2 will give you dice. That's already a +1 dice advantage in comparison to veterans. And like the next 2 will give you card draw, right? So, like, especially on the whale, where you can just heal off field by discarding your entire hand, it's just going to provide so much more value over time. Here we go. This is Yuan's list, is also running the double wharf mausoleum tech. Only 1 to minus this time because there's less artifacts you want to fish out, but making up for the difference on draw by running the treasure-seeking Sealy.
I think one of the reasons why Yuan might be running Abyssal Summons and Emblem as well is because these are all 2-cost cards and they can be fed to the whale to get more of that max HP. I'm suspecting that is the reasoning behind it on top of the potential aggression.
Oh, yeah, that's something to consider as well. I mean, Yuan is running like a lot of paired cards, right? A lot of 2 cost, a lot of 1 cost, a lot of 0 cost. So it is right, you could pair with the whale. Whereas with the more standard list, you had the odd one out, the Makashose Hunter. If you tune that at the wrong time, you can mess up the whale's HP stacking.
So it's technically an easier deck list to potentially play as well, since it means that if Yuan does end up discarding 3 of the Adeptus and Emblem, he still has 1 more to go for that Serpent Burst at a crucial time. But it does mean that things need to happen faster for them, since they're not going to be able to generate quite as much dice as Inagi.
Yeah, I mean, Inzagi's list absolutely does have more value in it, right? You have the countdowns to draw you more dice. I mean, Yuan supplements that with the treasure-seeking Sealy, so a little bit even on that side. The Makashose Hunter is going to generate Inzagi so much more dice over the long run in comparison to Yuan, assuming he draws it early.
I'm assuming indeed. Ladies and gentlemen, we're going to be jumping into game number 2 of our third match of the day here. Inzagi currently 1 game up and potentially 1 win away from eliminating Yuan from the competition. So they're going to want to make sure that they do not allow that to happen.
Yeah, both players running Conwheel, probably the most prevalent deck currently, has the highest bandwidth by far at 62%. Both running a different take on the deck though. Yuan as a more aggressive one, running a more instant damage with the Emblem's Head Fate, and also the Tandoori Fried Chicken. Whereas Inzagi is going for a more value-oriented list, right? Having more draw in there with the Makashose Hunter with the countdown, and also running the Legend of Vanessa to get even more Oh, speaking of dice
are crazy. Actually crazy. Those are insane dice for round 1. Inzagi's dice nowhere near as good, even if it's not bad in a more objective standpoint.
Yeah, Inagi is starting off on the Scorpion, while Yuan's starting off on the Serpent. We'll have to see how these different lines will influence the match as we go forward.
Yuan started on Scorpion last round to get that Thunderbolt trap out as soon as possible, and because they did end up drawing Scorpion Talion on round 1, they get quite lucky here as well, because Stove God pulls out Serpent Talent for them, and they're able to play it straight away.
6 Omni Dice is disgusting, I will have to say.
It really is. Like, straight up. There's no better word to describe it than disgusting. Like, this is almost unfair to a certain extent. Also, I'd like to take the chance to tell our viewers, you see that QR code on the left side between Inagi and Yuan? Make sure you guys scan that when you have the time to give us some feedback about how you think these tournaments are being done, whether you think there's anything we can improve, whether there's things that you want to share that you think we're doing well, because all of it will lead up to even a better production value for you guys in the future.
Yeah, I mean, be sure to let us know what we can improve. We are always looking to make the experience better for you, but we have the gameplay here. Inzagi's turn now. Yuan did decide to just skill on the Serpent and drew 1 card. I think it drew a second energy block there. Inzagi currently just waiting their turn. Does have 8 dice remaining. They could decide to equip the Makashose Hunter if they so desire and just spend this turn by full ramping.
Yeah, they just drew the Serpent Talent as well, so both players getting Serpent Talent on round 1 is very unusual. A pretty rare situation. Inzagi looking to see whether they can get a little bit more ramp set up. They do have Timaeus as well, but like you mentioned, already having the Makashose Hunter here means that they can play it if they want. Lear Harbor Wharf, as we mentioned up until now, a pretty good way to counteract that Mausoleum of King Deshret, so we'll see whether Inzagi decides he wants to go for it now.
I think if you are Inzagi, you want to use the Wharf tech this round, right? Either you swap over to Serpent in skill to proc that second hit, or you play Timaeus in order to draw you an artifact and then just end your turn from there. Yeah. Here we go. And then it should just be skill on the Scorpion, and then you equip the Makashase Hunter onto the Whale. That way your natural draw procs the Mausoleum, and you only need to deal with 2, and then you can thin your deck out from the Forbidden Knowledges with the Lear Harbor Wharf in your hand. And it'll be like the Mausoleum was never in effect at all.
Yeah, I can see where you're coming from there. Being able to proc that with the natural draw is the most ideal, since it only ends up with those first 2 Forbidden Knowledge in your deck. Inzagi's still having enough dice to go for the skill and the artifact equipped, like you mentioned as well. But one thing that he will have to be wary about is that it would mean building up 2 energy on the Scorpion when Yuan is close to building up full energy on the Serpent. And one of these is definitely a little more dangerous than the other.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, in aggro matchup, which Conwell typically tends to lean toward, whoever makes their opponent reach 0 HP typically is the winner. It's the race to 0 HP, and if you're able to win that race, I mean, you win the game. And Serpent is typically a little bit better at that, sniping the opponent, taking out the threat of whatever opposing character you decide to press the big fat funny number button on.
The big fat funny number button is something I want to use going forward. But the final bit of dice Yuan has spent here means that they will be officially ending their round. And we can see now that because Inzagi, realizing the threat, decided to attack on Serpent instead to try and match that energy value coming out of the opponent's side.
This does unfortunately mean, though, that the Mausoleum of King Deshret does activate, and they're going to get another 2 Forbidden Knowledge shuffled into their deck from their natural draw. So we're going to have to deal with a little bit more Forbidden Knowledge in Inzagi's deck that he may... that's a bit ambitious.
Ooh, really?
We are going to stack our deck.
Wow, okay. I thought we were either going to see a second Serpent skill or attack to get that energy up, or the Makashase Hunter equip. But playing Lear Harbor Wharf now is going to generate so much Forbidden Knowledge. We're literally seeing it happen.
If Yuan can somehow top deck 1 more Forbidden Knowledge, Inzagi's Serpent is dead. Unfortunately, though, only 2 currently in hand. We need 3 for the Bonecrusher energy block into Adeptus Burst play to work out here to do 10 damage instantly in one shot Inzagi's Serpent. Currently, we only have 2 in hand, so that play will not work out. We cannot double the damage with only 1.
But Inzagi doesn't know that, so there's a chance he has to play somewhat wary of the possibility. I also personally just want to know how many cards in total are in Inzagi's deck right now, because with the number of Forbidden Knowledge and energy blocks there are, I'm pretty sure it's a lot more than the initial 30.
Well, speaking of a lot more than Inzagi's asked for, Inzagi's dice is a lot worse than he would want.
Oh yeah, you're right. That's really bad actually. Nearly 0 usable dice in total here. Meanwhile, Yuan sitting pretty comfortably with this Electro, though I imagine he'd want to look for a little bit more ammo for this round here.
Yeah, I mean, and does do so. Plays the Fontaine Research Institute, tunes away the Adeptus, tunes away the Emblem of Severed Fate, gets 2 stacks on the Wheel's Healing, and could decide to skill, or alternatively just tune 1 more to proc the Fontaine Research Institute. We'll just do the skill for now, drawing into 1, 2, 3 energy blocks.
Those are nice to have here. Serpent Burst going to hit pretty hard next round. Unfortunately, no Adeptus or Emblem to double it up here. So,
well, I mean, there's no need to talk about next round. Does 8 damage right now.
Oh yeah, you're right. Yeah, 2 times 2 times 2, 8 damage. Exactly on the Serpent. Inzagi, are they prepared for this? If they lose their Serpent here, that's a very big DPS source.
I mean, the thing is, all of Inzagi's characters are within that range, right? Whale is at 5, well within it. Scorpion is at 8, which is within it. His own Serpent is at 7. And this deck doesn't run healing, draws into another Forbidden Knowledge after playing his. bringing Serpent even lower down to 7 HP. Inagi is in danger right now.
Yuan is in complete control of this. Their Serpent is in way better position. They have way more energy blocks. Their dice were better this round as well. And Inagi is still competing with all the forbidden knowledge that he chose to generate for himself.
We can see that like how starting on Serpent for Yuan really benefit him, right? You get to charge the big funny number a lot faster. You get to threaten Inzagi's character so much faster, and because you start first, you also are able to like choose when you get to go in a lot easier, right? Like Inzagi is kind of forced to react to what Yuan does, whereas Yuan kind of just sit back and whenever he's ready, just Serpent burst.
The unfortunate thing for Yuya is that he doesn't have the animal dice needed to burst just yet. He is able to generate one more there from that draw. So he just needs to tune one more card here. He can even tune an energy block if he really wanted to. Pulls back the Veteran's Visage, gonna just reapply it to regenerate that dice. And yeah, Inzagi's Serpent is just dead.
Yeah, and tunes the energy block. Very, very smart play from Yuan. You only need 4 to do the 8 damage breakpoint. Also, that extra 5th energy block was completely unnecessary. And even gonna Lyre Song back the Veteran's Vision on the whale to like get another bit of dice from its healing.
It didn't seem like Inagi was playing close enough attention. Like, even if it's true that both Scorpion and Whale would get lethal by that damage, I feel like losing them is a little more manageable than losing the Serpent at this point, because now Yuan just has so much more value on their side of the field.
Well, something to note as well is that Inzagi's Whale hasn't gotten any healing so far. It's still at that base 5 HP.
Yeah, looks like Yuya's decision to start with the Serpent, as well as their deck list of just having way more cards to potentially tune for the Whale, is helping out a lot here. Inagi will finally do a little bit of tuning of his own to get Whale up to 7 max HP and just finally drew that Research Institute. But I feel like we may be seeing a too little too late situation.
Yeah, I agree as well. I mean, that Mausoleum was doing so much work for you and clogged up Inzagi's deck so much, made him not able to draw his resources. Maybe even Zagi had it. We could have stopped Yuan from drawing as many consecrated energy blocks as he did, which could have stopped that one shot on his Serpent.
Mistakes have been made here, unfortunately. And while the game is not over yet, that's for sure, I feel like Inzagi's already found himself in a losing situation.
I would most certainly agree. I mean, Yuan already got the snipe on your character, so he's ahead in HP. His Whale has healed a lot more comparison to yours, so he's ahead in damage as well. I mean, there's not a lot you can do right now if you are Inzagi. Playing the Adeptus on the Serpent, we could get the free energy from our Bonecrusher energy block. Unless we've already played it this turn, in which case we are in a bit of trouble.
Yeah, I don't want to call it too early, but I feel like we're already in a situation where it's like, okay guys, game 3. Like Inzagi, what can he even do right now when his Scorpion doesn't have burst up, the Whale is at less HP than Yuan, he's dealing with Forbidden Knowledge still.
And he doesn't even get 3 stacks of the Scorpion's ambush because he was forced to use a Bonecrusher energy block to make up for the 1 dice he was lacking.
He is able to do just enough damage to take out the Serpent at least, so that matches things up somewhat. But yeah, only 2 stacks on the Thunderboard trap. Is it going to be enough?
I mean, Yuan still has 5 dice to play with as well. This is Yuan's chance to further the lead, right? Your skill does more damage than the Thunderboard trap, so you're going to further that advantage as well. And then you can also tune more cards to get your Whale healing up as well. You can even play the Abyssal Summons as well to get some reactions going.
Playing the Abyssal Summon would be pretty funny right now.
Yeah, ideally you want to roll Pyro or Cryo. Hopefully the Pyro, I think Pyro would be a lot better for you. But yeah, there's so many tools for Yuan to further their lead.
We're gonna see them tune the Caverna to give the Whale even more HP here, and that gives the final charge on the Research Institute as well. So 6 dice in total for Yuan to play with. And as we can see in Inzagi's hand, he's got no way of pulling out more dice himself. So It's a rough spot.
Yeah, I mean, Inzaghi has a lot more ramp right now in comparison to Yuan, right? Sells it Timaeus down, sells it Lumenstone, has the Warp as well, so if he's able to live the next 2 rounds, it's possible for him to bring it back around, because Yuan is slowly starting to run out of resources. Their hand is looking very, very empty, and there's nothing currently on field to fill it back up, unless they do decide to play that Warp instead of going for a skill. Inzaghi will just end their turn by equipping the Veteran's Visage onto their Scorpion. Nothing else he can really do right now.
They do have a good amount of setup on their side, though. Still, the Lear Harbor Wharf, Lumenstone, Research Institute means that Inzaghi could pull more resources out, but the only cards in his hand are literally Forbidden Knowledge, and we know that he's still probably got 1 or 2 more in the deck as well. So what he draws next is going to be very telling as to whether he has a chance of keeping himself in this game.
Yeah, I mean, the opportunity of victory is slowly closing down on Inzaghi, at least for this game. Even if he loses because he won game 1, he'll have 1 more chance to continue his journey forward.
Well, actually, pretty good draws there. Lumenstone, Livin, Countdown, 1 energy block. Inzaghi not in a lost situation completely here, but Yuan still definitely having the slight advantage.
Yeah, I mean, Yuan is still heavily favored. They have a lot more resources to work with. The characters are a lot healthier. But as long as they... Oh, they rolled a lot worse, though. Oh, yeah.
Oh,
yeah, they rolled a lot worse. Alright, comeback time, baby. Dice
Could we be
for the
seeing
win.
The dice are way better this turn for Inzaghi as compared to Yuan. I guess it's only fair. Inzaghi had a bad dice round earlier himself.
Hey, look. To be fair, Yuan beat Mango. Or sorry, Mango beat Yuan because of Dice of Cringe. Like, what if Yuan Dice of Cringe again and loses to Inzaghi? What if this is fate?
If this happens again to Yuan, I feel like they're not going to forgive the dice for as long as they live.
Unluckiest player on the planet. Dice of Cringe in the most critical moments. It actually could very well be possible they lose to this.
Inzaghi has a 1 cost countdown to the show. Very high value here, especially considering he's already drawn out a lot of his Forbidden Knowledge.
Yeah, most certainly. I mean, he can make it a 0 cost countdown if he goes on to Whale and Skills. Whale will eat the countdown, and then I'll put it into the deck, and then it'll become the show begins for 0 cost.
I feel like that's already greeding out more than you need to. Like, 1 cost is so high value already. And in this position, it would mean Inzaghi would need to switch to Whale, pop a skill, thereby reducing his number of dice. He will decide to skill on the Scorpion instead.
I mean, yeah, we're gonna shuffle in the Bone Cruncher energy blocks in first. That way, when we play the countdown, we can hopefully draw into even more energy blocks, so we have more ambushes on our opponent. So smart play there to skill first.
I'm impressed. Things have really turned around.
One concern is Adeptus Burst could deny the Scorpion Burst. That is like the only concern for Inzaghi.
Ooh, yeah. You still have so many different ways to buff that burst. That's one of the value of having 2 Emblem, 2 Adeptus in your deck. You can discard or tune multiple and still have them available. Especially since players are not gonna really be prepared for that, because they're more used to having only 1 or 2 Adeptus on the opponent's side.
Yeah, I mean, Yuan is running effectively 4 of them, so lots of burst pressure coming out. Yuan, we're kind of contemplating right now whether to Adeptus Burst. I mean, imagine you burst no matter what. Oh, not playing the Adeptus, not going to deny the Scorpion Burst from Inzaghi. Very interesting here. This brings his own Scorpion down within 3 HP, which is 1-shot range for Inzaghi's Burst as well. And then if Inzaghi decides to play the countdown, it will give him another 3 Thunderbolt traps to work with, but of course, it will turn all his dice into Omni Dice, meaning he cannot tune to give Whale more HP. And Yuan's Whale currently 15 HP, 10 stacks. Its skill does 4 damage.
It does seem like we're going down to a Whale v Whale, but Yuan's Whale is way more prepared for what is about to happen, and then Inzaghi's here. I do feel like you need to consider playing that countdown. Like, getting more energy blocks going to be pretty useful here. If you burst on the Scorpion, get those Thunderbolt traps back out. It may make up for a little bit of that difference since Yuan's Thunderbolt traps were only 2. Does indeed play it. Liaison quick swap, only 1 energy block, a little bit unfortunate there. And yeah, the unfortunate anti-synergy of switching all your dice to Omni means that Inzagi cannot actually tune more dice to feed the whale this round.
Yeah, I mean, I never thought having a good dice would be a problem, but here we are in the year of our Lord 2024.
Whale gameplay, ladies and gentlemen. Inzagi now gonna be the one to decide what comes next. We see the burst coming in from the Scorpion. This is gonna be a Scorpion trade because he will end up dying to the Thunderbolt trap on Yuan's side as well, which means that we are down to a whale gameplay. It does also bring the whale up to 11 HP, so at least a little bit closer. And Inzagi only has 1 Thunderbolt trap to deal with compared to 3 on Yuan's side.
Really surprised Inzagi didn't replace Timaeus for a second Fontaine Research Institute, because Thunderbolt Trap discarded 3 blocks, which would have refunded the dice for it. Rather surprised he didn't do that. And then of course, Whale will also discard more by eating things, so he could have potentially got another action this turn if he did that, but maybe just saving it, or maybe just waiting for it to get a little bit more value. Maybe Timaeus still can discount another artifact in there.
Yeah, I think it may have just slipped his mind there, because at this point, Inzagi has got to be thinking about a lot. We see the Adeptus being tuned here. I don't think there's any point in him keeping these anymore, since Adeptus on Whale Burst is not the most effective thing.
Oh,
5 damage.
Skill. Yikes. Oh, plus Thunderbolt Trap. That's gonna really hurt.
Yeah, in comparison, Inzagi's Whale only does 3 damage. Ooh, things are not looking too swell here, and Inzagi cannot tune. I feel like you have to get turn priority here. You play Timaeus, maybe play Liban as well, and just end your turn. But he doesn't know that Yuan can't use these dice on his side. He has to consider the possibility that there's another skill coming out.
Whale does still have the dice to do 1 normal attack, so there's that. But yeah, taking turn priority is the correct choice here, because you want your whale to be healthy. You want to be able to tune your entire hand in order to feed it even more HP, because that's the only way you're living, right? Whale right now cannot live 2 attacks from Yuan. Now it can't even live 1. Thunderbolt Trap will take Whale down to just 1 HP, so Inzagi somehow needs to heal Whale to at least 6.
Oh man, this is rough. Yuan pulls an energy block and strategize, so that's actually pretty nice here for his hand currently. Inzagi still not having the best hand to work with.
Inzagi needs to somehow tune 9 cards, which just isn't possible. 9 cards will heal Whale by 6 HP, but the problem is 2 of the cards currently in his hand are Forbidden Knowledges, which is untunable.
We could be seeing our first game tree of the day here. Inzagi has a lot of cards in hand. In total, he has... How many does he have? Does he have 9? He has 9.
2, 4, 6, 8, 10. He has 10.
He's got 10, but 2 are Forbidden Knowledge. So yeah, he can only tune 8 maximum. And unfortunately, one of those is Lear Harbor Wharf as well, so it doesn't quite add up with the rest.
Inzagi needs to tune 3 paired 3 cards of paired dice cost. I mean, Makashose Hunter will draw him 2, right? He has the second Makashose Hunter as well, so he's able to draw even more off of that to hopefully tune even more off of that. The Timaeus will discount that as well. So there is still an avenue for Inzagi to come back. It's just very unlikely right now.
Remind us once again, how much health does Inzagi's whale need to have to survive here?
Currently, the Whale of Yuan does it's 3 stacks. It's plus it does 5 damage. Right, 3, 6, 9. Yeah, 5 damage, and the Thunderbolt Trap will take Whale down by 2 HP, so 7 HP. Whale needs to be at least 8 HP.
8 HP. Actually, there would be +1 too from the trap because it's got Hydro, right? So it'd be 3 damage.
Oh yeah,
from
9
the trap.
HP.
Can he? Does he have enough cards?
You need at least a 9 HP to live 1 singular attack from Yuan.
Yeah, it's not looking very good, is it?
We're currently
will-
2 HP off.
He might be able to survive one hit, but after that...
No. Oh, wait, 10 HP. We're able to live.
He can live, but he has to live another attack after that,
No,
right?
wait. Whale right now for Inagi does 6 damage every attack because there's a second Thunderbolt trap. And we have enough dice to do 3 attacks, so we could win in theory. We have enough dice for it, it's just does the HP work out for us? That is the question. I think Yuan's Whale lives on 1 HP. I'm pretty sure Yuan wins this by 1 HP.
I'm sorry, guys.
Smoke. Wait!
Smoke is coming out of my ears right now.
You burn your entire hand so you can play the Bone Country Energy block to discard 1 Forbidden Knowledge. That's actually so smart. The 12 HP here, is this enough? We're maxed out on dice, we cannot get any more.
I will say right now that I am losing brain cells at a rapid rate. I really cannot compute what is happening right now, but Inagi has actually brought the health of his whale up to right under Yuan and actually having a higher max HP count as well. So right now it does still do 5 damage, right?
Yes, we're currently only 1 stack off of doing 6. We cannot quite reach that breakpoint because of the Forbidden Knowledges. Inagi finally going in here, has no other choice, gonna discard that Forbidden Knowledge. If our dice were a little bit worse, we could tune the final Bone Crusher Energy block as well, but yeah, just unfortunately not enough currently. Now it is Yuan's turn.
And Yuan has enough energy blocks to tune here for the whale to get even more health. I think Yuan does still come out on top here. It's coming down to the wire here, folks. Whale v Whale, both at 9 HP, but Yuan still playing off of a better hand. They've been able to bring the whale up to 12 HP. They have enough energy to burst as well if they want to, but the skill obviously does more damage. Inagi won't be able to survive another hit. He only does 5 damage, 6 with the Electro Charge. That is it.
Oh, the Forbidden Knowledge! It did so much to stop Inagi. If it wasn't for that, maybe he drew through more of his deck. He would have had more things to tune. Could have fed more HP to Whale, but it was just not to be.
Oh, why did he play the Lear Harbor Warp on the Forbidden Knowledge turn? I don't know. I feel like things did slip Inzagi's mind here. Playing the Lear Harbor Warp on the turn that would spawn more Forbidden Knowledge. Forgetting to use the Research Institute and that very last turn as well. That could have added up to just a little bit more for the whale. But that means that the trend is broken. We are officially going to a game 3. And that means that effectively a best of 1 determines which of these players gets to move on in the competition.
Yes, it'll be Inagi once again on the convoy. He has not been doing well on this. Currently 0-3 is the record. Whereas Yuan will be on the Farisley deck. Farina, Risley, Abyssal, very popular in the early stages of Group A, but has since fallen off in popularity.
Farisley is one of the decks that Kriblet the Whale Slayer did use quite effectively to stop Conwhale. So Inagi may have a difficult time here depending on how his early game goes in Game 3.
Yeah, I mean, Inagi will certainly have his work cut out for him. Just imagine losing on such a narrow margin because maybe we overplayed our hand a little bit. We tried to ramp too much. We didn't respect the Forbidden Knowledge. And that's what ultimately resulted in our defeat.
It's come down to the wire. 1 game. I can't believe that it has come to this point. And it just shows how much higher level the competition has become here in Prince Cup 2024, where even old veterans, decorated players like Inagi are having difficulty keeping up. Excuse you.
Yeah, I mean, it shows the elevated nature of the gameplay, right? Like, players like Inagi used to just dominate their opponents in the past, but it's just not the case anymore. The rest of the competition has definitely leveled up in order to compete with these titans.
Especially with all the new updates that we have been getting over the years, just making the games more and more interesting. Also more and more complex at the same time. we can see the last time here for this match, the deck selection. Inagi going to be using Conwhale and Yuan with Farisley.
I mean, this matchup has typically been in favor of Conwhale, but Z Krimlet, the Whale Hunter, has shown that Farisley is by no means an easy matchup.
Early game, those first 2 rounds is going to be very, very important here for Inagi, because if he is able to debilitate the Farisley board early on, it makes it that much more difficult for them to get Risley set up later. Yuan, his job here is to try and keep his characters topped up. We literally saw the Furina healing summon being refreshed just to make sure that this is achievable.
Here is Inzagi's Conwhale deck once again, though, running the standard list with Makashose Hunter, the Legend of Vanessa, as well as Countdown to the Show. Also running the Mausoleum tech with 2 Lever Harbor Warps in order to play around it. Of course, last time the Warps played in the opposite direction and made the Mausoleum that much more effective, but hopefully this time it can be used for its intended purpose.
I want to ask you real quick as well, Subi. Now that we've seen like the matchup between the 2 versions of Conwhale between these players, which one do you personally feel is better?
Very hard to say. I mean, I don't think Yuyan's version of Conwhale really got to shine. We didn't get to see the extra burst damage from the Tendoris and from the Emblem Sire of Fate really come into play yet. So I'll have to give the edge over onto Inzagi's version, because I think the Makashose Hunters gave more value in the long run. The Legend of Vanessa could help you brick your dice with Countdown in order to tune more.
I see. Makes sense, yeah. I think they both do operate on slightly different wavelengths as well. And here we get to see Yuyan's Farisley deck. As far as I can tell, deck list looks pretty standard here. The fried egg is a little bit unusual though.
I mean, some stall decks used to bring a fried egg just to like revive their carry, and then Barbara Burst to bring them right back up if they ever did get knocked down because of a mistake. Not as popular anymore because Barbara type stall decks have been falling out of favor for more mid-range ones running Makashose and Farina, as opposed to Barbara with Tenacity the Nililith.
Ouch. So I want to see whether this will be able to pull it up against the Conwhale, and we will get to see yet another upset here against Inagi. Both these decks have been able to come out on top in this particular matchup in the past, so there's no like historical trend to truly be able to play off of, and we will get to see these 2 players use their individual experience and skills to determine who gets the opportunity to go further in the Prince Cup 2024.
I mean, I'll say that Inzagi will have both an easy time and a hard time, right? Consecrated Scorpion, it can one-shot that Ryze, your main carry, before he ever gets off the ground. And Whale, of course, as well, will do absolutely bucket loads of damage. But on the other hand, Yuan could stop his scaling with a bunch of freeze reactions. And Serpent Burst doesn't, like, you could just tank Serpent Burst on both Farina and or Herald, as both really don't mind the damage.
Yeah, Herald especially is a really good target for eating that burst. We literally saw Griblet use the Herald every single time the Serpent became the active character, just to force their opponent to burst it every single time and use that as a way to prolong the game. That's gonna be the template that Yuan wants to play off of, as well as the lesson for Inagi to make sure that he doesn't end up falling for that trap.
Yeah, but it'll all depend on how the game goes. I think the first 2 rounds is going to be oh so crucial. Both decks really like to set up Inagi with Whale scaling with a little bit of aggro mixed in with Serpent and Scorpion, but Yuan really wants to set up that Ryze with the Makashose Hunter, with the cash flow, and just really set him up for success for that big combo turn.
Well, this game is going to be it here, ladies and gentlemen. Travelers, only one of these 2 players will get to move on into the losers bracket second round. And we're gonna jump right into game number 3 of our third match of the day. Looking at the dice rolls on both sides, Yuan already having a good amount of Omni here. Yeah, pretty good there.
Yeah, I mean, Oh, Z-Kremlin hand looking, sorry, Inzagi's hand, not Z-Kremlin, looking really, really good right from the get-go. The Makashose Hunter right there already, as well as the Lever Harbor Wharf to play around the mausoleum, with Timaeus as well as search out for even more artifacts.
And Stove God this time did end up pulling out the Scorpion talent instead of the Serpent talent here. But both talents do have some degree of value, especially if you're able to play either one early on. So Inzagi, having turn priority, needs to be the ones to get the ball rolling and set up tempo so that Yuan cannot feel comfortable delaying the game.
And while these decks are getting set up, you can take the time to scan the QR code currently on screen, sandwiched between the profiles of Inzagi and Yuan. It'll bring you to a form that can tell us what we can do to improve the experience for you. Anything you want us to do or anything you don't like from us, be sure to let us know there so we can make the experience all that much better.
Constructive feedback is always going to be appreciated, and it works well for both of us because we know what you guys want to fix and you guys will get to see it fixed for a better experience all around. Now Inzagi, looks like they're taking their time a little bit here. We have to note that their dice are unfortunately not good if they want to go for a Scorpion start.
Yeah, I mean, even played the Bone Cruncher energy blocks, right? The Makashose Hunter got tuned away. A little bit unfortunate, but I do understand that you really do want to keep the Wharf just in case Yuan does play the Mausoleum, so you can deny its value that we saw cripple him so much last time.
If not for those forbidden knowledges, Inzagi probably had a pretty good chance of winning out in game number 2 and moving forward in the competition. So hopefully he's not beating himself up too hard about that mistake here. You gotta reset your mind going into the final game of the series, especially since you're gonna be the one coming off that loss.
Yeah, I mean, you are evened up now 1-1. This is your final chance if you are Inzagi. Like, it must be such a heavy toll. It's probably taking a lot on his mental because you are the top dog here. You are the final boss, and being knocked down so early, maybe even getting kicked out of the tournament in round 1 of all things, it's like, gotta be at least slightly tilted.
Well, you gotta admit though, it's also an opportunity that provides for a lot of personal development.
Yeah, maybe next time he comes back and just steamrolls everyone.
Like, we call Inzagi the protagonist, but protagonists will also sometimes get beat down to come back stronger the next time.
This could be one of the learning moments for Inzagi, or maybe this is his comeback arc already. We'll have to see if he can make it all the way through the lower bracket to qualify for an in-person event, or if this will be one of those fabled learning opportunities.
As you can see right now, Yuan already being able to draw a number of cards in their opening hand. They do also have that Mausoleum that we mentioned Inzagi may be worried about, as well as a Lumen Stone. So it would not be difficult for them to get things set up so that they're able to ramp and delay round 1.
Yeah, I mean, it's all about the setup for both of these decks. Like, we can see the Mausoleum coming down right now. Thankfully, Inzagi does have the Lever Harbor Wharf, so saved by that. But yeah, both of these decks, it's all about the setup, especially on the side of Yuan. Ryze just by himself doesn't do a lot of damage, only 2 damage base, doesn't even have 3 damage skill, so you are wholly reliant on equipping him with his artifacts, with his weapons, and is somewhat as well with the fanfare stacks from Farina to make up for his lack of damage.
He does fulfill a similar role to New Valette somewhat, being a character that has very efficient attacking chains here. Farina gonna summon up that summon first. We'll see whether or not Yuan decides to go and change it into the healing style as Inzagi starts building up energy on Serpent so that he can potentially threaten characters on Yuan's side of the board.
Gonna just start off the Hydra summon, going to apply currently Hydra on everyone. We do still have the Farina card in hand to switch it over to healing mode. Probably won't do so yet as all of those characters are perfectly healthy. Oh, no, we'll just do so. Alright, swapping instantly to healing mode and also playing the talent onto Herald.
I mean, switching to the healing mode right off the bat was exactly what Krivla did previously against this deck. I know that we keep bringing up his name a lot, but I feel like he is the example that we're using when you want, like, how to play against Conwell 101. So, yeah, we'll probably hear him here and there, but being able to keep Farina and Herald topped up with this summon is very valuable, actually.
Yeah, I mean, it keeps everyone healthy. It helps you keep your characters away from Serpent burst range. We saw how threatening that was when you do fall below the breakpoints. It only takes 4 Bone Crusher energy blocks for your characters to fall if you are below 8 HP. So we want to keep them above that to avoid it, and losing a character early is just so bad.
Inagi gonna be able to roll quite a good number of Electro dice here to play around with the Scorpion, but I feel like he wants to get set up on the Serpent instead. Yuan, unfortunately, their dice not looking the best either. Can only really get 1 skill out on Farina again.
I think that's fine. Getting the healing summon all the way into 4 stacks is perfectly okay. We'll swap over the Abyss Herald though. I think this is your time to spread over the Hydro. You don't need to reset the summon because it still has 1 usage left, and it's not like you need to generate from the energy for Farina right now anyways. So swapping over onto the Abyss, so we want to start applying Hydro Aura onto Inzagi's characters to set up for Wriothesley for that chain freeze.
I think by going Herald here as well, Yuan is setting up for the small possibility that Inzagi plays an energy block into a burst here. Because again, Herald is the character you want on field every single time if Serpent has that burst available, because he will never die to it. He will always be able to revive. And that's why Inzagi wants to avoid using it on him.
I think turn 2 though, that's not a consideration. I think it is mainly for that skill to apply Aura. Because keep in mind, right, Inzagi needs at least 4 Bone Crusher energy block to do 8 damage. And on turn 2, that is very unlikely.
That is fair. Though now that Herald is on 4 HP, even that initial 2 energy blocks would be enough. Though Inzagi has now drawn enough to have that 8 damage burst. So, Yuan, I think they're expecting the possibility of that to be coming pretty soon.
Yeah, Yuan needs to be aware of it. Needs to that encourages Yuan to stay on Herald that much more though. Yeah, he's just going to go for the prepare skill, apply Hydro, and I mean, Inzagi cannot stay on Serpent anymore. Well, I mean they can, but they kind of don't want to. You don't want to do anything on Serpent right now. Your dice don't really work out for any of your other characters though, and I think you already used 1 Bone Crusher energy block in order to generate that energy, so we'll just swap over onto the Scorpion, but that does unfortunately mean you cannot do another skill. Oh wait, no, yeah you can. It was Forbidden Knowledge that you played.
Yeah, he swaps over to eat that prepare skill from the Herald. We see a Legend of Vanessa being tuned as well. I think, do you go for another skill here? It's not going to be quite enough to take down the Herald. And he doesn't have...
No, if you play the energy block, you always are bursting, which is what Inzagi decides to do. Gonna tune away 3 of the blocks. I think this makes sense, right? Because Serpent Burst, if you're holding onto it, you're gonna hold onto it forever, because Yuan will never swap over onto Wriothesley if he feels that Serpent is a threat. So just burst on the Scorpion instead. We're gonna get the ambush traps going. We're gonna try to pressure Yuan's character's HP. We're gonna try to pressure him that much more. We're gonna try to lower the amount of HP Yuan has to work with, and we're going to lower the breakpoints it requires for Serpent to make it so we're less reliant on stacking our handful of energy.
Yeah, getting that burst out on Scorpion is actually really nice as well, because now it means that Herald cannot afford to use any more attacks, because he will actually burn through his revive by himself due to those Thunderbolt traps. So unless Yuan wants to just end turn here and set up ramp, they do need to switch to someone else.
The thing is, who do you switch to? I mean, Electro Aura is the most threatening thing. It's not like Inzagi has access to freeze, but even so, you do not want to take that much damage very early on. We are kind of getting chipped down slowly but surely here, and Wriothesley's setup is falling a bit behind.
I think switching to Farina is still fine. Like, going to Farina, refreshing the healing summon is not too bad if their dice was suited for it. Because it's not, we do see the Lumen Stone coming out. And if Yuan wants to keep themselves totally safe, there is still the Hydro Resonance as well to top the Herald back up to 3 HP. But looks like they will just end round, float 2 dice for turn priority.
Oh, what do you do here now if you are Inzagi? I mean, if you attack into the Herald, that will summon its passive, right? It has its talent on, it's going to apply the Curse of the Endercrant, so we're going to swap over onto the Serpent. Play the Makashose Hunter and just end turn from there.
I do like this. I think Inagi is playing a little bit more wary, considering that he did definitely make some mistakes in the previous game. But he's got to achieve a proper balance in this matchup, because if he plays too passive for too long, then Yuan has more time to get Risley set up. So I hope to see a little bit more aggressive pressure now.
Yeah, I mean, Inagi is playing a little bit slowly here, not taking it too fast. But that does buy Yuan more time to equip his characters. I mean, Inagi doesn't need to worry about Curse the Underground just yet because Herald Revive has not been activated and also does not have the energy to burst. But maybe not taking that action, not taking that normal attack could seal his defeat. Maybe he's taking it a little bit too slowly.
Taking it too slowly has cost him in the past. Looking at the dice rolls here, Yuan having very nice dice actually overall.
Let's get to
actually going to use that quick swap to instantly go to Risley and freeze the Serpent so that there is no threat of bursting this round. So immediately some pressure onto Inagi.
Yeah, I mean, one of the big things for Inagi is that Serpent Burst, but of course when it's frozen, it cannot do that. Now we're forcing Inagi to swap onto the whale, but that gives us an opportunity to apply Cryo Aura onto it, which we can freeze it later on. We cannot swap the Scorpion because it will get instantly frozen, so we are kind of forced to just tank that hit onto our whale for now.
Things are actually looking not good here for Inagi because even his dice are not favorable in a pretty pivotal round overall. He pulls out the Adeptus Temptation, but I'm sure he's also thinking like, why now? This is not the time for it. Serpent cannot afford to go down here, but everyone else is gonna take quite a lot of damage now from Risley.
Yeah, I'm very curious though. Yuan decided not to put the cash flow supervision onto the Risley. Machine Assembly Line did discount it by 2 dice, so he could have equipped it for free, but chose not to do so just yet.
Yeah, that is an interesting observation, right? It is free to equip. I wouldn't see too much reason not to go for it, especially since it just generally synergizes with Risley, who is going to damage or heal himself.
I mean, hasn't done it yet, right? He only damages and or heals himself on his empowered normal attacks. So it wouldn't have made an effect on the skills. I guess keeping it in the back pocket just like as some surprise damage against Inagi when he needs it. Maybe if Inagi makes a mistake of swapping back over to Serpent, Yuan could surprise him with 3 damage, of course, assuming there's enough dice for it.
Yeah, I think it's very unlikely that Inagi will swap back to Serpent for this round at least. And he knows that he is going to be sitting on a little bit more dice than Yuan. So maybe some swap stalling could work, but Whale only currently doing 2 damage on its skill. Yuan currently deciding what they want to do. If they attack on the Whale right now, there's a chance for the Scorpion to come out without risk of being frozen.
Will be the Makashose Hunter equipped with the help of that Liar Song. It will discount it to only 1 dice. We can now equip the Cash Flow Supervision and go for a normal attack, which we do see Yuan do. It should also generate us 1 additional dice through the Makashose Hunter because we give ourselves some self-piercing damage.
Not to mention Cash Flow's effect of reducing the next normal attack by 1 unaligned die as well. So his next attack after this will be very cheap.
And we play the Macarons as well to do the additional normal attack discount from the Cash Flow Supervision. And if we do another... And like the Macaron's healing us back up as well. And if we do another normal attack, our burst gets discounted to only 1 dice because the way Risley burst works is if you heal or damage yourself with Risley 1 time, it will discount it by 1 dice every time for a max of 2.
Inagi may be forced to eat some of his energy blocks here just to keep the Whale topped up. We do see the countdown to the show being pulled here. Inzagi's got more than enough dice to play around with this round, so it may not be too bad to go for this, to pull out more dice to increase the Whale's max HP, because based on what we figured out, even with 3 dice, Yuan has a couple more actions left on Risley.
Yeah, I mean, Risley plays kind of differently to Magic decks. His actions come from his self-discount instead of generating a bajillion dice from Gilded Dreams, from Liar Song. So it's very much a self-centered character. He's really self-reliant in that regard, and you do not need to draw through your like your entire deck, like with Magic.
This is gonna be quite scary here. Inagi, every decision he makes from now is going to be a decision that directly affects whether or not he stays in the Prince Cup. And that is a lot of pressure. He's gonna discard the countdown, puts it back on the deck, reduces it to 2, pulls it once again. So even better value if he wants to play it to potentially draw more energy blocks.
We Liar Song back to Makashisi Hunter as well. We're probably going to re-equip that on wheel to generate more dice and then generate also more cards as well because of its double proc if Will heals. Thing is though, do we also tune the Adeptus? Do we tune the countdown? Do we play the countdown? Do we tune our energy? All decisions Inzaghi needs to think about to maximize Whale's HP stacking.
Will currently only still does 3 damage with the skill, 4 with Electro Charge, so not nearly enough to threaten Risley. Especially since we also see that there's still a Hydro Resonance in Yuan's hand, ready to top up the team when necessary. It's a scary spot to be in. I wouldn't want to be in Inzagi's shoes.
Yeah, I was going to tune away all the energy blocks, healing Whale up into +9 max HP, meaning skill will now do 4 damage.
4 damage is not bad. 5 with the Electro Charge means that it would drop Risley down to 3 HP, which is enough of a breakpoint for the other characters to take over if necessary.
Yeah, Risley would be within threat range, but keep in mind though, Risley when he's below 6 HP will heal himself by 2 every time he normal attacks. That does mean though that the dice discount given to him because of his empowered charge attacks will go away.
We see the countdown being played finally, pulls out a block, a Forbidden Knowledge, and a Mausoleum of his own here. And now we can see the Whale go for that 5 damage strike onto Risley, dropping him down to 3 HP, also discarding the new countdown he redrew. Inzaghi has 10 Omni dice right now to play with, which is honestly terrifying, but I feel like Yuan actually still is in control based on the state of the board.
And we can see the difference here between Yuan's deck and a typical Magic deck like 2 Dragon Magic. It cannot generate dice on its own as reliably. A lot of its extra actions is self-reliant on Risley's self-discounts, right? So it's a lot harder for us to swap onto our other characters and really threaten a freeze when so much of investment is on Risley and when so much of our dice generation is tied to one character. It kind of forces us to play a little bit more inflexibly, which allows Inzaghi to just sit on Will indefinitely and just keep on skilling.
With that, we do see the Watery Rebirth being popped on the Herald, and this means that Yuan can turn around and freeze the Whale again. On top of that, he has applied the Curse of the Undercurrent, so Inzaghi won't be able to get too many more actions out this turn, even with those 7 Omni total. Unfortunately, Yuan actually doesn't have enough dice to go for another attack, so he has to play the Treasure and end the round instead. Okay, this could hurt.
As I was saying, right, a lot of the dice generation is tied to Risley. You're not running Gilded Dreams. You are running Liar Song, but you don't have the instant access to dice as you would with Gilded. Like, your dice come slower because you need to heal yourself, you need to damage yourself in order to have access to it. So we cannot freeze the Whale.
The Whale going to actually go for the Burst as well to reduce the damage it'll take on subsequent turns. And the Summon will do just enough damage to lethal the Herald on end turn as well. So it looked like Yuan was in control for a little bit, but Inzaghi has managed to flip things around.
Oh, this also forces Yuan to swap over to Farina during the end phase to take that second hit. Because it does 3 damage, right? It'll do 1 hit when Inzaghi ends turn, as well as 1 in the end phase. This forces Yuan to go over onto that Farina. Otherwise, like, Risley will fall to the summon, and we can see why Conwell has won so much against this deck. Yes, you can disrupt it by freezing their important characters, but the Whale just does so much damage, you can't heal through it all.
Yeah, I think Yuan has failed to be able to recreate the same success we saw earlier, and Electro Charge even dropping Risley to 1 HP. Farina going to be on 3 after this summon has done its damage. And we see some hesitation here from Yuan. I think they realize that they are in really deep trouble.
Yeah, I mean, and that just comes off the massive base damage of Whale, right? It just does so much damage if you tune your entire hand and heal it all the way back up. It's actually really bad for you because you cannot swap over to Ryze right now because you're facing down a Serpent Burst, which means you're forced to stay on Farina. But if you stay on Farina, I mean, you can also get Swirled for Ryze, which forces the Hydro Resonance to come out early.
Oh boy, we could be seeing the final throws of Yuan here. Players have been able to turn around situations like this before, but I think Inagi has firmly found the foundation he's been trying to set up for the entire series. And now we're going to be looking at the dice here. This round is important. Yuan, if they're able to survive this, set up Ryze somewhat well, potentially freeze Whale at the start of next turn, they can definitely still win. But it's going to be an uphill battle.
It will indeed, and also Inagi intentionally keeping bad dice so you can tune more cards in order to feed Whale even more HP and subsequently make it deal even more damage.
At this point, Inagi does not care about Serpent Burst, does not even really care if Scorpion does anything. Whale can carry this game all by itself, especially if Furina is removed from the field. There is no longer any opportunity to freeze it.
Yeah, that is true. I mean, has already used like the Hydro Aura on Serpent. There is still one on Scorpion, but right now Inagi doesn't care about it. Scorpion is your early game, like a damage threat, his early game pressuring with the ambushers, and we've already seen Inagi do more than enough work with the Scorpion. Doesn't really care about this point. It's all about the Serpent Burst and Whale.
Oh boy. Furina healed up just a little bit after 5 HP. We know that Whale currently does 4 with its skill, plus 1 with Electro Charge, so Inagi can still lethal her here if he had a quick swap. We know he doesn't. But Serpent Burst would still be enough to do so. So, yeah, I'm not really seeing a way out of this, because like if you stay on Furina, Serpent goes for the skill, the swirl will kill Ryze, and with it, your chances of victory. But you don't know if Inagi has a way of just switching over to Whale either.
Well, first off, you are going to play the Hydro Res if you want to live, unless Egg. Oh, this changes things. This forces Inagi to spend 1 more action to kill the Herald, and the Hydro Res as well, healing you 2 HP, which means you could stay on Furina safely and not worry about the swirl. I
forgot that the fried egg was still in Yuan's hand. And with the refresh on Furina's healing summon as well, that is the final Thunderbolt trap being utilized on Yuan's side. So no more Electro application from that status for now. Inagi now having turn control.
And you can't swap over to Whale now either because Furina has her burst ready, and Furina does 2 Hydro damage on cast, which means Whale will be frozen. So we're stuck here on Serpent, unless we want to swap over to the Scorpion. So we're stuck on our non-Whale characters just that little bit longer.
It's not over yet. The fried egg into Hydro Resonance, allowing Herald to return with 2 HP is actually really nice here, because it means that Furina is no longer the only character that could potentially freeze the Whale, and Inagi is building up for the Whale to take over this game right now.
Yeah, going to play the Bone Crusher Energy Block to place Countdown right back into the deck. It comes back though at 1 cost. It's huge value, and suddenly we're at 10 dice.
And we have to remember that Inagi is still dealing with the Curse of the Undercurrent as well. That's why all of his abilities are going to cost a lot more. A swirl onto Furina, gonna drop both Herald and Ryze down to 1 HP. But this shows the importance of that Hydro Resonance. Without it, both Herald and Ryze would have been lethal there.
But the thing is, we're now stuck on Furina once more because we swap off. We get swirled once again, and then whoever we didn't swap to dies. Right? So it's still dangerous. We do need to stay on this Furina, which forces us to spend even more dice on her when we really do not want to.
I wonder if you may just have to burst here, but if you do, then you have very little dice left to work with this round. Yeah, he's gonna tune. We see the elemental burst come out. Only 2 dice left on Yuan's side. It's gonna allow him to start building out revelry stacks. But with only 6 effective HP across his board, Inagi still retains control.
as well as only one card remaining in hand. It's impossible for Yuan right now to have the dice to somehow swap over to Herald and do a skill. So if you're Inagi right now, this is your cue to go to Whale. It is literally impossible for Yuan to freeze you at this point in time with only one card on hand and 2 dice remaining.
I wonder if Inagi might just completely play it safe, because we can see that he has plenty of dice left to work with. But it is true, if he's observant enough, he will be able to realize that there is zero possibility that Yuan freezes Whale this turn. And even if somehow it does, like next turn you just win. Like, there's no reason not to go for the Whale right now.
I think if you do go Whale, it just instantly guarantees you the victory. We could play it safe, swap over to the Scorpion, and then swap over to Whale to really guarantee Yuan has no dice, but it's completely unnecessary. If we swap over to Whale now, it's a guaranteed victory.
Because once Furina goes down, Herald, not enough dice to actually freeze the Whale. They just finish off the rest of the board like that. Especially with Electro Charge, both Herald and Risley would go down at the same time.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know what Inzagi's thinking about playing the Adeptus. That's rather curious. I guess we're bursting on the Serpent.
Feels a little unnecessary, but hey, why not here? We get the Serpent Talent out with the countdown, as well as even more energy blocks. How much damage is this going to do? Oh, 40! Oh my goodness!
That's a lot of damage.
Whoa! 40 damage bursts! Look out, guys! We've got a brand new highest damage strike in town here.
It's going to make all the... when we go back to player stats, it's going to make everyone else look insignificant.
Like, literally, the hexagon charts are just gone. The scaling is out the window. Furina had 4 HP left. Inzagi decided...
Can't guarantee a victory.
I'll do 40.
Yeah, I mean, Inzagi decided to do 10x the damage of Furina's HP.
That is crazy right there. And it even pushed the Whale up to 21 HP. The Dark Shadow finishes off Risley. And now... even with the healing from the Furina summon, Herald by himself, there is no way for him to win this. Even if he freezes the Whale, Scorpion is still so healthy, and at 3 HP, he's only 1 hit away from being lethal.
Yeah, I mean, nothing Yuan can do anymore. It's just a game over at this point. He needs to spend 1 attack onto the Serpent, which will allow Inzagi to get a free swap over onto the Whale. I mean, Whale right now does so much damage. Over stacks looking at 19. It does 6 damage, plus 1 from Electro Charge, so 7. Yuan needs to heal to 8 HP right now, and with the cards currently in hand, I do not believe it's possible.
It could get pretty close, I guess. They could get to 6 with Hydro Resonance, but there's no way to draw any other cards out unless Lumenstone hasn't been procced. Well, only the Lear Harbor, Wharf, and Levin here, so... and not the cards you're looking for. Herald can only just finish off the Serpent here. And we will see the Whale take the field and do a... how many damage is that? 7? 7 plus 1. 8 damage.
And max stacks is plus 5, so it's only 7.
Oh, okay. I keep forgetting.
Yeah, Whale has a limit to his scaling, guys. It doesn't go infinite like Serpent.
I thought it was Crab or something for a moment.
No, could you imagine if Whale could go infinite? HP scales infinitely, but not the damage.
Okay. Makes sense. I really gotta familiarize myself with a lot of this new stuff. It's been 2 weeks. You gotta know the meta a little bit better here.
Inzagi is just playing everything. He's just scaling Whale's HP even more.
Because why not?
Got more health than stacks.
He's fought hard to get to this stage. It looked really dicey for him at one point, but we're going to see a Whale with 25 max HP stacks go for the 7th damage skill and eliminate Yuan from the Prince Cup.
Yeah, Inzagi, one of our protagonists, one of our heavy favorites for Group B to make it through, maintains his run. Was locked down to lower bracket in round 1, but is able to continue it. Unfortunately, Yuan, we'll have to ask him to leave the premises. The figure premises, all these players are playing from home.
Mance is going to get ejected by the force of the whale itself. Inzaghi, I feel like still we expect a little bit more from him, right? I think the gameplay could still be a little bit cleaner. I think he could have won game 2 if not for a couple of mistakes here and there. So hopefully moving forward, we get to see him returning to form as the player we all know him as, because it's a long way through the losers bracket.
Yeah, still has so many games to go, but I think Game 3 and Game 2 really showed the difference in setup, right? Game 2, Inzaghi rushed it a little bit, didn't play around the Mausoleum, and really grieved himself by shuffling so much Forbidden Knowledge back in deck, whereas Game 3, he played it more patient, waited for the Mausoleum to come down, it wasn't greedy with the setup, and we saw how much it paid off.
Feels a little bit bad as well for Yuan. I feel like this is a player that has shown a lot of potential here. Their gameplay was really not bad at all. So being the first player to be eliminated here from the Group B brackets is an unfortunate state, but I think we can definitely expect them to come back stronger in the future.
Yeah, being able to push a player of Inzaghi's caliber to a Game 3 and almost winning is certainly an achievement. I am excited to see him show up in other big tournaments in the future.
And that means that we'll see Inzaghi in the loser second round, awaiting to see who his next opponent is going to be. And that's also going to be the end of our third match of the day. Definitely feels like we're having a longer game than yesterday, because a lot of these decks are leaning more towards like the mid-range stall.
Yeah, I mean, Farizi especially is like reminiscent of stall decks of old. Actually, most stall decks have really fallen out of favor, right? When we think of stall decks, we think of things like LS with Ningguang, Barbara, and Kobe. We think of GP with like Diona, Xingqiu, and whatnot. Like, even Child, Layla, Barbara, like, those types of stall decks have really fallen out of favor. We're not seeing Shield Generation with Tenacity and Mills and stuff anymore. It's more of this mid-range, self-healing type of deck with Veterans Vicious, Makashose Hunter, and like these really and playing them on characters that can solo carry games by themselves.
And if you ask me personally, I do still prefer watching aggressive decks a little bit. I think it's just a little bit more bombastic, a little bit more fun. We got to see a lot of Mew yesterday, and so far only one Kave. But who knows, things could change, and I'm excited to see what happens, because we still got so many more weeks of the regular season to go, and we still have to find out which of the players here in Group B are actually going to be able to qualify through to the live event.
Yeah, I mean, as you said, there's been a lot of slower pace, more combo-y decks, right? Less of the extremes on both ends. No aggro, no stall. We're kind of sitting comfortably in the middle for the most part. I will have to see if players change what types of brain. Though I agree with you where I do hope I see more aggro, but that is all for us for today. We are going to see more games though being casted by Binzu and Kojo Creations.
Yeah, make sure you guys show them some support when they come over. We are going to switch casters here. And of course, we're going to take a break as well before we jump on into Game 4. Make sure you guys don't go anywhere. Genshin TCG is not over for today. We still got 2 more matches. So, make sure you guys grab what you need, and we will see you guys right after this. Bye-bye.
Some say that champion duelists are to Fontaine as the safety is to a musket. Which is to say, a chance to defend one's honor and avoid the scrutiny of the prosecution. A way to unload the pent-up emotion in the courtroom without a violent eruption. But there's another way of looking at it, namely, when the accused denigrate the law and question its authority, we must safeguard the dignity of the court. And as a last resort, we will do so by force.
In that case, Mr. Mescal, please confirm whether I understand the defense's position correctly. You vehemently oppose the law, refuse to stand trial, and request an alternative recourse to defend the honor of your guild.
That's right. I demand a duel.
Too often, it is only when the safety is disengaged and the champion duelist takes aim that they finally realize whose hand controls the gun.
The request for a duel is approved. This decision is irreversible.
You got questions? You've come to the right person. On the off chance I don't have the answers, I can ask around and help you find out.
Sethos. Pretty interesting guy. He's like a distant cousin of Sinos.
The first time we met, he came up and asked me if I was Hat Guy.
He nods his head when he talks. It's like, oh, I don't know, like a little puppy, yes?
Doesn't play enough TCG.
Some of my elders say I'm difficult to control, like a wild animal. But don't you think it's kind of an issue that they want to control how other people think in the first place? Sometimes an over-reliance on ancient wisdom can make you forget the strength that you and your companions already have. Move or be moved! Behind you! Don't mention it. I'll protect you. Or you can protect me. Whatever works.
Hey, playing cards again? You know, the Prince Cup is about to kick off again this year. Want to sign up?
Oh, I know that event. I was a contestant last year.
This year's Prince Cup has its competition format upgraded comprehensively, with a considerable increase in prize money.
Prize money? How much?
In this Prince Cup, there's a total prize pool of $60,000 for each region. The champion will be awarded $16,000, and the runner-up will receive $8,000. The rest of the top 32 players will also get a corresponding amount of prize money.
Hold on, did you just say each region?
Exactly. This year, the Prince Cup has been fully upgraded with competitions unfolding in the Pacific and Atlantic regions respectively.
That's 2 regions. So which region should I sign up for?
That depends on your location. The Pacific region is for players from the Asia server and the Hong Kong, Macau, and Taiwan server. The Atlantic region is for players from the Europe server and the America server. You can sign up for only one region based on your location.
I see. Let me check which region I should choose.
Wait, I haven't finished. Each region has 3 competition stages, which include the Regional Wildcard Tournament, the regular season, and the knockout stage.
Oh, sounds pretty complicated. Why so many stages?
To ensure it's available to every player. After successfully registering for it, you're supposed to start with the Regional Wildcard.
How does the Regional Wildcard work?
The Regional Wildcard Tournament consists of 2 stages, with players following the rules of single elimination and the Swiss system respectively. First of all, based on the total number of registrations in your region, you need to win 3 to 4 single elimination matches to advance to the SS stage. And the top 9 at the SS stage can qualify as the regional top 32 and make it to the regular season.
Do I only have one chance? This competition format sounds so cruel.
No. It's true that one failure in the first few rounds of single elimination matches will deprive you of the qualification to advance, but so long as you make it to the SS stage, all the games that follow will give you a chance to start over again.
You just said the top 8 would qualify as the regional top 32, but what about the rest of them?
8 players are selected from the Regional Wildcard Tournament, and the other 24 players are from the Community Tournament, Cat's Tail Gathering. Together, these players make up the regional top 32.
Whoa, it's not going to be easy to make it to the top 32, huh? I gotta gear up for this challenge.
Then you don't have much time left now. The registration period for the Regional Wildcard Tournament in the 2 regions is from April 3rd to April 15th, with a slight difference in the tournament dates. That's April 26th to April 28th for the Atlantic Wildcard, and May 17th to May 19th for the Pacific one.
Come on! Don't worry, it's gonna be easy as pie for me to advance to the top 32.
It'll be great if you make it to the top 32. Starting from the regular season of the top 32, the matches will be live streamed on Twitch, TikTok, YouTube, and Twitter from start to finish. By then, the whole world will see your amazing card tactics.
Wow! Live stream from start to finish? So what are the exact dates for that? I'm gonna ask my friends to watch it.
Both regions will have their regular seasons last for 5 weeks. The Atlantic region will get the dice rolling from May 3rd to June 2nd. Then it'll be followed by the matches in the Pacific region, starting from June 15th to July 14th. Oh yes, you'll have a week's hiatus after the first week of competition. Make sure to keep this time in mind.
Alright, I'll surely remember it. I'm just wondering about the format of the online regular season.
The 32 players will be randomly divided into 4 groups, with each group having double elimination matches respectively. Those who win the winner's bracket finals and the loser's bracket finals in each team will all advance to the knockout stage.
Be it in the winner's bracket or the loser's bracket, it doesn't make a difference as long as you advance, right?
Nah, the knockout stage will continue to use the double elimination rule. So, if you've lost one match in the regular season and fall into the loser's bracket, then you'll only have one chance to lose at the knockout stage.
I see. So we gotta do our best at every stage.
That's right, and at the knockout stage. Then these 2 regions are also held at different times. It's from July 26th to July 28th for the Atlantic knockout stage, and from August 2nd to August 4th for the Pacific offline finals.
My My goal is to advance to the knockout stage. I gotta prepare my decks for the registration right away.
Speaking of decks, do you know the rules adopted by the Prince Cup this time?
Sure, just the best 2 out of 3, right?
Nuh-uh. Except for the initial single elimination matches, the following ones will all follow the Conquest format. And remember, no duplicate characters in a contestant's decks.
Got it. I'll make sure to prepare well. I can't wait.
Hey, it's not even registration time yet. I'll repeat it for you, just in case you didn't catch it. You can register through the official website from April 3rd to April 15th. Mark the dates.
Prince Cup Atlantic matches, the event card Underwater Treasure Hunt brought us so many exciting moments. So how can we make the best use of this event card? Let's learn from the pro players. The key to using Underwater Treasure Hunt effectively is to have a stable card draw mechanism. Different decks will choose different tools. For example, Jibu's Chongyun Razor Burst deck uses support cards like Liban and Treasure Seeking Sealy as its main card draw methods. On the other hand, Binzu's mid-slow pace deck, which are centered around characters like Kuki Shinobu or Nuvalet, tend to use artifacts like Veteran's Visage and Gilded Dreams, which provide continuous card draw. Of course, when preparing card draw mechanisms, most players will choose the Lumenstone Adjuvant as the facilitator for their decks. It not only provides continuous extra card draws, but also offers Omni Dice. Lastly, it's crucial to pay attention to the timing of using Underwater Treasure Hunt. It's best to use it when you have enough card draw methods, or when most of your deck has already been drawn. Using Underwater Treasure Hunt too early might prevent you from drawing other key cards in time. So keep that in mind. Please follow us for more Genius Invocation TCG tips, and see you next time.
Hello everybody, welcome back to the Prince Cup Pacific. I'm Kojo Creations, back at it again with another cast, and I'm joined by a very special guest today, none other than the Prince Cup EU champion, Binzu!
Yeah, hello, I'm Binzu. I'm playing in Prince Cup, and yeah, I'm delighted to cast here with you today and watch those wonderful matches.
Absolutely, yeah. Me and Binzu, we've been doing a lot of community side work, but of course Binzu is also a top player with many achievements, I'd say, personally, and also just, you know, a stall player. It's too bad we're in the combo meta, right? You know, it's pretty hard to find a stall deck that will survive the onslaught of the Conwhale.
Yeah, Conwhale has so many tools to just deal with stall. It's annoying when you have to face down the 20 damage. We've seen 40 damage bursts.
Oh yeah.
Weapon. And then if you survive that somehow and didn't sacrifice all of your characters, there's the whale coming down with 6 damage skills, which you're not likely to survive.
Oh yeah, no, absolutely. That last match with Inagi, I barely missed it until you mentioned it. I'm like, wait, he did 40 damage burst? That's crazy! But yes, regardless, those are the matches previously, and today, I believe we're looking at one upper bracket match and one lower bracket match, and that's going to be, I believe it was, let me see here, Magician versus Shuk is up first.
Yeah.
Yep, in just a moment, we will see the bracket, but I'm excited to see what we have here today. This should be the upper bracket match, right? Ooh, actually, it's the lower bracket match first.
Yeah, we're gonna see which one of those two will actually advance and have a chance of making it to the live stage, and will the journey end today, sadly.
Yeah, very unfortunate. It is the struggle of the lower bracket, you know, is quite the battle, but you know, you have to fight that hard if you want to make it all the way into the IRL Prince Cup. And I'm sure, Binzu, you've had your experience with the IRL Prince Cup. It's such a wonderful experience, isn't it?
Yeah, it's a wonderful experience just being there and playing in the offline with all those people you played online. And I hope that the people making it there will also appreciate it as much, and let's see who makes it.
Yes, absolutely. Diving a little bit in to the player history. Now, we don't really have too much on Magician, but I believe on Shuk, considering that we couldn't find anything, I believe they may have qualified either through the wild card, right? Because we found a lot of players here. I think especially during the upper bracket, we had a lot of players who went through Series Showdown, yeah?
Yeah, Series Showdown is probably the main qualification where we find the players that have a lot of history, probably played in a lot of tournaments, and we've seen performing on the top level. And then wildcard are the people we don't know much about.
Oh yeah, no, absolutely. But here we go, the deck rundown. Ooh, I think you like that first pick on Magician's side, no?
Yeah, it's pretty good. The Mona Sayu Chong, always pretty good. Has a lot of damage, especially with Wolf's Gravestone. And with Mona being such a good character, you can just play her in any deck, really.
Oh yeah, no, absolutely. But you know, specifically Chongyun actually was supplementing something else. But moving over to Shukei's side, they actually do have the Mona Eula Sayu deck, which is, you know, pretty similar to what their opponent is playing. So it's really interesting to see both of these Claymore conundrums collide, huh?
Yeah, there's a bit of a difference with Chongyun just being able to have the Cryo Infusion for Sayu as well. But then we have, on the other side, Eula with more damage and a lot of more breakpoints, and her burst is pretty strong if you need to break through something.
Yeah, absolutely. You know, personally, I think you have sold me on the Chongyun variant, because being able to have that on-demand freeze from the Chongyun Frost Field is a really big deal, honestly. And having the second Claymore carrier, of course, fulfilling the role that Eula can similarly do is a really big deal. Really, you know, unlinears your gameplay and makes it a lot easier to manage and adapt to different situations.
Yeah, and now that we see the deck, it's pretty much a standard deck. We see a lot of cards like Wolf's Gravestone and the Gilded Dreams for the most impactful cards here. We see also Worf, which is pretty new to this list.
Absolutely.
So I'm excited to see if it will manage to get a lot of value here.
Yeah, absolutely. And do you think, because I mean, I would speculate, right, is that typically the Sayu versions of this sort of Mew family, right, don't really have too much trouble drawing out, right? They have Sayu talent, strategize, etc. But this Worf is, you know, being put into this deck because of Forbidden Knowledge, right?
Yeah, it's mainly because you want to have something that draws end of the turn. And with people playing the Mausoleum at the end of their turn, with the 4 cards you draw through Worf and the end of turn draw, you don't really handicap yourself during the next turn, which is pretty much a must-have when you're playing like Sayu Talent, Gilded Dreams, which draws your card, and all those other cards that just you don't want to shuffle more.
Oh yeah, no, absolutely. And looks like on a Shukei's side, looks like they're sort of adversing that, right? They have a pretty similar list, but no Worf, and you know, none of the really little extra special tech cards, I would say, you know, to have that counter matchup. I guess they don't really need it, right? Because they're sort of doing a mirror, you know, against each other.
Yeah, we see, instead of those extra draw cards, we see the Underwater, which is an interesting choice, since most of the time you don't really have the 2 dice to play this Underwater and shuffle more cards into your deck. You want to draw a lot of your cards that you already put in your deck, and we will see if it works out. You draw enough cards that Underwater will probably become active, but it's more of a stall breaker card, I would classify it as.
Oh yeah, no, absolutely. If anything, like, you know, I would more consider like Treasure's always had a little bit of a difficult time fitting into the Mew/MES archetypes, but it's definitely, you know, usable, right? And like you said, you know, it's more for breaking through, you know, breaking through that stall right in the end game, which, you know, I think for the most part, you know, these decks should be able to handle on their own with Wolf's Gravestone, but sometimes you need that little extra push to get into the dice advantage.
Yeah, I would imagine they probably want to use it against something like Whale, which can get a lot of HP and is maybe not in Wolf's Gravestone range.
Oh yeah, no, absolutely. That is actually a consideration because so far we've seen Conwell have a little bit of a struggle, right, within these games. But of course, literally the match before this, right, we saw Inagi build all the way up to like 25 HP. Well, and I don't know, but 25 is not 6.
This
for
is
the Wolf
destiny.
Race, so.
Yeah, you're quite digging through some HP to get through the 6 HP to get the Wolf's Gravestone plus 2 damage. So
yeah.
You might want to get some extra damage here.
Alright, well, we're getting into the game. Dice rolls are looking pretty decent for both players. They're actually going to be fishing for, pretty similar things. Now, the one thing I would definitely want to angle in on, when looking at this match, because they're so similar, right, is that how is, either player going to get an advantage? Because I think Chongyun is slightly favored because you can get more consistent freezes, but then Eula just does a truckload of damage, right?
Yeah, the thing to watch out for in this match is that Shuk wants to float the 5 dice that they have since they started first, and Magician really wants to skill on Sayu now, since if they don't get the skill off this turn, they're probably not gonna have the application for next turn, since Shuk will swap to Sayu at the start of next turn and start swirling.
Yeah, absolutely. It's pretty lucky, right, that you said about the floating the dice, that we have both Timaeus, who will take the 2 Geo dice, and then Liben, who can scoop up the Omni and Animo dice into kind of a perfect ramp turn. And Shuke's looking pretty nice otherwise, right? I think Gilded Dreams having it early, a little funky, but you at least have Timaeus to compensate for that on the second turn.
Yeah, Shuke probably thinking about if they actually want to swap Sayu and start skilling, and maybe gambling on the fact that Magician, because he's a good player like Shuke, knows that he wants to go for this swap swirl play, and maybe Shuke considered that Magician might have thrown away all ramp and decided to dig for all the talent and stuff.
Oh yeah, absolutely. Now the field is Magicians, and like you said, we're gonna drop in that talent. Tunes it with Aliven. Here we go. Hopefully we draw something useful off of this, because everything is not 1 cost, so we can't make anything that's that. Ooh, you like that, but you can't play it.
Yeah, it's a good card to have in the end, but right now it's not really something you want to draw. You rather want to see your Wolf's Gravestone, maybe your Arcane again, and we'll see how Shuke will decide to use all those extra dice they got from ramping this turn to actually convert it into something next turn.
Ooh, speaking of the Arcane, here it comes on Shuke's side. It's actually something we haven't really touched on, when talking about the decks, right, is the Arcane Ancient Courtyard, right? And, this is one that it's fallen in and out of the meta, but I think it really does shine in this one, where they want those high equip costs for artifacts and weapons.
Yeah, it's really good in a deck where you have this weapon and an artifact, since artifacts you normally don't want to use this on, but a weapon is so high impact that reducing it by 2 dice and 3 dice now with Golden House would be really strong and push a lot of damage out of nowhere.
Yeah, absolutely. Especially since, as much as Shuke is running Treasure, that's more of the end game card. So they have it in their hand, but they're not going to be able to play it, at this very moment. So, having that high impact damage coming in early could be the sentence to send Magician to an early grave.
Yeah, meanwhile, we look at Magician's field, and we see that he doesn't even have a lot of extra dice this turn. He has all the ramp cards you want turn 1, but not really something like Gilded Dreams and Liar.
Yeah, and if you could provide a little bit of insight on this one, it's really nice that everyone has Hydra applied to them. That's kind of the whole point of how Sayu's kit functions. But, you have those Cryo dice sitting in Magician's hand, and you want to skill with Chongyun, but how much further do you go after that? Because, kind of similar to the mentality of Freesley, right? If you expend all your Hydra application early, you're actually going to have yourself struggling a little bit in the end game, right?
Yeah, you certainly want to freeze Sayu at least, since Sayu is gonna be the character that does the most right now. But you can't really expend a lot of resources on your skill normal, and if you just skill normal, you don't even have enough dice right now to freeze a third character. So one character will always be free for Shuk. So that's what Magician has to worry about. The one character that's not going to be frozen will be able to do a lot of damage.
Oh yeah, absolutely. And now that's starting to come into play because it was unfortunate that Shuk was forced to skill without their Wolf's Gravestone. But hey, as soon as they did it, they pulled Wolf's Gravestone. So as long as Shuk keeps Eula out, you know, if that's the line they go for, most likely not. But you know, they get to equip the Wolf's Gravestone and start dealing a good amount of damage to both the Sayu and Chongyun.
One with my blade.
Yeah, this Chongyun just being able to freeze Sayu is quite good. But now a Magician has only 2 dice left. Timaeus is being played, and there's not a lot of stuff Magician can do. He can maybe play something to maybe draw or play a Lumen, but there's not much to threaten any of the characters here.
Yeah, no, absolutely. That dice stuff, you know, it's not something I considered, is really starting to come into play now because Magician doesn't really have anything in their hand to generate those, you know, those dice. They actually kind of have a little bit of a card that's no longer useful anymore, something I had not touched on, but Magician was running the Weeping Willow Tree, right?
Yeah, and if Magician wants to be able to use it, he actually needs to use a lot of his cards in the hand. And that's not really something they're able to do right now, since they have a lot of high cost ramp, like the Lumen Stones. They want to play early, but now it's already round 2 and they weren't able to use any of these, which is kind of a bummer in the hand.
Yeah, swinging around a little bit. I think Magician, you know, as much as they have sort of their character setup, right, they don't have their support card setups, whereas Shuk, you know, not too dissimilar, but I think they're sitting at a nicer spot, you know, than they could be otherwise.
Yeah, when we're looking at these two, Magician has a lot of ramp right now at hand. But not really the cards he needs to actually make use of the ramp. While, you know, Shuk actually has the exact opposite. They don't really have the ramp in hand, but they have all those extra dice cards, and it's probably gonna come down that extra dice cards are often quite better than just pure ramp if you're not being able to use this ramp.
Yeah, absolutely. Looks like last turn Shuk went ahead and dropped in the treasure, of course. They didn't really have too many actions left, but it does make, you know, I'd say a good amount of sense, right? Pulling in this treasure because Magician is kind of holding an advantage right now, having the Chongyun Frost Field available to them.
Yeah, the Chongyun Frost Field is quite nice, being able to freeze on demand if Sayu applies the Hydra again to everyone. And then again, we see Magician not really drawing anything. Magician drew the 2 Liars and the Boar Princess, but where's the Gilded that he desperately needs here?
Yeah, absolutely. And I think looks like they're gonna go for 2 Lumen Stone, maybe just 1, you know, and try everything they can to pull out the aforementioned Gilded that you just talked about it. Now, if Magician doesn't pull out Gilded, what's the best thing they can do in this scenario, honestly? It's starting to get a little dicey.
Yeah, they're probably trying to get to Sayu, since freezing Mona is not really anything beneficial for them. Freezing Mona just makes Shuk have an easy way to swap to someone and start going ham on them. Meanwhile, if they decide to apply Hydra again to Mona, to Sayu and Eula, then the Frost Field actually comes into play and they will be able to freeze.
Absolutely. Yeah, here we go. Magician trying to draw anything. Okay. Ancient Courtyard, still not what you want though, right?
Yeah, that's even more dice reduction, but the cards that they want to reduce the dice on aren't there. They have the Wolf's Gravestone, which they could use, but there's the Gilded.
Let's go! Very nice. Very lucky that we were able to draw into Gilded, because at this rate, I think they're, only about, 20 cards through their deck, or at least, currently it's a set of 20, but there we go. Now we get to use that Gilded Dreams, hold a little bit of dice, and then we can probably move on to Sayu pretty cleanly. Yeah, there we go. And here comes the freeze.
Yeah, and now we see the huge difference between not having this Gilded and having this Gilded. They were just using the Lumen Stone and are back to 8 dice, now skilling.
Yeah, there we go. Ooh, did they draw even more? Oh, okay, wait, but you strategize. That's pretty good.
Yeah, they are able to draw a lot of cards here. They have worse gears than they could equip, and they have the Golden House with the Lyre to gain extra 2 dice. This is absolutely huge dice generation for them, and maybe a bit unexpected for Shuk.
Yeah. While we're looking at, while we're having them decide their current action, looking at it though, we've been focusing a lot on Magician, but on the side of Shuk, right, they technically have, at least a 3 dice advantage over Magician right now. They have 2 Gildeds, 1 Boar, and they really get to take many actions, right? So in this scenario, what do you think Shuk is gonna do to take advantage of that slightly extra dice that they have over Magician?
Yeah, they probably have either the option of going Eula and start freezing this Sayu to not give her any room of even getting any value. But it seems like they decide to go to Sayu and start swirling themselves. It's more of a direct approach of just hammering their heads against each other. So Sayu's gonna be like prepare skill into prepare skill. So we will see if that works out for them, since we see Magician has the Wolf's Gravestone in hand, and
Can I go
maybe
catch up on my
Shuk
sleep?
thought they didn't have it in hand and felt safe of just going to Sayu and start swirling as well.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, looking not the worst though. I agree that moving Sayu on Shuk's side is definitely more of a bit of a direct approach, but I don't necessarily disagree with it, because the stars kind of do align, right? We have enough dice to play Wolf's Gravestone for free by using the support cards, and then also by using Sayu's talent, we should be able to draw out even more of what we want in our deck, especially those treasures.
Yeah, although if you equip Wolf's Gravestone now, this could actually be a huge downside for you, since you're locked into this prepare skill, and the enemy Sayu with Wolf's Gravestone equipped will be able to kill you during your prepare skill, and you will not be able to get any value from this Wolf's Gravestone.
That is actually a good point. I've not considered, the Magician, because, I mean, that's the power of Gravestone, man. It should be able to 2-tap Sayu, because there it is. Now you're at the 6 HP threshold. If anything, it looks like Magician's actually holding on to it for a bit of a surprise, right? Because they put out the skill, but now all Sayu has to do is normal attack with Wolf's Gravestone, and then Sayu on Shuk's side is at critical HP.
Yeah, and it seems like they decided to do so, equipping the Wolf's Gravestone with the Gamblers, probably, to get this damage breakpoint really nicely. But we see on Shuk's side, they have the Wolf's Gravestone on their own, and it's coming a bit down to they decided to hold the Wolf's Gravestone so long because they knew if they committed too early, they were just gonna fall without being able to get any value from it.
Yeah. We can do actually a little bit of math on Shuk's side, considering their deck build, because I've been getting pretty used to people running only a single Golden House, but to be fair, that is for Double Dragon, right? But I do believe the math that we want to look for here is single Golden House into the Arcane card into Wolf's Gravestone, right? That would make it just 0, and then you don't waste the other Golden House, right?
Yeah, you for sure don't want to overstack your dice reduction on cards like this. So you want to just get the dice reduction for this. And we see the skill actually, which is quite surprising. They probably know that if they kill with Wolf's Gravestone normal here, that the Eula could just one-tap the Sayu back.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, it's always really interesting to look at this match with Wolf's Greystone, right? Because we have so many breakpoints that we have to manage. Because at any moment, well, these players are gonna whip it out, and then boom, your character, oh my goodness, does that. Mona is now down to 1 HP. You could breathe on her, and she's going to be out for the count.
Yeah, and I don't think Mona has the fast swap available right now, which is quite a downside for Shuk. So they won't be able to go Eula and kill this Sayu right now, and Magician will be actually able to just swap off the Sayu, but maybe that's what Shuk wants, and wants to maybe play with Sayu right now.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, that's one of the things, again, one of the things you have to reconsider, in matchups like these. Mona only has one fast swap per turn. You can't spam it. So, pivoting back to her is really just the, for taking the damage. And now, they're pulling back the artifacts. Are they preparing? Oh, they're going to, okay, tank it out on Sayu. I see.
Yeah, they're probably thinking, hey, if you have another extra die, I'm fine with that. You can just kill the Sayu and I will sweep you with Eula. And if you don't have this extra dice and decide to swap, I can equip my Wolf's Greystone on my own and start trying to sweep you.
Yeah, absolutely. All right. Now they're going to start tanking on Chonyun instead. Definitely, a decent play. I think Chonyun's probably the healthiest here out of all of them. Of course, he can refresh his skill as well. If absolutely necessary. Or actually, let's see. Oh no, yeah, you have an extra Golden House and Liar Song. I almost thought you couldn't refresh it. I'm like, wait, wait a minute.
Yeah, he is out of Wolf's Greystone range right now, but this Sayu with so many dice to use right now is gonna tear through everything.
Oh yeah. Oh no, we low rolled on the draw. That's not what we want. Oh, okay.
Yeah, and with Chongyun being down, you can actually no longer freeze here, which is quite a downside for Magician. And if they decide to swap off to either Sayu or Mona, Sayu and Mona are just about in reach for the second skill of Sayu to kill here.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, and there it is. Chongyun's left hanging by a thread, and unfortunately, Mona summon would be enough to take it out. And boom, there it is. The second prepare skill from Sayu on Shukei's side. Boom! Whoa! Look at that sweep on the end phase. My goodness.
Yeah, so much damage just coming out right now, and actually Shukei has the lethal with the Gilded Recall and putting it onto Mona since they have a boar stack. They decided not to go for it. And just decided to play the underwater, and they can just freeze next turn, so it's probably not gonna matter in the end.
Yeah, I think that pivotal moment, deciding between whether or not to expend the freezes on Magician's side, it actually came a little bit back to bite them, because now Sayu was able to go rolling bowling ball and just boom, Chongyun's gone, Mona's gone. It is a Sayu solo with the Hydro app, so I think we know how this game is gonna end.
Yeah, and since Magician didn't kill Sayu or froze her, this Sayu actually just deleted the whole team of Magician, and Magician wasn't able to come back from it.
Yeah, no, absolutely. Yeah, but that is GG's. That is going to be the first match between Magician and Shukei. Shukei taking it 1-0 over it. Thankfully, we still have one more match, but it is the lower bracket, so it's pretty scary.
Yeah, this is going to put really, really big pressure on him. So we're probably gonna see a desperate attempt to clutch it back, and let's see if we maybe see a reverse sweep here.
Yeah, both players are running sort of a variant of the Riesli deck, right, as their next option. I do wonder if they plan on switching off, because since I did think that Chongyun was going to be one favorite in the match, losing on it feels kind of bad. You might not even want to bring it back when you have a situation happen like that, right?
Yeah, since you need to win with both teams at this, after another, you probably want to switch first, maybe to just get off the deck you were just using, maybe to just get some fresh wind in, losing on a deck and playing it right after often can just really hurt your mental, and you probably need a bit of a break and just go for maybe a safe option.
Oh yeah, no, absolutely. You know, this is actually something maybe you could give a little bit of insight in, because it's a fun conversation to have about these things that you probably don't consider. You know, if you haven't been to the big tournaments, right? But of course, you, my friend, are quite seasoned. You know, when it comes to these 3-deck formats, or even the larger deck formats like the 5-deck format, when you lose on those decks, do you tend to replay them for comfort, or do you switch off because you think you want to have you know, a bit of fresh air?
I think it depends on the deck you're playing, since
right.
sometimes you have a good matchup into the next deck and you want to stay on the deck. But if it's just a 50-50 matchup, you often just switch off just to get the next deck and don't worry about the deck you just lost on.
Ooh, yeah, and looks like we're going to be seeing that applied here, because Magician is locking in to the Chongyun Sayu freeze, and then Shuk is forced, of course, to switch to Double Dragon Cryo Cube.
Yeah, we'll see if one of those decks will actually be able to freeze the opponent really strong, and Ashtaha pretty good into maybe Sayu, since you will be able to absorb the Hydro without Sayu being able to do anything really. But if Sayu gets a really good start and maybe gets some swirls and the worst case on early, you can actually just get overwhelmed pretty quickly by the deck.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, all right. Yep, we've seen this deck before already, so not too much to comment on here. But they are the Dice Magician, eh? You know, let's see if that works in their favor, if they're able to pull out those gildeds real quick, Liar Song and Swoop-de-Doo, generate as many dice as they would possibly need to take down the tank that is Nuvilet.
Yeah, I mean, we saw in the last game that they were able to just generate a lot of dice. Sadly, they got overwhelmed by the dice range of their opponent, which was quite a bit better due to the ramp and all the other things they had going for. So maybe this time they get the ramp and they get to actually magic their way up to like a huge amount of dice and convert it with worst case Stone Sayu to sweep the whole team.
Yeah, absolutely. I do wonder if the Nuvilet deck is running the King Deshret's Mausoleum for the Forbidden Knowledge, right? Because that's also a factor to, you know, quickly toss out Wharf, you know, if it ever comes into your hand at any point, right?
Yeah, it's quite a bummer there. It's you have to play around, so I would not be worried about it too much, but it comes up sometime.
Yeah. It's actually something I didn't really comment on last time, but, you know, that deck really is full offense. There's no Lotus, no Treasure, no nada. You know, it's going to be, you know, I'm going to make it or I'm going to fall first. And here we go. Shukei's deck. No Desperate Mausoleum, so we're not going to have to worry about that. But they themselves have the Mausoleum counter in the form of 2 Wharfs instead of just 1.
Yeah, and they actually have a Lotus in the deck. So they probably decided, hey, it comes up so much that they actually just have one action too many, and it's gonna maybe turn the tables, and yeah, sometimes Lotus comes up.
Yeah, no, I definitely agree with that. You know, it's been really interesting to see the meta evolve over time, especially after patch 4.3, right, which is one of the last big Genius Invocation TCG patches. But you know, that's where the Lotus really started to fall off and, you know, get pushed out of decks, you know, in exchange for Underwater Treasure and more draw.
Yeah, and now about counterplay, they also have the Judgment, which probably is in there for the Mirrors and the Conwhale deck, where you can play it early on to just deny them the early draw. And it's quite a decent strategy, but it will hurt your mulligan quite a bit sometimes.
Yes, absolutely. Sometimes You know, the biggest thing about Arcane is that, you know, it may take only one spot in your mulligan, but, you know, that spot is actually pretty significant. And of course, you know, why run an Arcane if you can't play it at all in the first place? So hopefully Shuk gets a pretty decent start. One other thing, right, is they had the Magic Countdown, and it's a single copy instead of 2 copies, right? And that is also another interesting consideration for the Double Dragon deck.
Yeah, it seems like they really want to maybe skill first on the Cryo Cube, since they're not running as much ramp as some other people with something like Double Countdown, which alone can even bring you to a lot of dice that you can float.
Now, here's a little bit of a funky start on Shuk's side. I think Magician has rolled in pretty well, but, you know, in these sort of freeze matchups, right, you know, fast swap kind of means everything. So looking at it right now and having to stare at it, oh yeah, they're going to throw it away. They said, I don't need it. I'll be fine.
Yeah, and they actually decided to keep the Judgment and the Ashtaha Talent. Probably Ashtaha Talent to absorb this Hydro that Sayu's gonna inevitably do.
Inevitably, yeah.
And the Judgment, I don't actually know where they are planning to use it. Maybe around 2 or 3 to actually get this Sayu to not do the huge amounts of damage out of nowhere.
Yeah, absolutely. I think, you know, what would be a really big play with Judgment is that they can counter, you know, Magician's Arcane card, right? Because, you know, Arcane cards do count as event cards. So therefore, if your opponent has an event card, or an Arcane card, I should say, that will be countered. And that's going to push back, you know, any chance to replay, you know, Gravestones, Gilded Dreams, etc. Like, that's a pretty big deal in this deck.
Yeah, it could actually work pretty much against them. And now we actually see the problem of keeping all those cards in the opening hand. Shuk actually has nothing better to do than to skill an A here. And that might be a big detriment to them.
Oh yeah, no, absolutely. Being forced to tune that Gamblers as well. I'll actually check in and see if Shuk had solo Gamblers or not. Because typically nowadays that these decks are starting to run just a single Gamblers. I can actually see right now on Magician's side, they have only 1 Gambler. So if you tune it, it's never coming back.
Yeah, decks these days mostly rely on OTKing their opponent and not just sniping single units. So only 1 Gamblers makes sense to not overcommit to Gamblers, since if you have Gamblers and you have another Gamblers in hand, it doesn't do anything.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, it's not even gonna help you with Boar Princess. It might a little, you know, back when we could reduce the artifacts for a pretty significant cost, right? But, you know, unless you have that reduction, you know, it does cost 1. It's not a 0 cost card.
Yeah, and we probably will see Shuk go for maybe an Ashtaha line. They could go to Ashtaha Talent and tune 1 to absorb this Cryo and face Absorb Hydro, which will be able to maybe snipe the Sayu turn 2 if Magician is not careful.
Yeah, absolutely. Right now, you know, Magician's just sitting on it. Because they do have, you know, 3 rainbow dice, but not really anything that seems really realistic to tune and or, you know, force a Lumenstone proc. So there we go. There's a draw. Oh, there's their Gamblers. Okay.
Yeah, and we're probably gonna see a strat trying to dig for something that they could use to maybe float the dice. And Timaeus is actually a good option, but they would need to tune 2 cards to play it.
Yeah, absolutely. And I don't think they're going to be able to tune those 2 cards. Now I've fully confirmed both Shuk and Magician only have 1 Gamblers. That's a little early, you know, putting that Gamblers on the Chongyun.
Yeah, they probably wanted to play the Gamblers just so they get the Omni from the Lumenstone and don't need to tune anything for Timaeus.
Yeah.
They could have also played the Willow, which wouldn't probably proc, so they decided, hey, I can spend this 1 dice to actually do something maybe in later turns, but yeah.
Yeah, absolutely. Now, yeah, we see a little bit of you know, full ramp term. I think Shuk, it looks a little different right on their side because they technically don't have the support cards out, but regardless, I think they ramped up pretty well, you know, with the resources they have. Of course, having rainbow dice is just, that's pain. There's nothing you can do about the dice are cringe, eh?
Yeah, and now they actually get the cards they would wanted to ramp. There's the Dwarf, there's the Timaeus, and they really want those cards in this matchup. Now they actually see that Sayu will be able to get the swirl off. They have double talent in hand, which is just a 0 cost draw 2 for them, which is pretty strong.
Yeah, absolutely. Sayu, not only able to, you know, spread Hydra across, or well, just any element to all your opponents, but also, you know, having that draw built in really supplements the playstyle that Magician is going for. You know what's really unfortunate? It's really unfortunate that the Weeping Willow card has not had a chance to be used once. It is fortunately going to be tuning fodder for this game.
Yeah, probably not gonna happen since Magician has double talent, which is a lot of dice. If they actually get something that they want to play, maybe a Boar Princess, maybe some 0 cost artifacts, they will probably get value out of Willow, since they will be able to just use all of the cards and empty their whole hand.
Oh, that's really interesting. Magicians decides to play Wolf's Gravestone on site with 0 reduction, you know, to force proc both the Lumen, but also to threaten the cube. Do you think this is getting a little greedy?
I mean, there's not really a threat Shuk has to the Sayu. Magician can't really get threatened by anything right now. Shuk has the cube burst into maybe a Nuvalet skill to maybe freeze her for this turn, but then again, it's just so little damage that Shuk would do, and it's not even gonna ram for them, which Shuk really wants here.
All right, let's see here. Yeah, and I mean that's the thing, even right. Cube has that revive, so like you just mentioned, you know, Cube's really not in any threat range. You know, because of course Sayu could just skill again, but then I drop the burst. Then, you know, I have as much cryo applications as I realistically need now. Of course, you know, we do believe that Shuk should be able to counter this, but the thing is, though, you know, they haven't taken too many moves, and, you know, their dice are very much rainbow. They have some things that they can tune, but it really doesn't look the best.
Yeah, and if Shuk actually wants to burst here, this cube is probably gonna go down to a swirl later, and then this Chongyun probably will never be able to get frozen.
Yeah, there we go. We get to see the Cryo Cube burst come out, and then Sayu finishes the first HP bar of the cube, and now it's back up again. Interesting that they tuned the Timaeus. How do you feel about that? I feel like Timaeus is such an essential card to pull your artifacts for free. And now that that's gone, you know, Shuk is going to have to fully rely on Gilded Dreams to make that job happen.
Yeah, it's probably that Shuk sees that they're probably not gonna be able to do anything with this Timaeus. Probably decided that Dwarf is the card they want to play since they don't have a lot of cards in their hand. And now they froze the Sayu and are probably fine with just ending there. Not even using anything to prevent Magician from just using any more cards, since they used a Wolf's Gravestone for 3 dice and a skill, which is already a lot of dice they used.
Absolutely. Yeah, Magician, you know, maybe technically holding the advantage because they still have one more action, and of course they could also just ramp with it. But what do you think they're gonna do? Do you think they're gonna? I think they should be definitely pivoting to Chongyun, right?
They're probably right now not gonna pivot to Chongyun. They don't really see a threat in this Nuvalet right now, and if they want to pivot, they probably want to go to Mona. Maybe they decide that, hey, I really want Chongyun, but it's probably not gonna be the case.
Ooh, looks like though they just replaced, you know, trying to flush out, you know, all the usages of their Lumen Stone at the moment, but they just replaced, they pulled back the Gamblers and they put back on the Heart of Kabarina, and then they put a new artifact on Chongyun, which I believe was the Gilded, right? They just regenerated dice. Let me go check that real quick. But there we go. Here comes Chongyun. Wow, they're going for it.
They actually went for it. they probably decide that they want to freeze all of the characters next turn, and if the swap to cube comes to actually threaten a freeze here, they would just be fine with just freezing all of the characters.
Yeah, absolutely. Let's see here. It looks like here is Magician's turn. They're just thinking about it, calculating the line in between if, you know, Chongyun's skill should do it. And I think you always Chongyun's skill, right? There's no way you push your dice into live entertainment. Wait, they're gonna do it. They're gonna do it. No way.
Probably don't want to lose any of the Hydra application, since they saw the fast swap come out, and I don't think Shuk has another one. So they know that they can just start freezing all of the characters, and with Cube even being at 1 HP, this is gonna really hurt them.
Oh yeah, no, absolutely. I do believe they should have that other fast swap in this deck, but of course they did mulligan it, so it is going to be sitting maybe a little, you know, a ways away unless we get a lucky draw. But now it's going to be face downing Magician's freeze turn versus Shuk if they can survive.
Yeah, and Magician draws the fast swap, which maybe will be able to get them some extra freeway to maybe just swap to Sayu at some point.
Yeah. Absolutely, yeah. Sayu would absolutely devastate this thing, but here it is, something I was a little bit anticipating, but the Passing of Judgment is played, and of course, Magician now is going to have a very difficult time generating dice. Now there's no longer that fast swap play that Binju just mentioned. Also, the Rhythm of the Great Dream to reduce the Gilded Dreams is also no longer able to be played.
Yeah, the problem with playing Judgment right now is you don't really have dice. You're already down to 6 dice, and your only dice generation right now is this Asaha talent. Maybe you can generate some dice with 4, but you don't have a 0-cost artifact in hand right now.
Yeah, let's see. And remind me, I do believe, can Asia's talent actually be played when they're currently frozen? Yeah, there it is! Whoa,
yeah.
Alright.
It's very common to see that you would play Ashtar talent to just time stall when you're being frozen, maybe to get Ashtar killed, or maybe to just timer stall and then later swap off and sweep on another character.
Yeah, absolutely. That's so unique, you know, like, because there's so many equipment talents, but really none of them have the ability to push the turn back over to your opponents. And, you know, that was mostly designed, you know, sort of as a detriment, right, to Asia, because, you know, passing the turn over to your opponent, they get control. But, you know, in most cases, I think it worked in Asia's favor.
Yeah, you really want to have this turn swap priority. Like, you often want to start first at the turn, but during the turn, you often just don't want to swap stall. And since swap stalling is such an important thing you can do, and it costs 1 dice, swaps you off your main character right now. Just having a card that does this and maybe allows you to even generate even more dice than just the 1 dice you get from the talent is really, really strong.
Absolutely. Yeah, now we're starting to see the thing you mentioned about pushing Judgment really quick, because now Shuk only has 6 dice, and honestly, looking at their hand, I don't think they have a realistic way to play out, you know, that Gilded, right?
Yeah, they don't have any way of just generating the 2 dice that Liar Song or the talent card or the arcane card in Magician's deck does. So you're just gonna swap to cube, but is it really enough for them, since now Magician can just normal attack on Mona actually to kill the cube. Decides to go to Chongyun to finish the job, maybe anticipating that they can actually sweep a bit more this turn.
Yeah. Wait, they're gonna try and push through Judgment? No way. Oh my goodness.
I don't really think it was supposed to be a push through Judgment. I would rather say it was just to proc the Lumen Stones, since
true.
It will get cancelled, but it's still a 0-cost card that you can just use to proc
Swift and merciful.
Yeah, no, that's actually pretty reasonable. That's right. even when you're under the effects of Passing Judgment or the Forces of Meripede strictly forbidden, you still can't actually play cards, and they will have certain effects that do work, but of course they do consume your dice. But of course, if the card is 0, then you don't need to worry about it.
Yeah, it would actually also affect something if you play a Bone Crusher block at Scorpion Talent or Serpent Talent. It would actually trigger the talents, but
The pleasure
not the
is all
card.
mine.
Oh, wow. That's actually something I've never seen tested before. That's really interesting. Great insight on that. Now, here we go. The sweeping turn. Shuk needs to do something here. Of course, because Agedaha is no longer enabled, though. How much faith do you have in Magician's ability to sweep within this turn? With only 6 dice and, still under the effects of 2 more Judgment stacks.
Yeah, I think Magician will probably be able to kill at least one character here, which is huge for them. Since one character, they can't really swap stall or do anything that just makes them being able to just push this turn limit, and maybe Ashtaha will fall, and then it's just a Nuvalet solo.
Yeah, no, absolutely. And I think, while I do believe in Shukei's Nuvalet, because all the other characters have the important elements applied to them, I don't know. It's looking a little risky now because, right now, by swapping to Agedaha, they're not going to have enough dice to play some useful support cards like Underwater Treasure Generator.
Yeah, and we see Magician still has this this Leave It to Me in hand, which will make them so they can freeze Nuvalet. Of course, they could just sacrifice a character to get the free swap, but now they have so many ways to freeze this Nuvalet and lock them out of the turn. They decide they don't need to burst this turn. They can just pass here, which is pretty good since this you burst would never hit actually Chong-Yun or anyone to threaten anything, since everyone has already an element applied.
Yeah, there we go. And do the tricky enemy situation did not take that, lethal on Agedaha. So now it's just gonna, the double dragons are gonna kind of put in a little work. Although, Chong-Yun should just be able to eliminate Agedaha right here. Yeah.
Yeah, since one of them already was used to just swap to. Magician can just play Wolf's Gravestone and actually just normal here and get the lead ball. Having the burst for Nuvalet, which is crucial, since Shuk, I don't think has played any treasures, or at least doesn't have any in hand, which doesn't really look good for Shuk. I don't think they have anything in the deck that can actually bail them out here.
Yeah, no, it really does not bode well right now. Shuk is trying to push that treasure forward, but, thanks to Wolf's Gravestone, even if Nuvalet goes all the way up to 10 HP, I do believe Chong-Yun burst into a few, skills or normals should finish the job, right?
Yeah, Shuk can only go up to 8 HP here, and since Wolf's Gravestone is a weapon and they give the +1, they can just burst and have lethal already.
Yeah, absolutely. Here we go. They did play out that treasure. We're able to draw 1. Now they're looking at the rest of their hand, though. There's really nothing else you can do in this scenario. They're going to try and force it with this treasure. Here we go. Let's gain 1 dice. But where is that second draw that we need?
Yeah, to survive any attack, you would need 1 more treasure, but even then, you're locked into a prepare skill, and it's just not enough for him.
Yep, there we go. All right, Shuk goes for the last hurrah, drops in that attack, and they can heal. Will they draw at least an extra treasure for fun? All right. All right, Chong-Yun, let's see what you got. Here it goes. Spirit Blade, attack. 8 damage, and Nuvalet is out of here.
Yeah, that was pretty devastating. The deck really shows that if they get the cards, they can just run away with the game, and we see again that the person that just rammed more actually took away the win at the end. Since if you just go for these normal just lines with some attacks, you can't really condense your cards into one turn where you have so many dice, and with all those ramp cards, they give you dice in future turns. For example, the Lumen Stone just pays off really good, gives you in total 3 draws and 3 dice, and this is just showing that ramp cards really are valuable in this meta right now.
Yeah, absolutely. That's why, you know, if you ever get a chance to see the pre-player statistics, you know, that's been something that's been happening earlier, but, you know, that'll show, you know, that the average dice that players are getting is going to be 12 to 13, right? And, you know, that's a sign that players are using a significant amount of ramp, Liben, you know, push dice into the next turn, because at turn 1, you know, both characters, or both players, I should say, are aiming for that setup.
Yeah, it's certainly that a lot of decks just don't even want to do that many skills in round 1. Round 1, you often see one skill. For example, in the Conwell deck, you see one skill often, and then they just play a lot of cards and get dice for future turns. In this Nouvellette deck, you see people skilling on maybe Cube and then getting dice for extra turns. It's all coming down to just having those huge turns, for example, with freezes.
Yeah, absolutely. So now that Magician has won on this deck, I do believe they're now going to have to go to the Freezely deck into the Nouvellette deck. Now that is one of the tougher matchups, I would say, because I think you have a lower rate of, you have the same idea, but a lower rate of application in comparison to how fast Nouvellette Double Dragon moves, right?
Yeah, Nouvellette Double Dragon has a lot of applications. They get the applications going really early with the Cryo Cube, and they just do so much application with skill, NAs, and bursts. And then you have the Ashtar, which can, if they absorb an element, can also just get maybe Cryo again on the characters.
Absolutely. Yeah, I do wonder how the next match is going to play out. Our players are still setting up right now, but let's see here. I don't know. Do you think there's anything you could identify in the last match? Because we identified a few things, right? Playing that Judgment. I don't know if it was necessarily something that would completely turn around the game, right? But, you know, it was something that did waste them a dice, right?
Yeah, I think it was a good thing to just make a bit of safety for them. They couldn't really have done anything this turn then.
Yeah.
So they were probably expecting some form of maybe Liar, Gilded stuff in their hand, which often is so much damage, and they just wanted to ramp a bit more, but the ramp didn't really come through there.
Oh yeah, no, absolutely not. And that was pretty devastating to deal with, right? In that scenario, when you really wanted it to, you know, make sure that you could actually push back against what Nouvellette was planning on setting up. But here we go for Freezely Classic. Now, I know you have a bit of history with this deck, you know, within this patch, right? Because, you know, people have been playing this variant for the most part during the Prince Cup, but of course, there is variants, right? You know, including Sayu, but also additionally removing Freezely entirely.
Yeah, you can actually just remove some sort of the deck, and it's mostly that you want to have a Herald often with just some freeze characters and some hyper magic going with it. So you want to have those Herald and those ramp cards, which are really, really strong right now and really can just win you the games on their own.
Absolutely. Yeah, Herald, once again, showing their strength in a little bit of different deck. You know, earlier today, we actually got to see those Kuki and typically it's Yaya, but this time it was Kirara, right? You know, kind of showing how Herald evolved over time right now. They've been sitting pretty comfortably in this Freezely deck, but, you know, I do wonder, you know, how often it's actually been winning if I take a look at our matchup charts.
Yeah, we've seen that Yao was just cut from the deck since she needs so much setup with Rightful Reward that you really want some other faster character. Yeah.
Yeah, absolutely. Here we go. The Fariesly deck, running pretty traditionally, I would say. The only curveball I'm seeing is that, or well, I don't know. You can tell me if it's a curveball or not, but it is the double King Deshret's Mausoleum, which makes sense. But of course, it does count as a tech card, so you're really only putting it in there if you want your opponent to really have their hand completely messed up.
Yeah, you really want to see that often in something like this Consecrated Beast stacks, where you want to mess up their hand and all of their turns. What I'm really want to point out is they have one Liben and one Celian, which is quite a weird ratio for me, since you either want one of these two to place, and either you want to go for the ramp strategy or you want to go for the using your skills and using them to draw along.
Yeah, absolutely. All right, and then once again, Shuk's deck as a refresher. I don't believe we got a chance to see this Lotus or Magic Countdown come up, right? But for the most part, I think the rest of the deck came out. Came out swinging, and they do actually, this time, Leeway Harp will be useful. They're going to be able to counter both those Mausoleums and not fill their hand too much up with that Forbidden Knowledge.
Yeah, we will see that this deck was probably tagged against something like this freeze deck, so we will now see if it actually is a good tag against it, and if it's worth running those Wars and those Judgment tag cards.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, we'll see if this really comes into shine. It's really interesting to see because there's been a concept, right, that we played with for a while. You being, both of us being quite veteran at the TCG. The idea of tech cards has never really been supported too well, in sort of the game design, right? But I think, as the existence of Mausoleum, this is the first time I've really truly seen people really push, to have some sort of counterplay against that matchup.
Yeah, it's really different from normal tech cards you see. Sometimes you see tech cards, something like the Send-Off, the additional Heavy Strike or Calx index.
Yeah.
But this time, it's more of a tech card in the sense that you really tech against a single card, not something like a deck or a character. So
yeah, absolutely.
You really want to just reduce the value one card gives you. And it's also funny because it's a tech card against another tech card, basically. Since Mausoleum is a tech card against all those hyper draw decks.
Yeah, absolutely. It's going to be really interesting to see how that plays out. But here we go, Magician. I'd say that's a pretty nice turn one. They're like, maybe I hold on to Mausoleum to mess them up. But Shuk responds in kind, mulls everything, and has both the Wharf and, otherwise a pretty decent start to, just drop in those support cards and let the game float away.
Yeah, now we see that Shuk actually has a really good start this turn. They have the cards which actually just makes them being able to use up all of their dice and being able to just maybe skill once, or yeah, maybe if they draw something like the countdown, they will be able to use it. On the other side, Magician, I haven't seen it quite well, but I think they also have quite a good turn one.
Yeah, absolutely.
Being that they have Sealy in hand and Shuk didn't even draw Mausoleum yet, maybe it's their time to just get away with the draw and then not worry about it later.
Yep, here we go. The first turn, Magician is playing out both the Artifact and the Sealy. Makes a ton of sense. Always do that. Now, this is where things will start to get a little interesting because they do have some extra dice that they're probably going to be forced to push into, their Vanarana at the end of the turn. Now, my question would be is that there's kind of been, a very interesting debate on how you play this Fariesly deck with Farina, right? Especially because, her summons are actually going to target Herald first, start chipping away at their HP, and in general, the entire team, right? How do you feel about the difference between Farina and Fariesly tech and also using, the self-damaging summons or the healing summon?
Yeah, I'm quite a big defender of just using the healing summons because I really like to use the Herald skill since it's such a good skill of just doing damage, applying elements, and it uses 2 turns to just get it going. So the opponent needs to spend dice hitting on Herald while you can just apply elements and get Herald proc.
Oh yeah, absolutely. Yeah, and that's actually the interesting thing, right? Is because the whole sort of thing going into this new Herald pairing meta, right? You know, him being paired with Freeze, is that we've talked about like the Herald float 8 concept, but you know, in a way, like you know what you're saying, like it kind of Farina's self-damaging summons kind of betray the idea of Herald floating 8 and then getting maximum value during that second turn.
Yeah, you want to get a lot of value with all of your artifacts, so it will be interesting to see how this plays out with them.
Yep, there we go. Shuk forced to tune, unfortunately, and that is their only Lotus Flower Crisp. So no more defensive utility outside of the Undersea Treasure, and now they're just holding on to those last 2 dice so they can possibly counter the Mausoleum if Magician decides to play it.
Yeah, but the Lotus was probably not even meant for this matchup. It was probably meant for maybe some more aggressive matchup, maybe some double dragon matchup, maybe some consecrated whales matchup, which usually has the high damage.
Yep, there we go. Looks like, oh wow, that's a pretty interesting play. They went ahead and tuned the Seats of the Sacred Secular card generated by Farina. Normal attacks again to pull it out. Will they use it in this final moment to swap over to the healing Farina summon that you do defend pretty often? Looks like Shuk goes ahead and drops it down right there. But let's see here. There we go. All right.
Yeah,
all right.
We'll probably see them ending turn now. They're deciding if they want to use the Mausoleum now, since it will only put 2 cards in the deck of Shuk.
Yeah, absolutely. And since we're going to be waiting for these players to decide their turn, we just missed it, but in between the players' profile pictures, Magician and Shuk, you can see at the Asher Carnival logo, there is going to be a QR code that you guys can scan. You know, if you want to give us any feedback about the show, right? You know, in general, you know, there's a lot of work that goes into these things, but if you have anything that you want to say about the show or about the tournament, please let us know. Your feedback is always appreciated.
Yeah, and now we see the summon being switched to healing. It will probably not switch back at all, since you would need to normal to get the card back to switch it to damage, so it's probably not going to be played.
Yep. All right, and there it is. Flipped back over, you know, with the Farina, and now we see that Mausoleum counter in play. You were still able to fill your opponent's hand with 4 Forbidden Knowledge, but that's going to be pretty much nothing for Shuk. They should be able to chew through that pretty easily.
Yeah, it's gonna be 2 cards, but that's not really anything that they have to worry about, since you can proc your own veterans sometimes with it, and sometimes you don't even want to use it, since it's 2 cards in your hand, and it really becomes a problem if it's like 6 or 7 cards or 4 or 5, and it really breaks your draw.
Tremble and submit,
yeah,
mortal.
Absolutely. Starts hitting that overflow state. Here we go. Now pushing off a Cryo Cube, very healthy, you know, in this matchup, because to be expected from the Fariesli deck, who typically plays a very slow early game, and now Asia should be skilling, taking in the Cryo, and should be able to hold it down right, because they even have Asia talent with those 2 dice that they need to make it work.
Yeah. I would imagine they're probably going to skill first to absorb the Cryo, and then maybe use the talent to maybe turn stall, maybe absorb another element.
Absolutely. Now, something I wasn't covering quite yet, but we are at Magician's side. They did just drop Farina's Burst, and now this is pretty interesting, right? Because typically we saw in the first week, people were actually having a very hard time to even get anything off of Farina besides the summon, right? So now that the Burst is in play, I do like it, but I'm a little worried because they don't really have a lot of healing cards in hand, you know, to really maximize the value of the Burst while it's around.
Yeah, although you would be quite surprised in how quickly this arena burst stacks. Every damage they take every time they get healed, and it just stacks up so fast. And even end phase, only with Arena Summon, it will heal quite a bit and create those stacks.
Absolutely. Yeah, no, that does make sense, right? You know, you are going to take quite a bit of punishment from the double dragons right now. We can already see one stack of Revelry is available now on Magician's side, and now it's going to go through Herald. Hopefully they can take full advantage of this, you know, while it's still up.
Yeah, Magician doesn't really have any dice left. Since they don't have any Gilded or Wolvens in their deck, they can't generate dice out of nowhere without setting up first. So we need to see that Shuk has so many dice at their disposal, and from Magician's side, they don't know what Shuk has in their hand, so it might be even more dice than they thought.
Ooh, and that is a massive high roll right there, using Forbidden Knowledge to pull out the Gilded Dream. So, you know, just like the dice that you mentioned that Shuk is going to have a lot of, now it's even more. This is looking a little devastating for Magician in this position.
Yeah, Shuk decides they can take it slow. They don't need to push for damage now. Maybe see what Magician does with their remaining dice, and we will see that they probably decide to use Talent to, if Shuk actually pushes through with the damage, they don't want them to actually kill Herald here.
Yeah, absolutely. They were forced to even tune the Liben for those rainbow dice to convert it over so they can drop in Talent, because like you said, right, if you know Herald's gonna go down, purposely put on that Talent first ASAP to not only scare off your opponent, but also if you do fall, you know, you'll at least to go and take them down with you, right?
Yeah, this Herald Talent is such a good dice mitigator. If you just play it, your opponent has to go through 2 stacks at least, and if they kill your Herald with a skill, it will proc again, and you won't be able to just magic your way out of it. You need so much more dice than if you were just using it without anything.
Yeah, absolutely. Now, I do wonder if we're going to be able to see that Cryo Cube Burst come out again, right? Because now we're at a position where you can definitely do it. The question is it even worth it, though? We could actually talk about a little bit about Cryo Cube's mechanics, right? How does Cryo Cube choose its targeting? Because it's a little weird, unlike other characters in the game.
Yeah, it actually decides on where the character positioning is. So right now, since Shuk is on Cryo Cube, if they decide to end there, it will target the Ryo on the opponent's side, since he's opposite of it. And with that, you actually have pretty good targeted
targeted selection, right?
Yeah. You can target which character you want to apply the cryo to, and then you will be able to freeze a lot more. Since if I know you're going to freeze my main carry, I'm not gonna let you do that with other characters. For example, if I was to bring something like Kaya, I can only skill and have my burst application. But if you actually have Cube, you can just apply end phase.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, and being able to target that hybrid carry is really going to come into play in the end phase, because there's no really form of cleansing that's going to be able to save you in this matchup, right? So, you know, Nuvolet may come in swinging at the end, but right now, you know, the playing field is starting to get a little more even. Magician is getting a lot more cards in their hand that they can actually find useful. Still, you know, not too much dice gen outside of Lumenstone. Let's see if they can pull anything out of this.
Yeah, the most dice generation they probably have right now would be this Hydra Rest to proc all of their artifacts, or maybe just swap stalling to get them procced by Shuk.
Oh yeah, no, absolutely. That's actually a great consideration to put in there, because, you know, Mari Shusei Hunter and the Veterans Visage Artifact series, you know, are all able to proc off field. So what you can do right now is you can see Magician is starting to slide out their cards, not only to push out the Lumens, but also reduce their Mari Shusei Hunter to 1. There we go. Going to play it on top of Risley, and the Hydra Res should be coming out to gain them, you know, a ton of dice for free.
Yeah, and if they got the dice, the next time all the characters are hit, maybe by a normal attack, you will be able to draw a lot of cards.
Absolutely. All right, here we go. Harold, thankfully is able to get at least one skill out, before they inevitably fall, because they're going to take a ton of damage from Shuk, of course. That might kind of push against them, right? They have rainbow dice. It's really not looking too great. See here, there we go.
Rainbow dice really screwing over, but they get the Omni from the Lumen Stone, and they can use the 2 Electros, for example, to proc Ashtar Talent, since it won't use the Geo dice.
Yes, absolutely. That's right. It is the 2 aligned, so we're able to do that as well. Let's see here. Oh, they might even go for the line right now.
Yeah. We see the Herald actually doing a lot of damage here, but they will be able to just not do enough damage to Ashtar right now.
Yeah. Yeah, there we go. I was wondering if, they were going to go for the treasure play, but it makes sense, just past that breakpoint pack. Ooh, 2 fast swaps now. This is where things get really dangerous, right?
Yeah, the fast swaps probably not going to come in this turn, but if Magician decides to go on Risley and try to damage through something, they could just fast up to Nuvalite and freeze.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, and I think the biggest thing about having those 2 fast swaps, right, is that you always expect at least 1 fast swap in these freeze matchup, but you never expect the double, right? Because at that rate, it's just like, all right, I countered your freeze play, I'm gonna be fine. Well, no, you're not.
Yeah, no, you probably expect it here since it's open deck list, but if I were just to see it, I wouldn't really expect 2 fast swaps in such a deck like this Hyper Magic deck, since you often see just more dice generation like Parametric rather than this plus fast swap.
Oh yeah, absolutely. Yeah, Magician once again cycling through their Lumen Stones, cycling through their artifacts, trying to find something that can pull a little more dice generation out. But they did at least get treasure, so that's going to be nice for the next turn. But they're going to have to stare down Shuke's 10 dice turn. And I don't know. I think it's looking a little desperate in this situation now, right?
Yeah, this Underwater is really good. It's one of the essential cards of the deck, but you don't really can afford to play it. It's really difficult to just stare down an Ashtar with 10 dice remaining and a 7-card hand. It's really not sure what might be in Shuke's head.
Ooh, that is interesting. They did go for the Macaroons play, instead, to make sure the Herald can sustain a little bit more damage, but I don't know how much the breakpoints are going to change in favor, but it will help Magician generate a lot more Revelry stacks while, Farina's Universal Revelry state is still up, because once that runs out, you're going to have to stick with the bubbles that you have left.
Yeah, it will actually help a lot here, since this will actually give them one more hit that Ashtar needs to do before Herald is even proc. And it forces Ashtar to burst after, just to secure the kill on Herald here.
Okay, yeah, that is a pretty good breakpoint tool to have. In this scenario, Macaroons has been typically used, to just keep a character nice and healthy, or just have, have those healing mechanics on like Risley. But here is really working out for Herald. Typically you never get to see Macaroons played on top of them.
Yeah, this Herald is basically at 6 HP, which is quite a decent breakpoint for this Herald, since you needed to skill and now NA to even proc Herald. Otherwise, you could have maybe just NA'd twice on E.
Yeah, alright.
But probably the skill would have been more likely to be seen. One skill at 4 HP and the application already on there is enough to take out the Herald already.
Absolutely. And now Shuke must decide what they're going to do here, because that Curse of the Undercurrent is online. They can do one Ajdaha Cryo skill, but is it really that worth it, considering, you're also going to be fueling even more of that, you know, Farina burst, right? Because right here, you could probably just opt to, you know, ramp with Timaeus and call it a day instead of giving Magician even more free damage.
Yeah, but they probably want to get rid of this Herald as soon as possible, since this Herald, even without Risley, if this Herald would just do skills all day long,
yeah,
he would do 4 damage into 3 damage skills with those stacks, which would absolutely decimate any team.
Oh yeah, actually no, that is pretty logical. All things considered. Whoa, but they're going for a crazy line right here. 4 Princess into 3 Gamblers. Here comes a stomp. Herald's out of the game, and they should be able to regain a little bit of extra dice. Not enough to do another skill, but maybe a normal attack.
Yeah, they can also use the Trevor if they want to gain an additional dice and maybe skill. Maybe play this Veterans, since it's gonna be only 1 dice, since you get 1 dice back.
That is kind of the difficult part though, no? Because if they tried to do that treasure line, they wouldn't be able to tune enough for those dice that they're looking for, because Asia can only tune into Geo right, not Cryo, so...
Yeah, I would imagine that maybe 2K wants to play this Forbidden Knowledge to just see what they draw, and maybe they will draw something good, and maybe they can actually do something here.
Right, here we go. Looks like they're actually going to not expend it, just put the Veterans on their other character, and then it's gonna be a Risley solo, but I think that fast swap on Shuke's side really seals the deal, unfortunately.
Yeah, they actually just decided to stay on Ashta just to get the cryo application on Farina, and now with the fast swap and the extra dice, since they also got a Gilded from the deck for maybe +2 extra dice, it's gonna be a huge turn for them. Maybe not kill both characters, but at least Magician is not gonna be able to do anything but ramp.
Absolutely. Now, the one thing I'm starting to get a little bit worried about here, right, is that Shuke not only didn't roll the best, but they still don't have Tulitalia's Remembrance. Too late. You know, maybe not yet, but you know, without it, you know, Nuvolite cannot dish out those efficient charge attacks, and they really don't have cards in their hand. They could proc Lumenstone, but it's not going to be enough to the point where you'd be able to pull something out that's super useful.
Yeah, this is quite difficult for him right now, but he has all 3 characters alive, and with just Nuvolite and
the pleasure is all mine.
He will be able to freeze any character if it's just 1 character right now.
Yep, there we go. Trying to force proc the Veterans Visage, something that you mentioned earlier. Ooh!
And that's
Magic Countdown. Do we do it?
Yeah, that's probably also why he didn't play it last turn. He knew he was gonna use it this turn to proc the Veterans, and then maybe just get the extra draw, and it wouldn't matter.
All right, there we go. Risley taking a lockdown, and we have the options between, you know, starting to do those charge attacks or using the Magic Countdown to pull out the rest of our cards. I don't know. Are you feeling a little risky, Binzu? I think we go for Magic Countdown, maybe.
Yeah, I mean, you have a lot of ways to just maybe get damage right now. Maybe they're trying to get the damage this turn and maybe swap to Ashtaha at the end just to freeze starting of next round again. Or they could try and count down to do as much damage with Nuvolite if they draw the weapon or maybe something else.
Yeah, absolutely. I agree with that. Here we go. Pushes over to Farina. Are we going to see that move come in? Well, they still have some options, but it's going to be probably a ramp into on Magician's side to Timaeus. You know, actually, and yeah, that's kind of it. Do you think there's ever a universe where they use the egg during this turn? Probably not.
Probably not gonna happen. They're probably just trying to get some value out of their cards. Probably trying to not lose on this round.
There we go. Okay. Ooh, nice. Get a dice back as well, so you can get rid of the undercurrent if you so desire. But, you know, this is kind of the end of your rope. Either you cross your fingers with Magic Countdown, or you stick with the 2 treasures that you have right now.
Yeah, they actually went and used the X. Maybe they're just trying to maybe get some value of swapping to the Herald, and maybe getting some breakpoints right, but it seems like they don't even have enough dice to actually apply Hydro to Nouvelette here.
Yeah. Ooh, there we go. Got the proc through there. And they also are able to play out the Mausoleum of King Destrait. Now, this is pretty good because as much as Shuk has a counter, it is reliant on actually drawing said cards. So now, you know, Mausoleum may start eating into Shuk's hand if they're not careful.
Yeah, but we see the weapon being drawn, and actually Magician was able to heal quite a lot. And with the X on the Steel and Burst, you probably aren't able to do a lot of damage.
Yeah, no, absolutely. Now you have to, you know, truck through those 3 characters. You know, even just with Egg Revival, it's, you know, pretty typical tactic that people have been using throughout 4.3, right? Even with super hyper aggressive decks like Linny Nahida, right? You know, that was a pretty common tactic to have that Egg for that singular free character, you know, sacrifice into pass back.
Yeah, it was pretty common to just see you swapping to a character. You just act just to maybe get a burst on another character.
All right. Now, what are we thinking? Farina's looking nice and healthy, thanks to those underwater treasures that were able to play it out. Yeah, and Shuke's now having a little bit of difficult time deciding there. You know, they have these options, right? But what do you think? I think it's either weapon or, oh wait, but if you countdown, I think you completely mess up your draw, huh? Now.
Yeah, they probably don't want to count down, although they are in quite a bad spot of having draw. The draw, when they draw, they will proc Mausoleum, but if they don't draw, they're just leaving the Mausoleum at 3 stacks, and that might come back later.
Yeah, absolutely. There we go. There is Tutalia's Remembrance. Not too late. But here we go. Do you think low-key is the Magic Countdown kind of a brick in the deck now? It can probably no longer function thanks to the Mausoleum.
The Mausoleum was actually quite severe for that. Without the Mausoleum, Countdown would probably be able to draw some treasures or maybe some extra dice that are left in the deck. But with the Mausoleum now, you probably don't want to use it.
Yeah.
If there are only 4 cards in the deck left, or maybe even less, you probably can use it to just generate some card draw.
Absolutely. There we go. Good move on the Strategize to forcibly destroy. Oh, actually, no, right? Because now it's triggered in the middle of the turn. So that debuff symbol on Nouvelette means that they're under the effects of the Forbidden Knowledge, right?
Yeah, every card they draw now will shuffle 1 extra Forbidden Knowledge in the deck. So you might not want to draw that much. You want to maybe try and maybe combo with the cards you have right now, but those cards right now are not that great.
Yeah, no,
the
definitely
Judgment
not.
is actually really good. Maybe disabling the the Leave It to Me and the Treasure
Let the might be humble.
Nouvelette is not at a threat of being frozen right now.
Yeah, there it goes. Boom! Nouvelette burst comes down. The tides beckon, and now, you know, characters are getting a little wobbly. But like you just said, you know, that Judgment is going to be a pretty big factor. I was going to mention that. Now, they no longer have the ability to quick swap onto other characters and, you know, drop a freeze onto Nouvelette so freely.
Yeah, and now any character they go to will take a lot of damage. But they have 3 characters left now. And they might be able to maybe get back into the game.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, it was looking pretty losing for Magician for quite some time, but you know, that one moment of having a chance to put in Forbidden Knowledge is really starting to slow Shuke down. Do you think we're going to see maybe a complete ramp turn? You know, obviously, I think the players will drop at least minimum one skill, but that's kind of the extent of it, right?
I think we're probably just gonna see one of the last turns here. It's probably not gonna be a ramp turn. Since Shuke used this judgment, they want to go in, and Magician can't really just let this Novelette do everything for free.
Yeah, that's true. Let's see here. Risley already has Chilling Penalty up. They did drop a skill in earlier. Now you can get some pretty efficient normal attacks. Is there anything else that you could put in right now that you're looking for?
You're probably looking at Magician's side and thinking, if Shuke normals, they're probably maybe gonna normal or swap off and sacrifice a character. It's probably a normal attack, although this would put Magician at 5 HP, which is not good.
Yeah, definitely not. 5 HP Risley is not a great place to be at. I believe the prepare skill from Nubilet should actually be able to just tear right through that, eh?
Yeah, and you certainly don't want to sacrifice Risley, because if you just sacrifice a main DPS and you don't have egg anymore, you really can't come back. This
yeah,
Herald,
absolutely not.
even though you egg them, doesn't have the +1 damage from the revive proc, so it won't be able to do as much damage as you really want it to do.
Yeah, there we go. Drops in a 4 damage normal attack. Sheesh. Getting boosted by all those abilities that they have on their side. Oh my goodness, though. Right back at him. I think the colleagues are having a little bit of a fight. But yeah, like you mentioned, the egg does not actually proc the Herald passive ability where they're able to revitalize themselves, right? And here we go.
Yeah.
Trying to purposely crush everything for the Lumenstone procs. Did we get anything useful?
Yeah,
kind of, I'd say so.
Probably want to freeze the Novelette here. They're deciding which card they want to burn last. It's probably gonna be Strategize or Treasure. They decide it's gonna be the Treasure. Maybe trying to draw something with the Strategize itself.
Yeah, I think they're gonna try and do a 1-for-1, put in Strategize, get those 2 treasures, heal up Risley, and then fast swap over to the Herald and freeze down Nuvilette so they can try and get out of the sticky situation that they're in.
Yeah, they certainly wanted to freeze here, but also have this Ryo at 2 HP, since if this was a fast swap in the hand of Shuke, they might be able to snipe the Risley off field. And since only we know that Shuke actually tuned one, I think.
Yep. Yeah, all their fast swaps are gone now.
Yeah, there is no fast swap in the hand or deck from Shuke, but Magician doesn't know that, and they need to play around it.
Yeah, they're playing very carefully around it, you know. You don't want to get hit by the same thing twice. It already happened to you once. Here we go. The opposing Herald just doing their skill once more. Now, CryoKey was left alone. They can normal attack with a boost, but is that really even worth it?
Yeah, they really need to think about if they want to use the normal attack. They probably want to at least kill Herald, because otherwise they're probably not gonna have any chance of taking down any characters without the off-field damage.
Here we go. Spent a treasure, giving CryoCube another chance to be past that breakpoint. Looking at it. Still though, how do you play this out? You know.
Yeah, we'll probably just see a normal attack. Using more treasures. Maybe trying to get maybe some cryo dice also.
Yeah. Oh, they want a skill, huh?
No, they probably want to normal. But they probably want to just maybe look if they get any usable dice.
Yeah, most definitely. Here we go. Treasure going into the deck once more. Hopefully they can draw it out, considering how, they don't have too much forbidden knowledge, but, a good amount to the extent that it is going to make it difficult to pull it out. Timer is starting to tick down. Shuk better drop in their attack before it is too late.
Yeah, they actually seem probably quite desperate of just getting any healing here, since they actually shuffled a lot, and I think they're looking at this countdown in their hand if they want to play it. They decide against it and probably wanting to play it next turn to get all their characters again up to a high HP.
Yeah, now in this situation, unfortunately, pushing those 3 dice into the next turn, you're only going to take him. And there goes the first revive, knocks him out. And I think this is perfectly played by Magician, right? They got one more treasure. Wait.
Face your guilt.
Yeah,
wait, no, it is right. We're good. We're right.
They have to burst for 1 dice, and this will be able to actually kill 2 characters here, since Farina burst stacks actually they just stay there after Farina's burst end. You only need to get the stacks, and you don't even need to use them in the same round.
Yeah, absolutely. Man, there it goes, being able to knock out H-Daha. Thanks, once again, like you just said, to the Farina burst, and that is going to be enough for Risley to knock him out, and they just drop in at least 1 treasure, swap it over, and now, oh no, Shuk is in the losing position.
Yeah, it's gonna be difficult. They really need to draw treasures, but all of those
those cards
forbidden knowledge. Yeah, the forbidden knowledge actually just breaking their hand and dice.
Yeah, can you believe how much this game has turned around, right? It looks so much like Shuk was in that winning position, but now they have to work with it. They go in all or nothing, baby. Magic countdown, got 3 treasures. Can we work with this?
Yeah, we need to play those treasures to not just die to 1 skill, but we don't have the ability to freeze anything, which is quite detrimental to us.
Oh yeah, no, absolutely. How the turns table, Magician having access to only 1 freeze carry, not H-Daha, that's not what you want. Oh no.
Yeah, you really don't want to see it in this position. You just want to see any treasures there is, but is the treasures even enough if you draw them?
Yeah, it looks like Nubilet might be taking his solemn vow. It should just be a normal attack into the finisher. I do wonder, Risley may actually be able to pummel out a good amount of damage currently. Let's see here.
Yeah.
I'm just thinking about it.
There's probably nothing you can do. If you decide to skill, you don't have enough damage. Even if they just decide to maybe swap for arena and normal or something. But this Risley just does so much damage to you. With the Farina burst stacks, you don't have enough damage, and if you decide to normal, you're locked into the prepare skill. You can't just spam your normal attacks to heal up like Risley.
Yeah, Shuk, it is understandable. They gotta take this moment in because this is actually their tournament life, so we have to be considerate of that. But here it goes. The normal attack comes out, should heal Nuvalet up to 6, and then it's just going to be Nuvalet and his 2 companions that he's known for quite a long time in Fontaine. Here it comes. Risley says, I'm sorry, sir, but you're going down. All right, treasure. What else do we got?
Yeah, treasure.
Another
just one? To be safe. You can't really die to anything there, but you want to be safe that you didn't calculate something different, and now you can just normal attack, and that is it.
Silence fills the air.
Unfortunate to see the game end like that, but that is how it is. I think both players played really well, having that final moment be decided by putting the forbidden knowledge and stopping Shuk from drawing any treasures is huge, right? You really never expect that, even when putting in King Deshret's counters.
Yeah, you really see that even at the end, it really makes a difference there. Even if it's not played at the start, since at the end of the turn, you really want to draw as well as at the start of the turn. So draw is always something you want, and just being able to deny the draw is really valuable.
Oh yeah, no, absolutely, and that, I really can't believe that. I'm still amazed to see, the game turn around, because we had the conversation about like tech cards, right? How they've been kind of a weird thing in the TCG, but now we truly see those cards completely turn around a game, counter properly and then miscounter properly. How unfortunate it is, the game of luck, but very unfortunate. Good game to both players, and Shuk is being sent home, and Magician moves on in the lower bracket.
Yeah, congratulations, and we will need to see who are you facing at the end. So we'll have the winner brackets soon, so we're being quite looking forward to see who will advance to the winners round and who will face in the losers.
Yeah, absolutely. Our next round is going to be a winners round 8 versus Mango, and of course, just to mention it, of course, it is unfortunate that players do have to fall, but that is the nature of a tournament, the competitive scene, right? But the players who have made it through those matches will be getting $600 in USD, as their prize, for making it, still through a pretty serious tournament, regardless.
Yeah, that's quite a consolation prize, and I don't think they're really that detrimental, but it's quite annoying if you lose to it. So yeah,
absolutely. But I think at the end of the day, the players played their best, that they could. But that is going to be it for that match, and we're going to be taking a short 5-minute break, so don't go anywhere. We'll be right back with more TCG madness for you.
Yes. See you later.
I can ask around and help you find out.
Sethos. Pretty interesting guy. He's like a distant cousin of Sinos.
The first time we met, he came up and asked me if I was Hat Guy.
He nods his head when he talks. It's like, oh, I don't know, like a little puppy, yes?
Doesn't play enough TCG.
Some of my elders say I'm difficult to control, like a wild animal. But don't you think it's kind of an issue that they want to control how other people think in the first place? Sometimes an over-reliance on ancient wisdom can make you forget the strength that you and your companions already have. Move or be moved! Behind you! Don't mention it. I'll protect you. Or you can protect me. Whatever works.
In the Prince Cup Atlantic matches, the event card Underwater Treasure Hunt brought us so many exciting moments. So how can we make the best use of this event card? Let's learn from the pro players. The key to using Underwater Treasure Hunt effectively is to have a stable card draw mechanism. Different decks will choose different tools. For example, Jibu's Chongyun Razor Burst deck uses support cards like Liban and Treasure Seeking Sealy as its main card draw methods. On the other hand, Binzu's mid-slow pace deck, which are centered around characters like Kuki Shinobu or Nouvelette, tend to use artifacts like Veteran's Visage and Gilded Dreams, which provide continuous card draw. Of course, when preparing card draw mechanisms, most players will choose the Lumenstone Adjuvant as the facilitator for their decks. It not only provides continuous extra card draws, but also offers Omni Dice. Lastly, it's crucial to pay attention to the timing of using Underwater Treasure Hunt. It's best to use it when you have enough card draw methods, or when most of your deck has already been drawn. Using Underwater Treasure Hunt too early might prevent you from drawing other key cards in time. So keep that in mind. Please follow us for more Genius Invocation TCG tips, and see you next time.
Hello, everybody. Welcome back to the Prince Cup Pacific. We're on our final match of the day and weekend, really. So we're back once more. I am good and gracious, and here is Binzu.
Hey, it's good to be back. Yeah, the final match, and it's a winner's match. So I'm excited to see who of those top players will move on to the winners.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, this means a lot because not only are you clawing through the winner's bracket, but it's going to be the second to last one before we actually decide who we go into the Prince Cup with. So we're probably going to see that going into next week, right? But and of course the other person will be falling into the loser's bracket, where they'll have to once again fight their way through if they want to make it into the Prince Cup.
Yeah, and they have a lot of pressure since if they win through winners, they actually get another life in the live event. So if you win so much here and get a grasp of the meta real good, you can actually have a huge advantage going into the live place.
Yeah, absolutely. That's always a consideration to have. Style of tournaments, when I'm thinking about other tournaments and other games, right? They kind of have that seeding system where, if you do take a fall during the preliminaries, you will actually have it affect, your live stage performance, and that can be a pretty big deal sometimes. But what's really interesting about that statistic and the fact that lives carry over into live event? Who do you think might not even drop a single game? Do you think anyone's gonna come up like that and go all the way to first?
Not dropping a single game, that's quite difficult. So I don't think that's gonna happen. You probably have a targeted deck every single match, so you're probably expecting to lose one of them, since players are really focusing on winning certain matchups, and if they have two advantage deck choices against maybe your Conwhale, you're probably trying to win one of them.
Absolutely. Yeah, that is going to be interesting. It's actually, I don't know. I find this to be the most counter-pick meta that we've ever had, right? Especially with the existence of double freeze, because before, traditionally, you'd only ever bring one freeze, and that also ended up being stalled. But now it's two freeze combo lists, trying to take out either A, list or extremely aggressive list. So hey, whoop-de-doo, that's how it goes, and that's why we don't get to see Skull touch face.
Yeah, I mean, I wouldn't call it really counter-pickery, but we have seen a lot of decks that do really well, and a lot of freeze decks right now do really well, so I'm expecting to see a lot of more freeze decks, and maybe people will actually take advantage of that everyone is playing freeze decks, and maybe bring something to counter it.
Yep, absolutely. But here we go. The bracket should be up in just a moment. The players that we're going to be watching today for our final match is going to be 8 versus a Mango. And these players have been, obviously, I think I got to cast a few of their games earlier. But if I take a look at, what they have under their belt, I think one of them has a pretty sizable lead in terms of achievements.
Yeah, we've seen them play before, and they have been putting on quite a good performance. So I'm really excited to see what they're gonna bring, and it's actually going to be a lot of different decks this time.
Ooh, yeah. Oh, wait, that's right. Because 8 was the one I got a chance to watch with Sumi on the other side, winging the Kave, Bloom, and Whale. So that is a really curveball pick. And also, what is that we see on 8's side over there?
Yeah, we see Mona, Shenha, Faruzan, which is quite an unusual pick. I've seen it being played last patch quite a few times to counter all the hyper magic decks, because you have such good damage with the Faruzan skill, normal and burst, and Shenha doing a lot of damage on her own. So it's quite exciting to see it, and we see 3 weapons and 1 Wagner, 1 Timaeus, which is quite surprising.
Yeah, absolutely. Single Wagners and Timaeus, that way you're not going to actually draw your artifacts and weapons as consistently, because playing, either of them, even twice, is enough to bring back, bring out those weapons and artifacts that you're looking for. We'll discuss a little bit of that, though. Let's take a look at Mango's deck, which looks a little more standard, right?
Yeah, they decided to bring Mausoleum and Stove in their deck, so they're probably deciding that they want to go for maybe a long run win, and it's not Cryocube, it's Layla, so it's quite a bit slower than the Cryocube version.
Absolutely. Here we go. We got some pre-match data. Look at that. The thing that we talked about earlier, right? 14 effective dice in the first 3 rounds. That's definitely pushing some stuff into Liben.
Yeah, and we can see that they actually have 4 average rounds. Quite a lot of people have maybe a few higher rounds, but it seems like they actually are able to finish their matches quite early, and probably a lot of turn 3 OTKs, and sometimes in those matches where you maybe face the Ryo freeze deck, it can go to 5.
Whoa, look at the chart on Mango's side. Look at that. The other one was quite skewed, but there we go. 15 effective dice in the first round, and then, 1.3 on the other stat. But here we go. Getting into the match right away. The players are ready to rumble. All right, let's see here. Now, let's discuss a little bit more about this Faruzan deck, right? This is such a strange deck. Do you have a little bit more insight on, how do you think this is going to play out in the early turns? I think it's pretty close to the Leeway Armory.
Yeah, it's really just an aggro deck. It's kind of comparable to maybe like Mew or the Sayu version, since it has the same character concept. You have Mona, you have Faruzan, you have Shenha, but you are able to do a lot more work with just being able to maybe use your weapons and skills with Unseen Razor, which Mew just can't do.
Not now!
Yeah, absolutely. Mew isn't able to pull off some stuff like that. Now we're seeing the first turn here. That's the only Wagners we have in our deck, and they're going to use it and also draw their weapons and put down a Liben. Mango, on the other hand, they are missing 1 correct dice to actually properly proc Liben this turn.
Yeah, they're probably gonna tune something, or maybe they decide to swap Ashtaha and Talent to get 3 of different dice to use it for the Lylan.
Oh, and that'd actually be pretty huge because you're actually going to go ahead and absorb Hydro. Technically you don't want that, especially with the lower cryo application from Layla, but hey, it's definitely a start. You can get that early and then start getting Ajdaha stacks, right? Because every single time that Ajdaha absorbs an element, he becomes more powerful. That burst is going to deal devastating damage later. Nope, just going to tune the board.
Yeah, gonna tune the board. Besides that, the Ashtaha talent is in fact more impactful than just absorbing some elements this turn, since you weren't able to use the dice you would generate anyway.
Absolutely. All right, here we go. Next roll, we're going to see lots of dice to work with in the next turn, but the question is, how are they going to play this out? Because, with Mango not running the cryo cube that we've gotten so used to in these patch matches, right? There's not really much she can do in this state, and 8 is going to go kind of like really aggressively, right? Mona is online, has a fast swap, and Shenhe and Farzan can kind of take the stage and just start dishing out tons of damage.
Yeah, it's quite unlucky that 8 got the weapon that's not boosting the Farazan damage, actually, or the Shenhe damage, which you really want, since you want to be able to just do a lot of damage this early rounds where Nuvalit isn't set up and they can't really do anything. But at least it's 2 free draws for them.
Absolutely. Good old Fruit of Fulfillment. Big fan of Fruit of Fulfillment. Too bad it's not able to be played more often, but especially on Mona, because, hey, free damage, also Catalyst Carrier, and you get to draw for free, like you just said. But looking like that Farzan skill's coming down. 8's hand's a little full. What are they able to play out this turn to make sure they don't overdraw on the next?
Yeah, I mean, they can always play a Fruit of Fulfillment to draw more cards, and you can just play a lot of cards like Rhythm. You can play, and you can actually get rid of almost all of your hand to replace it with a new one, just for free even.
Oh yeah, absolutely. Yeah, there may not be the Wagners,
The
but
pleasure is all
Rhythm of the
mine.
Great Dream and Golden House should be able to take command of that. Mango, not much going on their side, just swapping over to Nubilet. Is that advisable though, right? Because all 8 needs to do is swap to Shenhe, and then, he's stuck for the rest of the turn. But I guess it doesn't matter that much, huh?
Yeah. Mango probably knows that the damage right now without a weapon, without anything, is not that great. They can do like some damage, but Mango saw that Mona got the fruit, and that's the weapon they draw from
Silence!
the Wagner, so they're probably not that scared right now.
Yeah. Ooh, I'm actually seeing a really crazy line here because, last patch, as much as we had the Fatuis on deck, the whole, pressurized collapse status that's currently on Nuvilet never really came into play because you would usually stick on one character, right? But this time around, Mango ideally does not want to stay on a Nuvilet for too long, right? Because now, they'd be either forced back swap to him, and then at any point if he gets cryo applied to them, Farzan can swirl, and that's going to be a freeze lockdown. All characters will be stuck and unable to move.
Yeah, but Mango actually decides that they can just go in on Nuvalet without anything else, since they have so much dice actually in their hand. They have Gilded and Liar to just gain 3 more dice, which is pretty huge for them.
Yeah, absolutely. Look at that, chunking out tons of damage, 4 damage, just off of that. Now, I do wonder if Mango is going to do the crazy play of playing Gilded Dreams into 2 Ajdaha talents. That's going to be pretty crazy if they go for that. They should be able to... would they be able to net out at least 2 attacks from Nuvilet or no?
They can actually just get 1 attack from Nuvalet now with the Liar and Burst to again just refresh. So now they have actually killed Mona.
Be sanctified.
Who was holding the weapon, and with Mona down,
My
they
reckoning.
need to use a weapon for full price at the start, or at least when they don't reduce it with Golden House.
Oh yeah, absolutely. And secondarily, right, these are just one-off weapons. There is not really any other copies of them, and with that Fruit of Fulfillment down, you're not going to be able to, you know, have that free draw. You know, A has already used their strategize, as I told earlier, so they're going to be relying on Lumenstone to get out the rest of their cards.
There is one of them, so it's quite good for 8 to draw, and this weapon actually will enable them to actually use half of their hand now.
Yeah, absolutely. There we go. I wonder, let's see here. So let's see if this line comes into play, and more importantly, if Mango sees it, because what I'm seeing, right, is that 8 slow swaps onto Shenhe, drops on the weapon, you know, gets the skill for free. That's cool, right? Fast swaps back to Faruzan and locks down both Layla and Asia, and then it is the Nuvilet solo.
Yeah, the question is also right now, if 8 is actually able to pressure this Nuvilet down, if Mango just goes for an ace, since Nuvilet with weapon, uncontested, does a lot of damage. You don't even need that much of extra dice. You can probably just use your normal attacks and burst.
Yeah, absolutely. Mango is taking the consideration because, you know, subsidiarily, if they move from Nuvilet now, you know, they're actually going to be getting Hydro swirled onto them by Faruzan, and that's going to be a pretty big problem, right? Because the last thing you want is your endgame carry having that Hydro or Cryo application, right? Because once again, if I have Freeze or I have, you know, Cryo as my hyper carry, I'm going to freeze you back, and then it would totally turn around the game for them.
Yeah, 8 using all those cards to proc Lumen, trying to get something out of it, but they just draw alignment, which isn't really that great right now. They're trying to get the burst, but this burst might not do enough. It's 1 damage, and with 1 damage, you're not really threatening this Nuvilet right now.
Yeah, no, definitely not. And that, you know, I believe the Moon Piercer was played onto Shenhe just to proc that Lumenstone, but that's a little bit of a hand reveal. Now, you know, Mango knows that 8 at any time can swap, or, well, really, they have to swap to Shenhe within this turn if they want to take advantage of Moon Piercer, because it only lasts for this turn and then it's gone.
Yeah, now Mango knows that if 8 wants to do anything this turn, they have to swap to Shenhe, since she's the only character that does really damage. This Faruzan does 4 damage with skills, but 4 damage with skills for full price is not that great for 8.
Yeah, no, definitely not. You really want that King Squire to just send Faruzan's damage skyrocketing, because then it's 5 damage skills, sometimes for 1, and then 4 damage normal attacks thanks to your burst and the Wind Realm of Nanjinsin. So that could be something that comes in, but right now, here we go. Probably tanking it out on Layla, right? Oh, they're gonna... Wait. Not yet. They can almost...
My guiding stars!
Yeah, they actually fast swapped to Layla, thinking that, hey, I will just prepare an insta-freeze for next round, and you can't really stop me.
Yeah, absolutely. What card do you... I mean, since that's the case, right, I don't imagine Mango is going to be doing any more action. What card would you decide on using for ramp this turn? You have Dunya Timaeus, but you also have Lumenstone.
Yeah, Dunya Timaeus is probably the more favored combination. But you could also decide to go to Ashtaha, use talents if you really want to get something done this turn. And we see actually 8 tuning to probably skill.
Skill on Faruzan? That's tough.
The skill on Faruzan actually would mean that it will not use the reduced dice cost from this move.
Dare to mess with me?
Yeah, because now...
Yeah. If they actually just go to Shenhe and skill, they won't be able to have any applications left.
Yeah, absolutely. That's super unfortunate, yeah. Moon Piercer was probably not play to force it early, although to be fair, 8 did not have a lot of cards in their hand to play freely, but you know, I don't think losing your value on a Moon Piercer was maybe the wisest choice.
Yeah, the good thing is 8 does have the Unseen Razor still in hand, so
You dare
it will be
overstep your
able to
mortal
have
authority?
a lot of damage here.
Oh, and here we go. I think we're gonna do that line that you talked about for Mango. It should be the Agedaha talent, and maybe even 2 of them to fully play out the entirety of the ramp hand. Let's see it. Let's see it.
Yeah, it's either they are gonna use Asha talent, or maybe it's actually just Timaeus with Dunya's up now. Who they will use the
Agedaha talent goes
Talent.
in. Yeah, there we go. Dune's Lumen Stone. Whoa.
yeah, using the second talent just to get a bit more dice. And what are they gonna do now?
Yeah, without that, you actually don't get to play both of them for free. Of course, Veteran's Visage is a more valuable card.
Thank
so
you
wanna
for
keep it.
permitting. No, inviting
Oh, they're
me
looking
to
for
join
a
you.
Nuvilet charge attack angle.
Yeah, although it's quite surprising since you don't get the proc of the weapon for the reduced normal attack, and if you just used one of the talents, it would have been actually the same dice cost. So it might have been that they thought they want to swap off, but they haven't considered that they actually just can't use the reduced charge attack and swap off.
Yep, and there we go. Yeah, a little bit of a dice waste, but there we go. Farzan's burst does apply a hydro to the rest of the characters, but unfortunately swirls it off a Nuvilet, which is the key thing that you really wanted, you know, in this match. Now, there's no more hydro application to speak of unless you move over, you know, and the other characters take it in the end phase, and Nuvilet is not going to let you pass. I believe he should be able to take this Shenhe down with ease.
Yeah. Now you
Manifest!
Shenhe still actually does quite a lot of damage here. And Nuvalet with just a normal attack won't be able to move out of the kill range.
Oh yeah, no, that actually is a factor. You know, she still has that +1 from weapon anyway, so that is going to be a significant amount of damage now. Nuvilet really needs something to pull him out of here. What are they going to be able to do?
Although Mango can also just sacrifice Nuvalet here and burst on Layla to just maybe freeze them and get them to not play the turn anymore.
That is definitely true. Although one thing though is that, oh wait, no, I see it, right? I was thinking of a different line with Agedaha having cryo, but of course that's not the case right now. So yeah, no, Layla Burst is going to be able to hold it down, and one of the things, right, that people do not consider about this deck, especially the earlier versions back in 4.6, these decks are capable of Shatter, and of course 8 has no means to heal it back, so they should be able to do that, and then Mango should be able to take the game here.
Yeah, 8 just using some of the cards, but it's probably not gonna be enough. They just want to proc Lumen, and they get gilded, but it's not gonna be anything more of generating dice before you get killed.
Do your
Good
master's
card
bidding.
pass back, very efficient. But
When
there
the
goes
tide
Nuvilet.
comes
Here
in,
comes the summon, but
I
here,
shall
like
return.
Layla Burst
Can't
is going to be
sleep.
coming down. Stars will shine for you.
Let's go for a
You know,
walk
after
then.
this match. Ouch! There it is.
My
GG.
curse!
Yeah, it was quite impressive to see that Mango actually just didn't fall for that Ashtaha line, but instead went straight to Nuvalet and started punching.
Yeah, absolutely. That's a very rare occurrence, you know, and they're very lucky to have the 2 Italia's Remembrance, you know, very early too, right? Because without that weapon, I don't think the combo would have gone as cleanly, right?
Yeah, without the weapon, they certainly wouldn't go for this line. If you get the weapon early, you can actually go for some really strong lines, knowing that your opponent didn't really have any means to shut you down early, and he was just able to just run away with the game, since the damage is really strong when you have Nuvalet and a weapon.
Absolutely. We saw how much damage those charge attacks were doing. to the opponent, up to 5 damage per hit. That's really strong, man. But GG's to that. I do appreciate them trying a little bit of a different deck. It was very unfortunate that they got knocked out early with it, but regardless, they still have a little bit of X factor up their sleeve coming into the next round, right?
Yeah, and maybe this deck will actually win, and maybe we'll see the full strength with it.
Absolutely. I think hopefully roll into better weapons, but if not, they will be pushed over to the Kave Whale deck, if I'm not mistaken, right? And that one, we saw how it absolutely just demolished the first round it went into, and that was impressive, right? To take down pretty meta decks with a a deck that's not really looked favorably upon inside the competitive meta, right?
Yeah, it's gonna be quite amazing to see if it actually makes a pull through, and we'll see if it is actually sauce or it will just maybe just lose this time.
It may drown beneath the waves, as you say, but looks like interesting thing that we didn't get to talk about last time is the ban picks, right? 8 ended up taking away or on 8 side, I should say, their double dragon version of Layla, so that's gone. And then on Mango's side, they actually had their Zhongli Yunjin Seahorse taken away. Now that is really interesting to me, but also makes a lot of sense, right?
Yeah, if we look at 8 stacks, there is not a lot of things that can deal with this Yunjin round 2, which we are really scared of. Most of the decks that we've seen before have actually really good ways of just dealing with this Yunjin, but this deck choices of like Kave Whale and stuff just does solid damage, but can't really punish a deck round 2.
Yeah, absolutely. That is kind of the big deal. That's why I'm like, well, that makes so much sense why they picked out Yunjin this time. But here we go. Looking almost the same. Did they? Oh no, they did use Judgment last time. That's right. But here we go. Not triple arcane, but instead slightly modified to be optimized. And honestly, as much as we love triple arcane, I think this deck list for their whale is pretty good, right?
Yeah, it's really strong against the Con Whale deck, which 8 really likely targeted. We didn't see it banned, and now it's being played, so it's probably the matchup 8 prepared for the most, and which is probably expected to be seen really often.
Yeah, actually, this is an interaction I have yet to test. I really doubt that the Con Whale deck is running King Desher's Mausoleum, but when Kave draws a card out to burn it, does that actually count as towards the stacks of the Mausoleum?
Yeah. I would think so.
Yeah, no, I agree with you. I think so too, because it counts as a draw, right? Of course, you discard it and it goes away forever, but unless you have Kave talent, right? But that may be a little unfortunate, because as we can see here, Mango does indeed run 2 King Desher's Mausoleums, and then everything else looks pretty stock standard. They're actually, oh, you know what? Where are their 3 costs? They're running a 1 cost style deck instead.
Yeah, they're running a lot of 1 costs. The only 3 costs I see are the Countdown and the Vanessa, so they're probably gonna be played and not really trying to have a lot of them discarded.
Yeah, no, that's pretty interesting, because there's actually a really funny deck from someone in the same region, who they handed it to me. It was a 0 cost whale deck where, it's exactly this lineup, but you play only 0 cost cards, thanks to Darkshrine for that one. But it's pretty cool. It's pretty funny because, as long as you have the aligned amount of cards that you discard into whale, you will be able to get that bonus HP, which is super duper neat. But yes, here we go. The map is going to get started. Let's see if 8 can once again take down the Con Whale with, their own version of a whale deck. So, I'm pretty excited to see what happens in this match.
Yeah, I would expect the Con Whale to be slightly unfavored. So we will see if they can actually pull through with the quite unusual strategy.
Yep, let's see here, and we'll see, you know, how, you know, these sort of counter cards play into each other, because of course 8 has no means to block Mausoleum, so we'll see, you know, if it ends up affecting them. You know, because of course Kave needs to draw at least a little bit of support, you know, not too much, but you know, just enough to make it worth their while. Wow, what a start! Look at 8's hand.
Yeah, 8 actually drawing a lot of the one-cost cards. And the Kave talent, which is really huge for them. It's a lot of fodder for more cards, so yeah, we're expecting to see that being played immediately.
Yeah, the biggest thing that I'm looking at is the Catherine, right? Getting Catherine turn 1, not only because it's a one-off copy, but you know, it's quite essential to, you know, being able to get free fast swaps so they can get you know, their blooms immediately. That's going to be pretty strong. Alternatively, on the side of Mango, you know, they were able to mold their hand and draw into the Serpent talent, which is exactly what you want. You win the 50-50, you know, and then you get the Scorpion talent for free off of the stove. So this is looking like a pretty good opener for both of them.
Yeah, 8 has the Catherine, and it's not gonna really change anything for them if they don't want to fast swap. They really only want to fast swap most of the time, since they don't generate more dice. They're just a deck that just skills, and you don't really need to maybe slow swap sometimes. It comes up 1 or 2 times, but not really.
Yep, here we go. Scorpion generating the first Bone Crusher block, and then they're going to drop it as well as the Serpent. And they should play 1, swap over to the Serpent, and do the classic opener for our Conwhale. Now, don't know. What is there anything that 8 realistically needs to adapt to? I don't think so, right? Because they have, you know, maybe they need to tune like 1 card, but that's kind of it. They're pretty set in stone. With a Farina skill into Kave's skill, and then, you know, just let everything take the wheel, and we'll see what happens from that, right?
Yeah, they probably just need to decide on, hey, which card do I play out of my 3 one-cost cards? It's probably gonna be the lab and not one of the others, since lab is pretty good. You discard a lot of cards, so if you can play them,
shower me with praise.
Play it early, you get a lot of dice in the return.
Yeah, absolutely. And here we go. Mango stepping onto the stage with Serpent, and 8 responding in kind with their biggest damage carry, technically. Unfortunately, both players are forced to tune. On Mango's side, what do you think they tune? Oh, well, my question has been answered. There you go.
Yeah, it's gonna be laboratory. It's quite unusual to tune it, since it's one of your dice generations. This deck is all about discarding, and if you tune it, it's gonna be difficult to generate these huge amount of dice.
Yeah, I do wonder if that ends up biting them in the back later. Hopefully they draw out, you know, what they're looking for. But Serpent is about to take massive damage. Let's see what Kave pulls out of it. Oh, they missed talent card on Kave. Wait.
Yeah, they actually didn't use it. Maybe they tried to have it for tuning, but it's quite unusual to not play it, since you could place it itself really early.
Oof. And unfortunately, you know, that's a little bit of a low roll, because not only did you not have the copy machine, as I like to call it, from Kave's talent, but also that was a 1-cost Lotus, which, you know, A, we don't want to lose that, but B, you know, it's not going to deal as much damage as you want. Serpent could have been in much more critical condition instead.
Yeah. Now, 8 actually decided to swap back to Farina last turn to get rid of the damage threat of Serpent, and because they have Catherine, they can actually switch back safely and decide to probably skill them.
Absolutely. Here comes the Serpent Burst. Now, do you think it's a little greedy for them to take out Farina so early? Because I mean, ultimately it's good, but you know, is it really worth all the dice that you have?
Farina's certainly not a character you really want to burst something on, since the threat of having a Farina skill again or something is not really high.
Yeah, definitely not. Oh, but again, it's so unfortunate that this is the position that we're looking at. Actually, wait, no, we should be okay, right? Because 8 should be able to play Catherine, swap into Kave, you know, use skill to trigger a burst scan, and then since Bloom already exists on the field, it will be able to throw out a card and immediately knock out Serpent, right?
Yeah, it's quite unlucky for Mango. Mango probably saw that they can just skill and do nothing, since from their side of view, there's only one Catherine in the deck, and you really don't expect it that often.
Yeah, absolutely. Wait, they even go for the Sacrificial Sword, maintain their dice efficiency. Here comes the burst scan and the Bloom. Do we get lucky this time? We don't really need it. Oh, wait, it's okay. We have talent. We make a copy.
Yeah, it's really interesting that 8 decided to go for the weapon, since the weapon didn't really do anything. It did 3 damage, and you were always gonna kill.
Yeah, no,
Maybe
absolutely.
they were hoping that maybe they can now switch off, which is pretty good. And they saw that they didn't want to low roll again and get me Kusawa and down kill.
Oh yeah, no, absolutely not. Yeah, because that is a consideration to make, right? Because we already saw them lower once, so you don't want it to happen twice. You know, so Sacrificial Sword, as much as it's sort of a net negative, you know, in this scenario, it is ultimately necessary to make sure that Kave can push through and have the right job. Uh-oh. That's not enough, right?
Yeah, that's almost enough. But
scary.
now 8 is in a really weird spot of they have Kave on 1 HP, and the moment someone gets something like an EC or Kave burst or skills, this Kave will be dead. And 8 doesn't have any way of protecting himself aside from Lotus, but I don't know if it's that likely that he has it.
I think they're gonna go. Wait, really? Not even swapping the Farina summon? That's crazy. What?
Yeah.
Because Farina could be swapped over thanks to her card in hand. It's gonna be enough. I guess. Does 8 even have turn advantage right now?
Yeah, they have turn advantage, I believe. And I think with the weapon, they are able to one-shot this Scorpion. And maybe that's their win condition. Maybe they're just trying to get Mango to only wail and hope to win from that.
Yeah, I don't know. That's still so incredibly risky because doing this. Oh wow, yep. There's Judgment. Not used for technically its intended purpose, but there it goes. You know, now pretty much the entirety of Mango's hand is invalid. They go down to the Thunderbolt Trap, and here it comes. Paimon, knock him out. There it is.
Yeah, the only problem is that 8 doesn't have Kave anymore, and the whale from Mango is so big already. And they only need to tune. They don't even need the cards to play them. They only need them to just tune and hit on whale.
Absolutely. And there it goes. Whale already showing their might. 15 HP, 4 damage skill. 8 responds in kind, feeds their whale entirely, gains an extra. What are we gonna do with this though? Are we gonna try and go for the Farina talent? You know, make it. Actually, wait. Farina talent's not very helpful anymore now. She's gonna go down, huh?
Yeah, they decide to end because they know if they decide to steal here or do anything on Farina, they will just die to EC and go down. So yeah, it's really difficult, and I don't think that 8 is able to come back from it. The whale is just way less fat, and yeah.
All right, we do have a potential line of discarding all 3 of our 3 costs into you know, feeding the whale fully, but I don't think that's gonna be enough to save you right now. Oh yeah, not even, because Kusawa just steals all your cards. Oh no.
Yeah, they need to feed the whale, but the only win condition for 8 right now is that Mango only has 3 usable dice in hand, but even with that, it's just not enough, and Mango will just be able to take it through.
Man, that was the quickest game of whale that we have seen so far, huh? You know, Kaveh literally living up to his name. You go big or you go home. You know, and unfortunately, that will be them moving down to the lower bracket. GG's though.
Yeah, this was really quick, and with Mango's really fast whale deck, they probably taken them by surprise of just how fast and how efficient they can kill characters.
Yeah, I think there was definitely a way for 8 to play a little more efficiently, right? I think sacrificing Kaveh was definitely the biggest thing. It was very unnecessary to do, especially when you have that extra dice, extra moves, and fast swap, right? You know, you don't need to go in super duper hard. But regardless, the choices are made, right? And 8 will be moving to the lower bracket, and Mango will move on to the winner semis, you know, right before they make it into the Prince Cup. So that's a pretty big deal.
Yeah, and with that, they're already in the semi-finals of the winner bracket, so they can just relax for a bit now, since there's gonna be a lot of matches before, and maybe prepare and watch what the other people will bring, and maybe find some new decks they want to bring and surprise us with.
Absolutely, yeah. Right now, we're gonna go ahead and pull up the bracket because we want to see, you know, what we've been through the entire day. We've unfortunately lost a few people, and people have moved on, and, you know, people have lost. So let's see right here. Here is the current review of what we're going to be seeing next time, right? I'll take the upper bracket. Mango sitting up top, nice in the winner semis. You know, just one hair away from the Prince Cup, and tomorrow, you know, or within the next week, actually, it'll be Den versus Graphite to decide between that. And on the lower bracket, what do we have, Benzu?
Yeah, we have 8 versus Inagi in the lower second round. And then we have Magician against the loser of Den versus Graphite. So we're actually not sure who's Magician gonna fight, and we will see the next time.
Yeah, absolutely. Unfortunately, we watched Shuk today, so 07s to that. But that is the bracket rundown for this weekend. What a crazy weekend to go through, right? I feel like we just started Group B. Well, technically, we did just start Group B yesterday, but, you know, we're already halfway through, and we're going to be able to finish that final half next weekend.
Yeah, already so many matches done, and 2 players sadly already out. And this is moving by quick. Some of the matches really nail-biting and really long sometimes, but some matches, like the last one, just go over so quick that
it was over like a lightning bolt.
Watch them real big without just missing something.
Absolutely. But yeah, that is going to do it for today's stream. But of course, we still have plenty of weeks left in the Prince Cup, my friends. And of course, if you want to watch, you know, any of the Prince Cup streams or stay updated on all of our content that we do over here, it is going to be available on YouTube, Twitch, Twitter /X, and TikTok. And that is going to be all the places that you can find you know, our socials and what we're doing for the Prince Cup.
Yeah, we'll be happy if you watch all of them, and maybe you missed some matches. Maybe you can rewatch them, or maybe you'll find some interesting plays there.
Yeah, absolutely. You know, how was it? You know, because obviously, you know, as a top player and, you know, as someone who like knows all these people, right? How is it to, you know, get to experience, you know, casting live, you know, these matches, you know, instead of just watching them as a spectator?
Yeah, it was pretty entertaining, and I'll be happy to see all of the matches being played, maybe all the other time.
Yeah, absolutely. But it's been a pleasure casting with you, Benzu, working with you as always for quite a long time. You know, this guy is awesome. Prince Cup champion, you know, great tournament leader. But yes, that is going to be the end of our broadcast. We'll see you next weekend, same time, same place. You know where to find us. I just mentioned it all. But yes, Benzu, that is going to be Kojo Creations and
Benzu Bean. Yeah.
Bye-bye.